fury and accuse the Republicans of being behind it. The Republicans, including the 2 senatorial gentlemen you met today, will deny it. The North will bust with ill-concealed delight because Simon Legree has been kicked in the balls. The Southern states will raise the cry of disunion or death, and then the bloody war will break out, according to you and that fat senator, says I impatiently, and he nodded slowly and slipped the last inch from his glass. Yes, it very well may. I'd lay odds on it, but then again, there's a chance, a very slim one, that wiser counsels might prevail, provided, he raised a finger at me, provided Brown had been killed or lynched along the way. You see, if his raid had been a fiasco, and he had met his just deserts, well, it might take a little heat out of the South's temper, and Northern rejoicing might be a little muted. They'd go into mourning for their hero, and Mr. Emerson and Mr. Longfellow would write odes to the saint departed, and the Secret Six, having disclaimed Brown faster than you can blow smoke, would beat their breasts in public and give thanks in private that dead men can tell no tales. But many sober Yankees would be appalled and angry at the raid, and condemn Brown even while they mourned him. Many would say he'd been proved wrong, and that violence is not the way. He shrugged again. Who knows? In that mood, common sense might assert itself. The country might shrink back from war, provided John Brown were dead. I don't see that, says I. What odds would it make whether he was dead or alive? Considerable, I think. Here, let's finish the bottle. He tipped the remains into my glass. You see, if Brown survived the raid and was taken, he'd stand trial, probably for treason. I'm no lawyer, but when a man writes constitutions for black rebel states and fires on the American flag, I guess I could make it stick. But whatever the charge, one thing is sure, they'll hang him. Well, good luck to him. He shook his head. No, sir, bad luck, the worst. Right now, I doubt if 1 American in 5 has even heard of John Brown, but let him make his crazy raid and swing for it, and the whole world will hear of him. He smiled with no mirth at all. And what will the world say? That America, the land of liberty, has hanged an honest, upright, God-fearing Christian whose only crime was that he wanted to make men free. A man who could stand for the archetype that made this country. Why, he could pose for Uncle Sam this minute, and we'll have put him to death, the damnedest martyr since Joan of Arc. And there will be such an outcry, Colonel, such a blaze of hatred throughout the North, such a fury against slavery and its practitioners, and there is your certain war ready-made, awaiting the first shot. He hadn't raised his voice, but just for a moment the cool nil admirari air had slipped a trifle. He smiled almost in apology. There are many ifs along the way, to be sure. I'm envisaging the worst. Brown may not ride into Virginia this summer. His own incompetence and indecision, encouraged by you, may delay him long enough. If he doesn't move before fall, I doubt he ever will. He can't hold his followers together forever, living on hope deferred and fretting to get home for the harvest. He rose from his chair and went to a cupboard by the wall. His voice came to me out of the shadow beyond the pool of light cast by the desk lamps. If you can keep him bamboozled for a couple of months, why, all's well. But if you can't, and if he does light out for Dixie with his guns on and comes to grief, then, for the sake of this country and for the tens of thousands of American lives, he must not survive for trial and martyrdom at the hands of the U.S. government. No, John Brown must die somewhere along the road. Oh, bully for us! I knew there was another bottle. You will wonder, no doubt, why I'd remained cool and complacent during the conversation I've just described. I'll tell you. Seward, in making it plain that if I didn't toe the line he'd blacken my fair name to our sovereign lady and her ministers, had used a phrase which had quite altered my view of things. At no peril to himself, meaning me. You see, what had been proposed by Crixus and Atropos was that I should be one of a whooping gang of cutthroats invading the South to storm arsenals and stir up bloody insurrection. The sort of thing I bar altogether, as you know. The proposal made by the Senator and Pinkerton, hinted at by Seward and illuminated by Messervy, was quite the opposite. I was to restrain, hinder, and prevent anything of the kind, and while the prospect of passing several weeks in the company of a pack of hayseeds, showing them how to shoulder arms and dress by the right, and discussing strategy with their loose screw of a commander, was not a specially attractive one, well, I'd known a lot worse. It would be hard lying and rotten grub, no doubt, but I'd be earning the gratitude of the next president, for what that was worth, and adding to my credit at home when the story reached the right ears, as I make damn sure it did. Above all, it would be safe, at no peril to himself. Not that I trust a politician's word for the weather, you understand, but Meservy's information had borne him out, until he'd made it plain that if the worst befell, I'd be expected to put Mr. John Brown quietly to rest. Fat chance! A scoundrel I may be, but I ain't an assassin, and you will comb my memoirs in vain for mention of Flashy as first murderer. Oh, I've put away more than I can count in the line of duty, from stark necessity, and once or twice for spite. De Gautet springs to mind, and the Pandy I shot at Meerut, but they deserved it. Anyway, I don't kill chaps I don't know. But it wouldn't have been tactful, indeed. It would have been downright dangerous to say this to Meservy, so I received his disgusting proposal with the stern, shrewd look of a Palmerston roughneck who took back-shooting in his stride. I may even have growled softly, and you know, I accepted it all the more calmly because I didn't believe for a moment that there was any chance of the matter arising. Meservy and Seward and the others might regard Brown as a dangerous bogeyman, but from all I'd heard he was a mere bushwhacker whose talk of invasion and rebellion was so much wind. Oh, I'd do my best to humbug him, but my guess was he'd stay quiet enough without my help. As for starting a war, it was too far-fetched altogether. Well, I was wrong, but I can't reproach myself even now. It was damned far-fetched. Anyway, I nodded grimly as he brought his bottle to the desk. "You take the point?" says he, looking keen. "Quite so," says I. "Which reminds me, the sooner I have a gun in my pocket, the better. Oh, and a decent knife, and a map of Harper's Ferry, wherever it is. Colonel," says he, "it's a pleasure doing business with you. Excuse me." He went out humming, and I punished the Hungarian until he returned with a neat little Tranter six-shooter, a stiletto in a metal sheath, and a map which he insisted I study on the spot and leave behind. "There's the ferry, just inside Virginia, and only 50 miles from Washington." He came to my elbow. "The odds are you'll never see the place, but if Brown does go for it, and you have to do what needs to be done, then your best course afterwards will be to make tracks for Washington and your ministry. The militia will round up the rest of Brown's gang, and that'll be that. You'll have no difficulty with Lord Lyons, by the way. He'll be given notice of your coming with an assurance from a high quarter that you have rendered a signal service to the United States in a domestic matter, and we are most grateful. We shan't tell him officially what the service was, and I'm sure he won't ask officially, but I'm sure he'll speed your journey home." He folded the map. "If, as is most likely, John Brown spends a quiet summer and nothing untoward takes place, well, when he starts to disband his followers, you can desert him at your leisure. Again, Lord Lyons will be advised to accept you, with our expressions of gratitude, etc. Very good." "I don't know Lyons," says I, "but I'll bet he's nobody's fool." "He isn't," says Meservy, "which is why, whatever course you have to take, all will be well." He took another turn at his moustache. "It's in a damn good cause, Colonel. You know it, we know it, and Lord Lyons will know it." I thought it wouldn't hurt to play my part a little. "You Yankees have a blasted cheek, you know." Oh, well. "I say, though, when I'm out in the bush with Brown, how do I send messages to me?" "You don't. Too dangerous. Brown and his people might get wise to you. So might the Ku Klux. Just because we got 3 of their men in the Tombs doesn't mean there won't be others watching you. They'll certainly have people keeping track of Brown himself. If either side suspected you were Secret Service—" He gave me a knowing look. "Quite so. Anyway, the fewer of our people who know we've got an agent with Brown and a Briton at that, the better. We'll be keeping an eye on things, though, and if need arises, I'll get word to you." He took a small purse from a drawer and tossed it over. "That's $50 to keep in your money belt. If Joe should wonder how you came by it, Mrs. Mandeville gave it you." He frowned. "Now, that's another thing. Brown will welcome you with open arms. Just suppose he doesn't. What then? He will. No question. You're a gift from God." The point is, he'll also welcome Joe. He's all for black recruits. Well, I don't have to remind you that Joe is a Ku Klux man, and a good one. He's a damned rum bird, says I. Oh, I know he and Atropos have been chums in the nursery and all that tommy rot, but hang it, he ought to be all for brown and black freedom, surely. I don't fathom him at all. Some of these darkies who belong to the old Southern families are mighty loyal. They think of themselves as kin to their owners, and many of them are, though I doubt if Joe is. But all we know of him confirms that he's staunch to Atropos. He shrugged. Maybe he reckons he's better off slave than free, living high in the tents of wickedness rather than being a doorkeeper in the house of a god who'd expect him to earn his own living. And having a free run at Massa's white lady from time to time, thinks I. Anyway, beware of him, says Messervy. He'll be watching you like a hungry lynx. He glanced at his timepiece. It's 8:30, and Mrs. Comer will be waiting. She hasn't been told your real name, by the way. No need for her to know that. The building seemed to be deserted, and we went down the echoing stone stairs to a room on the ground floor where Annette was waiting with a nondescript civilian who faded from view at a nod from Messervy. She seemed none the worse for her swooning fit of the morning, and didn't give me a glance, let alone a word, as Messervy conducted us to a closed carriage in the back court, where he handed her in, bowed gallantly over her hand, and gave me his imperturbable nod. Joe won't be given Crixus's message for another hour. By that time, you'll be having a quiet supper after a day's sauntering and shopping on Broadway. He indicated a couple of bandboxes on the floor of the cab. Your purchases, Mrs. Comer. One of our lady operators chose them, with regard to your taste, I hope. The Yankee Secret Service evidently left nothing to chance. Good luck, Comer, and, he added quietly, if need be, good hunting. Cool as a trot, rot him, doffing his tile and knuckling his lip whisker as we drove away. Annette sat like a frozen doll for several minutes, and then, to my astonishment, broke out in a low, hard voice. You saved my life this morning, when that creature fired on us. My courage failed me, but for you I would have been killed. Thank you. I didn't twig for a second, and then it dawned that she must have quite misunderstood why I'd seized hold of her when the lead started flying. Oh, well, all to the good. I waved an airy hand. My dear, 'twas nothing. I wasn't going to be a widower so soon, was I? I slipped an arm about her and kissed her soundly. Why, it's I should thank you for steering me clear of those Ku Klux villains. But, I say, you took me in altogether, you clever little puss. Never a word that you were working for brother Jonathan all the time, and you a Southern Creole lady, too. How's that come about, eh? If you knew what it was to be married to that devil, you would not need to ask. But she said it automatically, her mind still fixed on that fateful moment at Madame Celeste's, sitting stiff as a board, while I munched at her cheek. I never shot at anyone before. I was in terror, not thinking what I was about or— Nonsense, girl, says I, squeezing her udders. Why, you blazed away like a drunk dragoon. Winged him, I shouldn't wonder. Gave him a nasty start, leastways. But here we are, safe and sound. So, take that, you little peach. But it was like kissing a dead flounder. I might have killed him, she whispered, staring ahead. It would have been murder, mortal sin. Thou shalt not kill. Oh, let me be, damn you. She beat at my hands, trying to struggle free. Have you no feeling? Can you think of nothing but your filthy lust? Oh, when I might have had that upon my soul. I was so shocked I absolutely let them go. Upon your what? Heavens, woman, what the deuce are you talking about? I tried to kill him. She turned on me, eyes blazing. I had murder in my heart. Can't you understand? And he didn't, I suppose. My stars, he might have done for both of us. What the devil's the matter? I stared at the pale little face, so tight and drawn. Ain't you well? It's all past and done with. We never took a scratch. Ah, but you're still shaken. It's the shock, to be sure. Come here, you goose, and I'll put it right. I might have killed him. I wanted to kill him. She closed her eyes, and her voice was almost too faint to hear. I would have been damned. Now, I've seen folk take all kinds of fits after a shooting scrape or a battle or a near shave, and the shock can be hours in coming on, but this was a new one altogether. Her eyes, when she opened them, were full of frightened tears, staring as though she were in a trance. "Damned," she whispered, "damned eternally." They don't usually say that sort of thing until they're at death's door, and she was as fit as a flea. I wondered how to bring her out of it. She was too frail to slap. Petting her hadn't answered, and I couldn't very well ravish her in the carriage on Broadway, so I tried common sense. "Well, you didn't kill him, and you ain't going to be damned, so there's no harm done, do you see? I know. We'll try putting your head between your knees." "In my heart I murdered him," cries she. "Well, it didn't do him a penn'orth of harm. Heavens alive, you never came near hitting the fellow." "The will was the deed. I would have killed him, I who never thought to take life." This was too much, so I took a stern line. "Oh, gammon and greens! What about those black wenches of mine at Greystones? You had them half killed. 'Twasn't your fault they didn't kick the bucket, and you never thought twice about damnation. Anyway, who says there's a hell? Twaddle, if you ask me." It seemed to reach her, and she stared at me as though I were mad. "This was a human being," cries she. "If I had killed him—" She closed her eyes again and began to tremble, turning away from me. I waited for the waterworks, but they didn't come, and I saw there was nothing for it but the religious tack. "Now see here, Annette, you didn't kill him, and if it's the wish to kill that's troubling you, well, you're a papist, ain't you? So if you tool along to the nearest priest, he'll set your conscience right in no time. I thought of my little leprechaun in Baltimore, and dear, drunken old Finessi of the 8th Hussars. If he's got half as much sense as the padres I know, he'll tell you that self-defence ain't murder in the first place, and if you want to thank me," I added, "you'll do it best by recollecting that in a little while we'll be seeing Black Joe, and we can't have him wondering why you're looking like Marley's ghost." I patted her hand. "So draw breath, there's a girl, and forget about damnation until you see old Father McGoogle in the morning and get your extreme unction or whatever it is. The worst is past, and if you play up now, well, you'll be doing your fat swine of a husband a damn bad turn. What?" Possibly because of my healing discourse, possibly because we'd pulled up at the Astor House, she suddenly snapped her head erect, white as a sheet but compos mentis, and began to behave normally, but mute. As I followed her up to our suite and presently down again to the dining-room, I found myself wondering if she was quite sane, and to this day I ain't sure. I'd known her by turns a vicious tyrant, a voracious bedmate, a superb actress, a forlorn child, a gun-toting secret agent, and now, of all things, a penitent in terror of hell-fire, because she might have shot a chap but hadn't. Well, as they say in the North Country, there's nowt so funny as folk. But I'd never credited Annette Mandeville with a conscience. Nursery education, no doubt. God, these governesses have a lot to answer for. She said not a word at supper, which she attacked with a fine appetite, I may say, but when we returned to our room and found Joe waiting, she was quite her old imperious self, and talked courting. He was in a fine excitement, thrusting Crixus's telegraph message into her hand. It was in code, and at length, but its purport was precisely what everyone from Atropos to Pinkerton had predicted. Joe was commended for his zeal in running me down and helping me to see the light, not that Crixus had ever doubted I would come round in the end, even after I'd lit out, for he knew my devotion to the cause, and that reflection would guide me to a just and righteous conclusion. God bless me 1,000 times. I'd been doubtful, as you know, whether Crixus would swallow the tale that I'd been persuaded to change my mind, but Atropos had been proved right. He believed it because he wanted to, and it fulfilled his fondest hopes. Finally, Joe was to lose no time in conducting me to Concord and our good and trusted champion, that the Lord's will might be accomplished and his banners go forward in freedom's cause. Amen. "We got no time to lose," says Joe, all eagerness. "There's a train leaving for Boston first thing, and—" "Y'all take a later train and reach Boston after dark," snaps Annette. "Y'all stay the night there and keep under cover, going on to Concord next day, and again y'all arrive after dark." Joe would have protested, but she shut him up. "Do you think Sanborn wants you to be seen entering his house in broad daylight? Don't you know he's watched by government operators, you black dolt?" "They don't know us." "They'll know you even less if they never see you. Oh, why did they entrust this business to a clod like you? Get out and fetch me a train schedule. Not now. In the morning." He could gladly have broken her in two, but all he did was mutter that he hadn't seen Hermes's men about the hotel, and did she know where they were? She told him curtly to mind his own business, and let them mind theirs, and he left with a venomous glare, but no suspicion, I'll swear, that there was anything amiss. Her tongue-lashing performance had been altogether in her best style. So then it was bedtime, and since I didn't expect much carnal amusement chez Brown, I was determined to make the most of it. After Annette's earlier vapourings, I half expected reluctance, but she was all for it, and if her conscience was still troubling her, she kept it on a tight rein, addressing heaven only in secular terms when amorous frenzy got the better of her. That interested me, for her usual form was to gallop in grim silence. More astonishing still, she was ready to talk afterwards, briefly enough at first, but little by little at greater lengths, until we were conversing almost civilly. Whether it was gratitude for having her life saved, as she thought, heaven help her, or I was in prime fettle, or she'd made her peace with God, or was just getting used to me, I can't tell. But out came Annette Mandeville, her life and times, and diverting stuff it was. I'd known already that she came of impoverished bayou aristocracy, who had literally sold her, aged 15, to the disgusting redneck Mandeville, with whom she'd been living at Greystones when I hove in sight in 48. After my departure, Mandeville had drunk himself to death, leaving a heap of debt and Greystones mortgaged black and blue. As a personable enough young widow, she'd had offers aplenty, but Mandeville had sickened her of marriage, if not of men, and after a succession of lovers she had decided that a career as a mistress was no great shakes, and had determined to try her luck on the stage. She'd been born with a talent for mimicry, and being vicious, immoral, and vain, she had taken to the theatre like a pirate to plunder, and it had taken to her. In a few years she was playing the principal houses in the States and Canada, making and spending money, mostly, on men. Then, during an engagement in Chicago, her company had been the victims of a daring robbery, and who should be called in when the police had failed but Alan Pinkerton, then making his mark as a private detective. He had been impressed by the help she'd given in pointing the way to the thieves and identifying them, and had remarked that if ever she tired of acting she might do worse than police work. It had been lightly said, and she'd forgotten it the more readily because a new and brilliant prospect had opened up before her soon afterwards. It was in a comedy at Orleans that she had caught the lustful gooseberry eye of Charles Laforce, and while the very sight of him had set her shuddering, the size of his fortune and the ruthless determination with which he'd pursued her had made her think twice about repulsing him. He'd plied her with priceless gifts, haunted the theatre, and finally killed her beau of the moment in one of those ghastly knife-and-pistol duels which the Louisiana gentry favoured in those days, stalking each other through the bayous by night. After which his offer of marriage, with a royal cash settlement, had finally conquered her far-from-maiden heart, and she had trotted up the aisle with him to her abiding regret. For she had soon discovered that beneath his revolting exterior there lurked a monster whose depraved tastes would have had Caligula throwing up the window and hollering for the peelers. Enforced bouts with Joe and other menials, while the husband of her bosom cheered them on, had been the least of it, and to make matters worse she had been drawn into the dark affairs of the Ku Klux. But where any other wife would have lit out with whatever she could carry, Annette's one thought had been to vent her hatred on him, and she had been hesitating between poison and a knife in bed when Pinkerton had again emerged discreetly upon the scene. By now he was undertaking occasional work for Washington, and had a finger on every pulse in America. He had kept her in mind, and when she had married Atropos, he had seen her as an invaluable agent within the Ku Klux, if she could be persuaded. She had leapt at the chance, and had been betraying Atropos happily ever since, until the present emergency had caused Pinkerton to employ her in more active work. And so here we were. It was plain from her account that loathing of Atropos was the ruling passion of her life, and knowing her cold and selfish nature, I found that odd. Granted she was compounded of equal parts of malice and cruelty, I'd still have thought she'd have preferred to decamp with his money and pursue her theatrical and amorous careers in France or England, rather than devote her existence to doing him despite. It didn't seem to weigh with her either that in betraying him she was probably helping to destroy the way of life in which she'd been raised, the South, slavery, plantation society, and all that gracious magnolia stuff. No, she was wreaking vengeance on Atropos, and that was enough for her. Well, I'm a ready hater myself, God knows, and take the keenest pleasure in doing the dirty on deserving cases, but I'd never make grudgery my life's work. I reckon you have to like or love something worthwhile, even if it's just trollops and beer, or, if you're lucky, cash and credit and fame, and Elsbeth. It occurred to me, as I put Mandeville through her final mounting drill, that she wasn't fit to fill my dear one's corset, and I felt a great longing for those blue eyes and corn-gold hair and silky white skin and so forth, and for that brilliant simpleton smile of welcome and the witless prattle which would follow. At least I had that to look forward to. Annette Mandeville had nothing but her revenge. Oh, aye, and her eccentric conscience. She was in a vile mood in the morning, snapping at me and roasting Joe, and for the last hour before he and I left to catch the train north, she sat in stony silence, staring out of the window. At the last, when Joe was putting our valises out in the passage, she closed the door quickly on him, and turned her pale elfin face to me. She was biting her lip, and then the tears came, and suddenly she was clinging round my neck, the tiny body shivering against me. "Have a care," she sobbed. "Oh, have a care." Then she kissed me fiercely and ran into the bedroom, slamming the door behind her. I have only 3 memories of the trip from New York to Concord. Joe's ugly face under his plug hat, glowering at me from the opposite seat of a railroad car, the creaking bed-springs of the cheap rooming house in which we stayed in Boston, and an advertisement poster of a young lady crying, "Oh, Mar, I gave my back the awfulest strain dancing with Billy," and fond Mater replying, "Mustang liniment, judiciously applied, will ensure certain relief, my dear." The rest is blank, from the closing of Annette's door to the opening of Sanborn's, presumably because I was too used up to notice anything. They hadn't been idle days exactly, and Crixus, Atropos, and Mandeville had seen to it that my nights weren't tranquil either, so it was small wonder I was tuckered out. I had sense enough, though, before we reached Boston, to tie the tranter to my knee beneath the trouser, in case the watchful Joe decided to search me as I slept. A wise move, as it turned out, for when I woke in the rooming house, my stiletto had disappeared, but the tranter was still in place. It was Joe's hammering at Sanborn's knocker that brought me back to life, I think, reminding me that it was a case of on stage again, with a part to play and no room for missed cues or bungled lines, with that black nemesis at my elbow. I remember thinking he must have telegraphed ahead, for it was Sanborn himself who opened the door and greeted us by name on the spot. "Mr. Comer, sir! Welcome, welcome to Concord!" cries he, and I saw that the daguerreotype had not lied, for he was as intense and poetic as could be, with his fluffy whiskers and anxious eyes. "And this is Simmons, to be sure." Abolitionist he might be, he still knew a mister from the riffraff. He ushered us into a hall stuffed with furniture and smelling of birdseed, and sped ahead to close the door of a room from which came the rumbling conversation of worthies with beards and gold watch-chains across their waistcoats. You can always tell the quality of unseen company by the noise they make, and I was willing to bet that at least half of the secret 6 were on hand. Sanborn led us into another room across the hall, moving with quick, agitated steps. "Captain Brown is with us," says he in a confidential whisper. "Do you know we are celebrating his birthday today? Yes, indeed, he is now in his 60th year. But, gentlemen, his frame and spirit are those of a vigorous youth. Yes, indeed, although," he frowned, "he has lately been somewhat indisposed, a result, no doubt, of the privations endured on his recent glorious raid of liberation into Africa, as he calls it. Yes, indeed." He rubbed his hands, a nervous habit which I realized was always accompanied by his favourite phrase. "Yes, indeed. He is only now recovering from a malarial ague, but he is in good heart, I assure you. Yes, indeed." I asked if they'd tried quinine powder, and he beamed. There spoke the man of action, the practical man. "Oh, Mr. Comer, you cannot know how it rejoices me to see you." And he absolutely wrung my hand again. "We have heard so much from our good friend in Washington. You know who I mean, I'm sure. And of the worthy Simmons, Joe, isn't it? Yes, indeed, yes, Joe. He was one of your tiptoe babblers, I could see, smiling, fidgeting, and suddenly remembering to offer us refreshment, with more prattle about the fatigue of travelling and the crowded condition of railroad cars. If this is a sample of our abolitionist conspirators, I can see American slavery flourishing for a century or 2 yet, thinks I. Joe, I noticed, was regarding him like a cannibal inspecting an undernourished missionary. He gave us a toddy apiece, promised there would be supper anon, muttered about seeing if Captain Brown was still occupied, and was away like a shot, leaving the door ajar. We sipped our toddies in silence, inspecting the antimacassars and potted plants, and presently I was aware of a child's voice in the hall asking, "Please, sir, may I have your signature?" I glanced out, and there was a lad of about 8 holding up a paper and pencil to a man who had just come out of the other room, with Sanborn at his shoulder. I had a glimpse of a fine shock of hair and a full beard, both grizzled, and then he was speaking to the lad. "What's this, my boy?" says he. "Not an order to pay the bearer, I hope." "Oh, no, sir," squeaks the kid. "I want to pay you, if you'll take my pocket money as a trade for your name. It's but 6 bits," he added, digging out his coin, "and it's all I have, but Pa says every cent is blessed that goes to the good cause." A practised toad, this one, with a soapy smile and his hair slicked down. "The widow's mite," says the bearded man to Sanborn, and laid his hand on the infant's head. "Bless you, my boy." He pocketed the 6 bits and scribbled his name. "Young Stearns has started quite a fashion," cries Sanborn. "Yes, indeed. There now," says he, as the child took the paper, fawning, "you have a name that will live down the ages, and for only 6 bits, too." I'd already guessed who the owner of the beard was, and as he stepped into the room I was sure of it. From all I'd heard in the past 3 days, I'd formed a picture of John Brown as a towering figure with flowing white locks, glaring like a fakir, and brandishing an Excelsior banner in one fist and a smoking Colt in t'other. What I saw was an elderly man, spare and bony, in an old black suit, like a rather seedy farmer come to town for market. He had a long aquiline nose, large ears, and deep-set eyes under heavy brows. An imposing enough old file, you'd have said, but nothing out of the ordinary, until you met the gaze of those eyes, clear bright grey and steady as a rock. Gunfighter's eyes was my first thought, but they weren't cold. You knew they could blaze or twinkle, and I was to see 'em do both. But what I remember most was their level certainty. No one was ever going to make this man drop his gaze or talk him out of anything. He came forward with a measured step, holding himself erect, and took my hand in both of his. His grip was rough and strong, and he spoke slowly in a deep, rather harsh voice. "Mr. Beauchamp Comer," says he. He gave Joe the same hand-clasp. "Mr. Joseph Simmons. Welcome, gentlemen." I realized that he wasn't as tall as he looked, a little over middle height. "My good friend Crixus tells me that you are an Englishman, Mr. Comer, and that by joining us you risk being in disfavor with your own government. Have no fear of that, sir. I pledge my word not to reveal your presence among us by speech or writing, and my friends," he glanced at Sanborn, "pledge themselves also. That goes for you too, Mr. Simmons." He nodded at Joe. "Indeed, the names of Comer and Simmons are forgotten from this moment. Crixus refers to you, sir, as Joshua. That's good enough for me. Joshua and Joe it shall be henceforth." He seemed pleased with that, and it must have been his patriarchal manner that called to my mind the verse about God seeing everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. "Joshua and Joe," he repeated solemnly, and took hold of our hands again, one in each of his, and looked from one to the other of us, nodding like an approving bishop. And I knew upon instinct that here was one who, in his own modest way, was as big a humbug as I am myself. Only on later acquaintance did I come to realize that, again, like me, he knew it. Don't mistake me, I'm not saying he was a hypocrite or a sham, because he wasn't. God help him, he was a sincere, worthy, autocratic, good-natured, terrible, dangerous old zealot, hard as nails, iron-willed, brave beyond belief, and possessed of all the muscular Christian virtues which I can't stand. He was a humbug only in the public performance he put on for his supporters back east, playing the part of John Brown, the worthy, simple son of the soil, with greatness in him, the homespun hero, whose serenity was all the more impressive because it was so at odds with the berserk savagery of his reputation on the wild frontier. It was a performance which he thoroughly enjoyed, for he was quite as vain as Messervy suspected, and for which he was naturally equipped, with his deliberate manner, calm, searching eyes, strong handshake, and quiet, tolerant humour. Oh, it was worth paying money to see him lay it on, and they paid too. That I found wholly admirable, for I couldn't have done it better myself, and I'm an expert at being lion-hunted. In his own backwoods way he had great style, and odd though it may seem in one whose historical image is that of the Ironside fanatic, he also had considerable charm. Anyway, for all his virtues, he was a bloody hard man to dislike. I didn't sum all this up in a minute, of course, but I got the first whiff of it, and having both style and charm myself, and being a born crawler to boot, I responded to his welcome as befitted a bluff, honest British crusader. "Thank ye, Captain Brown," says I, guessing that my use of the title would flatter him sick. "Proud to be with you at last, and honoured to be accepted. They tell me, sir, that it's your birthday. Warmest congratulations, and many of 'em. Now, I hope you won't take it amiss," I continued heartily, "if I offer a small gift to mark the occasion. I'd not dream of doing it if I didn't know that you won't keep it for yourself, but will apply it to the great cause we're all privileged to serve." I hauled out Messervy's $50 and handed them over. "It's all I have on me, I'm afraid, but, well, I can't do less than that manly little chap I saw out in the hall just now, can I? What? So, many happy returns, Skipper." Shocking bad form, you'll agree, but this was America, and I'd weighed my man. He snapped it up like a trout taking a fly, looking moved and furrowed, and told me with another hand-clasp that I had bought shares in freedom, and he'd not forget it. I didn't grudge the $50. That was my sturdy, open-handed character established, and I'd be living at his charges for several weeks anyway. Then, in case anyone thought he was neglecting the nigger, he turned to Joe and told him that his presence there, as a coloured man eager to fight for the liberty of his oppressed brethren, was a birthday present in itself, and one whose value couldn't be reckoned in money. He asked Joe where he came from, and when Joe said he was an escaped slave who had worked for Crixus on the railroad, and that his family was still on a southern plantation, Brown gripped him again and put a hand on his shoulder, swearing that he wouldn't rest until that unhappy family had been plucked from the teeth of the wicked, whose jaws would be broken. He got quite warm about it, and for the first time I saw that gleam beneath his brows and heard the rasp in his voice, which somebody described as being like a volcano disguised by an ordinary chimney flue. Joe didn't know what to make of it, but looked confused, and when Brown let go his hand, I saw him wince as he worked his fingers. Sanborn, who had been listening in rapture, took Joe out, and Brown settled his coat and begged me to be seated so that we might talk. He pulled up a chair close in front of me, put his big gnarled hands on his knees, looked me over carefully, then said, "Well now, friend Joshua, tell me who you are, and what you know, and what you have done." For one horrid instant I thought he'd find out about me, that I was flashy, and the Yankee Secret Service, and all the rest, and then I saw it was just his manner of speech, with that grave look that stern pedagogues give to naughty children to convince them that lying's useless. What he was after was Comer's story, and to inspect me. So I described my life in the Royal Navy, and how I'd spied on the slavers, and run into Crixus and brought George Randolph north. He lit up at that, calling it the bravest stroke he'd ever heard of. So I embellished Comer's record with my own service, with that maniac Brooke against the Borneo pirates. He asked if they held slaves in Borneo, and I said droves of them, and that was why I'd been there in the first place, to turn the poor buggers loose and proclaim liberty throughout the land, or words to that effect. He drank it in with stern approval, saying I surely had fine experience of irregular warfare. He mentioned Toussaint and Spartacus, and asked if I'd studied Wellington's campaign in the Peninsula and the ways of the Spanish guerrillas, who were much in my mind when I surveyed the field of Waterloo, pondering how the great captain would have gone about the task of liberating our black brethren held in cruel bondage by evil laws. Knowing the late Duke Nosey, I could have said that he'd certainly not have put pikes in their fists and told them to take to the hills, but thought it better to express toady interest in his visit to Waterloo. He said it had been during a tour he'd made to study European fortifications, so that he could acquire the knowledge necessary if he was to build strongholds in the Alleghenies for revolting darkies. I nodded solemn agreement, reflecting that Messervy had been quite wrong. This fellow wasn't only mad, he was raving, in a quiet sort of way. Alas, he hadn't been able to pursue his military studies at any length, since his time had been taken up with selling wool in London, where he'd won a bronze medal for his wares, and here he pulled it from his pocket, chuckling that it had been some set down for the smart Londoners, a poor rustic Yankee winning their prize. He became quite jolly in his recollection, and went into a long story of how some English wool merchants had tried to take a rise out of him by asking him to feel a sample and give an opinion. "Say, though, they were out to hoax me. Why, it wasn't wool at all, no, sir. It was hair from a poodle hound, with which they hoped to take me in. So I teased it and pulled it, mighty solemn, and told them if they had machinery for working up dog hair it might do very well. That took 'em aback, I can tell you. Yes, sir, they had to admit they couldn't pull the wool over my eyes. They were cheery men, though, and meant it all in fun, so we had no hard feelings. Poodle hair, can you imagine that? That's how I see him still, laughing deep in his throat, slapping his thigh, the great beard shaking and his eyes dancing with merriment. Old Osawatomie, who sabred 5 unarmed men to death in cold blood, and blew hell out of Harper's Ferry. He got to business after that, saying soberly that I mustn't think he would harbour any feeling against me as an Englishman because of the shabby way he'd been served by my fellow countryman, Forbes. "I blame myself for trusting him," says he, "rather than him for his betrayal. His heart was not in the work, as yours is, and he was distracted by the plight of his wife and little ones in France, wanting bread and a place to lay their heads. If he betrayed me, well, we must not judge him too hardly." Dreadnought Comer wasn't having that. I cried out in disgust that I couldn't credit chaps like Forbes. It was too bad and didn't bear thinking about. The bounder was a disgrace to the Queen's coat and ought to be drummed out. Brown leaned forward and laid a forbearing hand on my sleeve. "You're timber from a different tree, Joshua. You are what Crixus said you would be, and your story and what I see before me speak for you. Believe that, old lad, and we'll get on famously. But now, tell me," he tightened his grip on my arm, "Crixus has told you what I purpose, and the disappointments and delays I have suffered, and my resolve that this time there shall be no turning back from the gates of Gaza." The grim, bearded face was so close now that I could see my reflection in his eyes, which is a sight nearer to John Brown than you'd want to get. "Can you show me how best this great thing can be done?" It was more than I'd expected, and my heart jumped. "You mean how to take Harper's Ferry?" His lids came down like hoods. "That's a name best left unspoken just now. Tell that to the rest of North America, thinks I, in this house at least. But yes, that is the goal. When? July the 4th. What better day to found the new United States? Oh, absolutely. Less than 2 months away. I'll have to study it. I must know what force, what arms you have, what you mean to do afterwards. You see, Captain, says I soberly, given preparation, any fool can take a place. Holding it's another story, and using it, that is all determined, cried he, glowing. Then, I've a question. Ask away, my boy. Very good, says I, all business. Am I to carry out your orders without question, or will you look to me for advice? He threw his head back, frowning, and I knew I must follow up at once. I'm a man of war, Captain Brown. It's my trade. But I practice it against only one enemy, slavery. Did you know, says I, that William Wilberforce was my uncle? Oh, it don't matter. I only tell you so that you may understand the force within me. I was the one leaning forward now, going red in the face with holy zeal and just a touch of the fanatical stare. I am with you, because you are liberty's champion in America. It all rests on you whether the oppressed black people of this land are brought forth into the light or languish in bondage. You must not fail. I gave him my grim do-or-die smile. I'll not have you fail. When we strike, it must be a shore-shattering blow, not a pinprick, not a hasty foray which miscarries for want of planning, but the breach in the dike through which the flood of freedom will surge to sweep away the foul growth of slavery for ever. It's listening to folk like Crixus that does it, you know. They supply the words, and I'm the boy who can carry the tune. I was out to convince Brown that I was as scary as he was, and that if I found fault with his plans it wouldn't be from half-heartedness or lack of abolitionist frenzy. I was the seasoned professional, you understand, but with the fire in my belly. Having let him feel the heat, I collected myself again with an apologetic shrug. I beg your pardon, sir. I'm presumptuous, and to you, of all people. But you see, I must be sure of victory. Oh, not for myself, but for those thousands of poor black souls crying out for deliverance. Ringing stuff, and he took it like a man, mangling my fingers again. "We shall win that victory," cries he, "and we'll win it with your good counsel, be sure of that. Why, Moses hearkened to his Joshua, didn't he?" He chuckled and clapped me on the shoulder, saying I'd turned his hope to certainty. And now it was time for me to meet our friends, good men, one and all, bound to the cause, but not men of action, says he with a sigh. "Still we depend upon them, and it will put hard into them to see you take the oath." This, it turned out, was a rigmarole which Joe and I had to repeat before the company in the other room. A motley bourgeois crew of about a dozen, male and female. Among them were 3 of the Secret Six. Sanborn, truly enormous beard which went by the name of Stearns, and Dr. Howe, a keen-looking citizen, who had in tow the only possible female present, a spanking little redhead with a sharp eye. They were affability itself, but I guessed they were wary of me and Joe, possibly because we looked fit for spoils and stratagems. They beamed approval when Brown bade us raise our hands and swear to fight slavery with all our might, and keep secret all our transactions. But while the women clapped and murmured "Amen," I wondered if 1 or 2 of the men were altogether easy about witnessing the men of blood getting their baptism, so to speak. I played strong and silent, and Joe, of course, didn't say a word, but it didn't matter, for the purpose of the gathering was to pledge money, which apparently they'd already done, and thereafter to admire Brown to the accompaniment of coffee and sandwiches. Sanborn took the lead by reading a press report by one Artemus Ward, of a meeting which Brown had addressed in Cleveland some weeks earlier, after his triumphant return from the Missouri raid, in which he'd snatched 11 niggers and various horses. "Listen to this, will you?" cries Sanborn, adjusting his glasses. "A man of pluck is Brown. You may bet on that." Cries of "Hear, hear," and "I should say so." "He must be rising 60, and yet we believe he could lick a yard full of wildcats without taking off his coat." Laughter. "Turn him into a ring with 9 border ruffians, 4 bears, 6 Injuns, and a brace of bull-pups, and we opine that the eagles of victory would perch on his banner." Loud laughter and applause, and Sanborn cries, "He writes further that Captain Brown is refreshingly cool, and could make his jolly fortune by letting himself out as an ice-cream freezer." Delighted cries from the ladies, while Brown stood gravely regarding the carpet. "What do you say to that, Captain?" "He has one thing right," says Brown dryly. "I'm rising 60. At this they all cried, "No, no." Ward had hit it dead on, and clustered round him, filling his cup and offering sugar cookies. He took it all pretty cool, with that stern modesty that's worth any amount of brag. One shrill old sow in a lace cap said she had been told that at that same meeting Captain Brown had said that the only way to treat border ruffians was as though they were fence stakes, and whatever had he meant by that? Brown looked down at her, stroking his beard, and asked what did she suppose people did to fence stakes. "Why, they strap them, I suppose," says the beldam. "Just so, ma'am," says Brown. "You drive 'em into the ground, so that they become permanent settlers." She cried, "Oh, my," and fanned herself where the other women tittered. Sanborn said, "Yes, indeed," and the men chortled that it was the only way. One said he had much admired Captain Brown's reply to a heckler who had accused him of stealing horses and looting the property of pro-slavery people. Brown had answered that since the pro-slavers had started the war in Kansas, it was only right that they should defray its expenses. "But even better," cries a small snurp with a cowlick and glasses, "was your hit at the expense of the wiseacre who questioned your right to sell horses taken from Missouri." He beamed at Brown. "Do tell the company, Captain, what you retorted." He nudged his female companion. "Listen, Sally, 'twas the neatest thing." "Why," says J.B., very serious, "I believe I told him they were not Missouri horses, but abolitionist horses, since I had converted them. This had them in fits, while I watched with approval, for I knew this game of old, having played it myself 100 times in the days when I was being hero-worshipped. It's almost a ritual. They flatter you by praising your words or actions, and you play it easy and modest, but just giving a hint every now and then, in a humorous way, what a desperate fellow you are, because that's what they love above all. We had a prime example of it that night, when a young fellow came in with the news that one Governor Stewart was expected in Boston soon, at which there was a sensation, for this Stewart was the man who'd put a price of $3,000 on Brown's head in Missouri. The women squealed and the men looked anxious. Brown, standing by the fireplace, asked the young chap, whose name was Anderson, if it was Stewart's intention to set the U.S. Marshal after him, and were the reward posters up in Boston. "You bet, Captain," says Anderson, who was a jaunty bantam. But I reckon you may stay under 'em, and the marshal won't trouble you." "Indeed, he better not," cries Hal. "Massachusetts won't stand for any Missouri warrants being served here." "I think Massachusetts need feel no alarm," says Brown. "There were posters in Cleveland, and I stood under those, and made myself conspicuous outside the marshal's office down the street, but he chose to ignore my presence. I can't think why." He was resting an arm on the mantelpiece, and now he turned so that his coat fell open, to reveal an enormous coat strapped to his hip. "I guess it was just civility on his part, in case I'd feel embarrassed." There was a great whoop of laughter, and arch glances at the pistol, while they nudged each other and agreed that it would have been real embarrassing for the marshal, ha-ha. The old biddy in the lace cap said it was monstrous that Southern reward posters should be permitted in a northern city, and what would happen if the marshal and his government hounds should try to arrest Captain Brown? Why, they might have the gall to try it in one of our very own houses. "If they do, ma'am," says Brown, "we shall bar the door against them. I should hate to spoil your carpet." That seemed to set them in the mood for a few bloodthirsty hymns, with Sanborn thrashing the harmonium. One was about a small, weak band going forth to conquer, strong in their captain's strength, which was sung with approving smiles in our direction, and a scrawny female had the impudence to press my hand in encouragement. If she'd been worth it, I'd have arranged a prayer meeting with her later, for there's nothing like religious fervour to put 'em in trim, you know. I gave her my brave, wistful smile instead, and devoted my energies to "Who Would True Valour See?", which concluded the soiree, with Brown in great voice, eyes shining and beard at the charge, as he roared defiance at the hobgoblins and foul fiends. When the guests had gone, Sanborn gave us a slap-up supper in his kitchen, during which Brown made a point of engaging Joe in talk, plainly to make him feel at home, and an equal member of the band, which was ironic in its way, since Joe was a sight better educated than Brown, or, as it turned out, any of his other followers. He took care not to show it, though, which wasn't difficult, since Brown prosed on at length, telling him that when they'd been in Chicago and a hotel had refused to take the colored people who were along with him, Brown and his gang had trooped out en masse and hadn't rested until they'd found a place where there was no color bar. It amused me to see Joe trying to look impressed by this earnest recital, but I didn't overhear much more, for young Anderson, who was seated next to me, had that curious American compulsion to tell you his life story, as well as his views on everything under the sun. He was an engaging lad, fresh-faced and full of beans, with a colt in his armpit and that restless eye that you develop from years of learning not to sit down with your back to the door. He called me Josh right away, told me he was Jerry, that he'd fought on the canvas frontier as lieutenant of an irregular troop of free soilers, skirmished with the U.S. cavalry, been jailed by pro-slavers, ridden on the recent Missouri raid, and thought Brown was the next best thing to God. He was one of your true blue hell-fire abolitionists, and itching to prove it. "It's this way, Josh," confides he solemnly. "I reckon this fight is more mine than most folks, 'cause my family held slaves once, till my daddy came up north, so I figure I have to wipe the slate clean, don't you see? Maybe you can't understand that being Canadian, oh sure," grins he, winking, "I guess that's straight off from your accent, but I feel it in my heart, don't you know? I just wish I could make everyone feel that way. Why, those poor black folk are crying out for help down yonder, but does anybody listen? Oh, I know there's lots of good people, like we seen tonight, who'd wish slavery away tomorrow, and they talk and attend meetings and take up collections, but they don't do anything." He had dropped his voice so that Sanborn didn't hear. Now he gritted his teeth. "Well, there's a few of us ready to do and dare, People like you and me, and we'll be enough, you'll see. Yes, sir. When Captain Brown gives the word, we'll shake this land of liberty and equality clear to its center. I hope the rest of the gang are your sort, my son, thinks I, young and full of ideals and without a brain among you when it comes to sober planning. The last thing I wanted was older and wiser heads competing with me for Brown's ear. Fortunately, the old man seemed to have taken to me. He wrung my hand fiercely at parting. He and Jerry were staying at a hotel in Concord, but Joe and I were to bed down in Sanborn's attic, and assured me that as soon as he'd finished his work in Boston, the two of us would start to plan the campaign, as he called it. Joe pricked up his ears at that, and as soon as he and I were alone under the eaves, where mattresses had been provided, he rounded on me. "What did Brown say to you before, when you was alone?" "Well, Joe, I don't know that that's any of your concern," says I, just to provoke him. But before he could do more than glare, I went on, "If you must know, he wants to be in Harper's Ferry by the 4th of July. There now. Does that satisfy you?" He came swiftly, stooping under the beams, and squatted down by me, whispering, "4th July. You reckon the other know? Them as was here tonight?" "I doubt it. I don't think they want to know." He nodded. He was quite smart enough to guess that Sanborn and his friends were scared of the whole business. "He say how many men he's got? How he's gonna do it?" "No. He's waiting for me to show him. That's bound to take time, and I don't know how long it will take to assemble his men, or how many he can count on, or what arms he's got, or what money. I don't know if he can be ready in just 2 months. Listen." His ugly black face was thrust into mine, whispering furiously, "You better see he's ready, you hear me, and you—" "Now you listen," I hissed as loud as I dared, giving him back glare for glare. "The sooner we have this straight, the better. I'm being paid $5,000 to see that this damned farmer takes Harper's Ferry, and no blundering black fool is going to queer my pitch. I know how to do it. You don't. If it takes me all summer to make it sure, that's my affair. I'm his lieutenant, not you, and the farther you stay clear of me, the safer we'll both be. Do you think you can prowl at my elbow, looking like my bloody keeper? Do you want to make 'em suspicious of us?" I sat back, sneering. "How long do you think we'd last if they guessed you were a Ku Klux spy? Why, we—" Before I knew it, I was staring into the muzzle of a cocked revolver, his eyes rolling with rage behind it. "The day they guess that, Mr. Comer," hisses he, "you gone. In case you think you can get up to any shines with me, just remember I ain't the only one watching you. So now—" I forced myself to look unmoved down his barrel, with my bowels doing the polka. By God, he was a quick hand with a barker. And then, to fetch an elaborate sigh as I stretched out on my mattress, "You're a fool, Joe. You don't understand me at all, do you? Why, if I'd wanted to split on you, I could have done it when I was alone with Brown, couldn't I? But I didn't, because I've got 5,000 good reasons, and when I make a deal, I keep to it. Now go to sleep. And in the morning, do try to remember that you're not my watchdog, but a grateful darky abolitionist who's fairly sweating to set his brethren free. Give him a chorus of Doo-Dah Day, why don't you?" He stood looming over me for a long moment, then stirred his hand, and the pistol had vanished. He turned on his heel and went without a word to his mattress, but not to sleep with a tranquil mind, as I became aware in the small hours when I woke, discovered that there wasn't a piss-pot to be had, descended the attic ladder to a window where I relieved myself into the night, and turned to find him within a yard of me, pistol in hand, and glowering as though he'd just escaped from Sinbad's bottle. Gave me a horrid scare, but I got my own back by offering to hold the pistol and keep a lookout while he took his turn at blighting Sanborn's geraniums. He wouldn't, though, and when I dropped off to sleep again, I guessed he was still brooding watchfully, wondering what to make of me, no doubt. In fact, I didn't sleep that long. There was too much to think about, and this was the first real leisure I'd had to do it. Brown was an odd case. I'd expected a brimstone-breathing fanatic, and instead I'd met a steady, pretty decent, but plainly determined old man with an admirable gift for modest showing off. There was no doubt that he was fixed in his resolve. He'd invade Virginia if it was the last thing he did, which it probably would be, if he ever got round to it. But that was out of the question, for the simplest of reasons. He didn't have the brains for it. He was a slow thinker, if ever I saw one, and a dreamer. Meservey was right. I doubted if he could have directed a nursery tea. Rampaging into Missouri and grabbing the first niggers and horses he saw was his mark, but planning a military raid, no. I couldn't credit it. That aside, where were his men? Scattered, visiting supporters, raising funds, working at odd jobs, or just loafing, from what Anderson had told me. And I've heard about money and weapons. Well, I'd believe them when I saw them. As I lay there, staring up at Sambourne's skylight, my thoughts kept jumping between hope and dread. One moment I felt my confidence growing that I could keep Brown busy, planning and dreaming and getting nowhere, for as long as need be, and then doubts would creep in, and I'd have to tell myself fiercely that I was in the business now and no turning back. I'd been a helpless cork, borne on the tide until my meeting with Seward. Then I'd had a plain choice, and made it, and while it had landed me in this ridiculous galley, it had been the right one, and it was too late to run now anyway, with this black gunslick watching my every move. I was too hot and clammy to go back to sleep now. It's wonderful how fears can sprout in the dark when you're as naturally windy as I am. As I writhed fretfully on the lumpy mattress, it struck me as damned sinister that Messervy hadn't arranged some means whereby I could get a message to him. Why, I could have let him know that Harper's Ferry was the certain target, and he could have had the Marines deployed around the place, and a word of that would surely have reached Brown and caused him to give up the business altogether. My God! Was it possible that Messervy and his superiors, whoever they were, absolutely wanted Brown to raid the ferry, for some ghastly political reason which I didn't understand? Never! In that case, why the hell were they employing me to stop him? Well, Flashy, you fool, to kill him, for taking 6 bits off that infant. For it was plain as print that Lincoln and Palmerston were in the thing too, and it was all a devilish plot to make the Queen withhold my knighthood, as she certainly would do once Seward had told Prince Albert that I'd pissed in Charity Springs' flower-bed. At which point I awoke with a wordless cry, lathered in cold sweat, to discover that it was growing light, and that I was in bursting need of another visit to the window below. So I rolled out, cursing, and clambered miserably down the ladder again, and blow me if Simmons didn't follow me every step of the way. There's a photograph, which may still be kicking about somewhere, showing John Brown enthroned in an armchair, with Joe seated scowling alongside him, while Jerry Anderson and your correspondent stand behind, wearing expressions of ruptured nobility, each of us resting a comradely hand on Joe's shoulders, although, as Jerry observed from the look on Joe's face, you would think we were trying to hold him down. The reason for the picture was that Brown wanted a new hat, and in those days daguerreotypers used to dispense free headgear to their sitters, with a miniature copy of the plate attached to the inside lining. The hat was rubbish, but Brown reckoned it was a saving. He had no more money sense than my beloved Elspeth, and was always short, and it's my belief that we only had our likenesses took so that he could sit there looking like Elijah with his faithful followers about him, the darky being given the other chair to show that all men are equal in the sight of God and daguerreotypers. It was posed in New York in that strange month of May, 1859, which I still look back on with wonder. I'd been harried halfway round the world through the strangest series of chances, and now, after one of the most topsy-turvy weeks of my life, I found myself loafing about in the wake of an eccentric revolutionary with nothing to do but wait to see what might happen next. Most odd, and my recollection of it is fairly incoherent, with 1 or 2 episodes standing out in relief. This time, you see, was the last tranquil twilight in the remarkable career of John Brown of Osawatomie, when he was saying his farewells to his Eastern friends, scrounging his final subscriptions, and preparing for the great day which probably he alone believed was coming at last. It was a sort of royal progress in which he addressed meetings, shook hands with legions of admirers, and stoked up the support which he hoped would burst into a great northern crusade once he'd lit the fire in Dixie. It took us from Boston to New York and various places around, and since I decided that my own eventual profit and present safety would be best served by going along quietly, I used the time to study the man and take the measure of his prospects. An encouraging sign was that his health was none too good. He complained of what he called ague, and I had hopes that he'd be in no shape to start a war that summer. But he was a tough old bird and wouldn't pamper himself. He was a great one for Spartan living, and at one place we stayed, the maid of the house found him at daybreak fast asleep on the front steps. She made the mistake of shaking him and found a colt presented at her head. Even up here, surrounded by a friendly population, he never went unarmed, usually with Jerry as bodyguard, an office which gradually passed to me, For Jerry dressed like an out-of-work scarecrow and didn't fit too well in the Boston hotels or the halls where J.B. harangued the faithful. Messervy was proved right. He wasn't a good speaker, but he had a presence, and the mere sight of the Covenanter figurehead with its flashing eyes and rasping voice was enough to set them stamping and rummaging in their purses. His message was plain. Talk was futile. It was time for action, and sure enough, some oratorical gesture would give them a glimpse of the gun butt under his coat. Once or twice he waxed philosophical and came adrift. I remember him pouring scorn on those who felt that their strength lay in the greatness of their wrongs, and so neglected action. His point was that the Negro had the greatest wrongs of all, and a fat lot of strength that gave him. You could see the folk wondering what he was talking about and fidgeting, but when he came out thundering that whoever took up arms to defend slavery had a perfect right to be shot, they raised the roof. Ringing phrases about striking off the shackles and troubling Israel and hell being stirred from beneath were received with wild applause. But what moved them to wrath and tears, aye, and excitement, were his accounts of blood and battle in Kansas, and his promise of more to come. It was after one of these addresses, when they were crowding round to bless him and shake his hand, that I heard someone say that his speech had been like that of Cromwell compared to an ordinary king. That delighted him. Cromwell was one of his heroes, and people were forever likening him to the old warthog. When he wasn't speechifying or paying calls, he was writing letters to all and sundry. One I remember him composing at the U.S. Hotel in Boston, reading it aloud with particular care because it was to his 5-year-old daughter. I looked it up in his biography the other day, hoping to edify my own grandlings, who need all the morality they can get. It will give you some notion of his style. My dear daughter Ellen, I will send you a short letter. I want very much to have you grow good every day, to have you learn to mind your mother very quick, and sit very still at the table, and to mind what all older persons say to you that is right. I hope to see you soon again, and if I should bring some little thing that will please you, it would not be very strange. I want you to be uncommon good-natured. God bless you, my child. Your affectionate father, John Brown. Couldn't punctuate worth a damn, you see, and used to say he knew no more of grammar than the farmer's calves. But there ain't a man of letters in my time who could have put it better. My grand-brats received it in polite silence, and then John said, "Well, what was she to do when an older person said something wrong?" Jemima asked if Ellen was pretty. Alice wanted to know what the promised little thing was, and Augustus belched. God help Miss Prentice, I say. The rest of his time he spent in talk, and since I was a new listener, I had to endure a good deal of his prosing in those first weeks. Silly, cracker-barrel stuff mostly, although he had a curious store of half-learned knowledge. Bunyan was a favourite, and he was well up on Napoleon and Caesar and assorted military history. He was thirsty for anything that might be of use in fighting slavery, but had no time for soldiers or soldiering, and had gone to all lengths to avoid service in his youth, the notion of drilling and training to kill being anathema, until the abolitionist bug had bitten and he'd found an enemy to hate. And when he got on to the subject of his first encounters with slavery, look out. A change would come over him, and from talking in his usual opinionated style, he would go into a sort of brooding study, staring ahead and growling as though a steam kettle was coming to the boil inside him. It was an unnerving sight, I can tell you, and I shan't forget the first time I saw it. One evening we were seated alone on some front porch or other. "I was 12 years old," says he, gritting his teeth, "and had drove some cattle a long way to the house of a gentleman with whom I had to stay for a spell. He was a good man, kindly, and feared God, and made a great pet of me and showed me off to his folks, saying what a smart, brave little chap I was to come 100 miles alone. Well, that was fine, but you know, he had a young black slave boy, just my age and bright as a brass button, and I tell you, the way he treated that child would have broke your heart. Oh, it was the best victuals for me, and a seat at table nearest the fire, but for that little colored lad, Why, he barely fed him but scraps and beat him like a dog, with a stick or a shovel or any old thing at hand. He didn't have pity on him at all." He choked on that, and sat with his great hands working on his knees. When he turned on me, there were tears in the blazing eyes, and his voice was hoarse as though he were on the brink of a seizure. That was the moment when I first understood how the man who wrote that letter to his daughter could also be the man who'd massacred the pro-slavers at Potawatomi. He was a man possessed. No other word for it. "I didn't see how God could let such things be," cries he, "or could put such fell cruelty into the heart of that good, kindly man. Why, he was a U.S. Marshal, yes, he was. He heard my prayers at night and gave me a spinning top, the first I ever had. I asked him if God was my father, wasn't he father to the little black boy too, and he told me not to trouble my head about such things. Not to trouble!" It wasn't canny. Those eyes and the huge hawk nose and heaving beard, all directed at me as though I was the bloody U.S. Marshal. He seemed to be inviting comment, but all I could think to say was that it was pretty rotten, and had the fellow been tight, perhaps. He didn't seem to hear me, luckily, so I let it be, and after a while he sighed and launched into a tale about a runaway nigger whom he'd hidden from the slave-catchers a few years later. The darky had crawled into a wood, and when the alarm was over he'd gone to look for him. "Can you guess how I found him?" says he, and the fit seemed to have passed, for while he gripped my arm in his talons he spoke quite calmly. "He was lying deep in the bushes, in terror of his life, and I located him by the sound of his heart beating. Yes, and it's a sound that has stayed in my ears these many years, that awful drumming of a human heart in agony and fear. Well, I didn't believe it for a minute. If a beating heart could give you away when you're cowering in cover, I'd have been dead meat before I was 20. But I said that was an astonishing thing. The poor chap must have been in a dreadful funk, but he'd got over it, had he? I vowed at that moment that I would never rest until the last slave had been set free," says he solemnly. I said, "Hear, hear," and he asked me what had been my moment of revelation. Since I hadn't had one, I had to choose at random, and said it had been when I'd first watched blacks being packed aboard on the Dahomey coast, bucks to starboard, wenches to port, with the shapeliest females nearest the hatches for convenience, but I didn't mention that. He shook his head and murmured something about the waters of Babylon, but a moment later he was telling me about a dinner to which he'd been bidden the next night, and would I care to accompany him, and when he bade me good night he was absolutely cheerful again. It left me quite shaken, though. For a moment he'd looked as though he was ready to foam at the mouth, and I concluded that if he wasn't balmy, as Messervy claimed, there was still a screw loose somewhere. Mostly, though, he was as calm and measured as you could wish, going about his business of paying calls and spouting claptrap, writing letters, gassing to Joe and Jerry and me, but never a word of substance about the great stroke we were meant to be preparing, no talk of planning or gathering men and arms, or any of the work that should have been going ahead. Of one thing I became surer by the day: if he was bent on taking Harper's Ferry, it wouldn't be by the 4th of July. Reflecting on that, it seemed a pity that I'd no way of conveying the glad news to Messervy. And then, by a sheer fluke, I was presented with the perfect opportunity. I mentioned a moment ago a dinner to which J.B. had invited me. It was at one of the big Boston hotels, full of quality and local bigwigs, and the two of us were guests of Dr. Howe. We'd barely stepped into the lobby when he cried to J.B. that here was someone we must meet, and who should it be but the podgy senator who tried to dragoon me into this business in the first place, and whom I'd last seen outside Seward's cabin. We bore up short at the sight of each other, but he kept his countenance, paying me no heed beyond the usual courtesies of presentation, and fixing on J.B., who seemed to know who he was, but took no joy of the knowledge, for he drew himself up tall, looked down his nose, and says, pretty cool, "I have heard, Senator, that you don't approve of my course of action." I could have told him that our fat friend wasn't the sort to take any damn-you-me-lad airs. He stuck out his jowls and came straight back. "If you refer to your recent rash foray into Missouri, no, sir, I do not." J.B.'s beard went up a couple of notches. "Indeed, sir. My friends tell me also that you have spoken in condemnation of it." "That I have," snaps the senator. "I regard every illegal act as doing very great injury to the anti-slavery cause." "Freeing slaves injures the cause. Is that so?" growls J.B., and the senator started to swell and go crimson. "Let me tell you, sir," says he, "it was an imprudence that might have cost countless lives. There was a time, sir, not long ago, when such a thing might have led to the invasion of Kansas by a great number of excited people, sir." J.B. made a rumbling noise. His hand twitched at his coat, and for an awful second I thought he was going for his gun. But he just hooked his thumbs into his waistcoat. "Well, I think differently, sir," says he. "I acted right, and it will have a good influence, you'll see. Good night to you, Senator." "Good night to you, Mr. John Brown," cries the senator, and they bowed and stalked off opposite ways, leaving me wondering how I might seize this unexpected chance. I daren't go after the senator, but within 10 seconds I was in the deserted lavatory, scribbling frantically. "Tell Meservey, Harper's Ferry, for certain, July 4. I daren't go out for a waiter, not knowing who might be spying on me. So I sent the black attendant to fetch one. He brought another darky in a liveried coat, on whom I pressed the note, telling him to deliver it to the fat, ugly senator with the yellow flower in his buttonhole, and he cried, "Sure enough, sir," and bowled off, chortling. But whether the note ever reached the senator I never found out. If it did, he must have ignored it, or else Meservey did, and you may make of that what you will. Anyway, I'd done my best. It was in early June that I started to earn my corn as a military adviser, when J.P. took me into Connecticut to see the pikes which he'd commissioned 2 years earlier. He was full of misunderstood nonsense about Swiss infantry and Greek phalanxes and Scottish schiltroons, and plainly had visions of niggers forming squares to repulse cavalry charges. I couldn't believe my eyes when the blacksmiths hauled out half a dozen, which he'd got up as samples, amazing instruments 6 feet long, with bowie blades clamped to their ends, but asked my opinion. I said they were capital weapons. The more money J.B. spent on trash, the less he'd have for serious equipment. He ordered 1,000 on the spot, and the smith said admiringly that he hadn't realized that Richard the Lionheart was operating in Kansas, but 1,000 would cost $450, and he couldn't deliver until August. Farewell, July the 4th, thinks I. This is splendid. J.B. was well pleased, though. You could see he was itching to fight Bannockburn o'er again in the Blue Ridge Mountains. A few days after this, we said adieu to New England, J.B. going north to visit his family, while Jerry, Joe, and I were packed off to Ohio to join 2 of his sons who were supposed to be recruiting in that state. They were the first of his celebrated brood that I'd met, and I found them vastly reassuring. Owen Brown, J.B.'s right-hand man, was big, tough, genial, and fat-headed, and John Jr., the oldest son, was a poor critter in low spirits, plainly bound for Bedlam. Like all the Brown boys, they were strapping, fine-looking fellows, but you'd not have trusted either of them to light the fire. Owen would have made a fairish corporal, given no work more taxing than lifting heavy weights and advancing into the cannon's mouth, but Junior had always been slightly wanting, Jerry told me, and the Kansas fighting had sent him off the rails altogether. He'd never got over his father's butchery at Potawatomi, and soon after had fallen into the hands of border ruffians who had chained him and flogged him 60 miles over hard going, which had reduced him to raving idiocy. He was better now, Jerry opined, but J.B. would never have him in the field again, so he'd been made quartermaster and chief of recruiting, at which he was making no headway at all. If these 2 are a fair sample, thinks I, we'll have a quiet summer of it, but there was a third man in Ohio, whom I didn't meet until J.B. returned from up north, and as soon as I shook his hand and met his eye, I scented 2 qualities we could have done without: brains and bravery. He was a Switzer, though American-born, named Kaji, and he was to prove to be the only man in Brown's conspiracy who knew what he was about. He was in his middle 20s, dapper, sharp, well-read and keen, and if there had been half a dozen like him, well, American history books might have a chapter today about the great Virginia slave uprising. He'd been a teacher and had fought in Kansas, where he'd distinguished himself by shooting a judge, who in turn had put 3 slugs into Kaji, which gives you some notion of what life at the American bar was like in those days. "My Gideon," says J.B. in high good humour, putting one hand on Kaji's shoulder and the other on mine, "and my Joshua, Who together shall be a scourge of Midian, yea, and of Canaan. And from Kaji's quick, cool smile, I knew that this smart, clean-shaven youngster, who was styled Secretary for War, by the way, was itching to steer his chief into action. He lost no time in drawing me aside and showing me a map of Harper's Ferry, hand-drawn, but far better than Mercervi's, and asking if I had formed any plan for taking it, and for the campaign that must follow. I said J.B. hadn't asked for one yet, but as I understood it, taking the place was the least of it. "You're right," says he briskly, and tapped the map. "See here. Armory, rifle works, arsenal, all within a half-mile. No troops on guard, only watchmen. I know the place well. 'Twill be as easy as pie." "Given the men, the arms, and secrecy," says I, and decided to impress him. "Then strip the arsenal and armory, have wagons and mules to carry the stuff to a pre-arranged rendezvous in the hills, food, bedding, clothes, and boots for the slaves when they come in, dispatch scouts to watch for the nearest militia companies and bring word of their movements, cut the wires, blow the railroads." I paused for breath. "But that, of course, is just for a beginning." I'd expected his face to fall, but he was beaming. "Thank God," cries he, "a man who knows his business." "If I didn't, I wouldn't be here," says I, the grim professional. Then I grinned to show him I was human. "See here, though. John Henry, isn't it? Aye, well, answer me this, John. These slaves J.B. is counting on to run away and join us, how many? How soon? How does he intend to bring 'em into us? We're going to need 'em quick, but they mustn't know too soon that we're coming, or the whole South will know it too. Then they'll have to be fed, clothed, armed, and trained. I can plan for all of that, given the assurance of men and equipment. But getting 'em moving in the first place, that's the key to this whole affair, my boy. That's where we stand or fall." Do you know, it was only while I was talking that the sheer lunatic impossibility of the whole ridiculous business rose up and hit me a facer for the first time. You see, until now I hadn't thought beyond J.B.'s intended capture of Harper's Ferry. Why should I, when I didn't believe it would ever happen? But now, in showing off for this bright spark, I found myself considering the sequel, a slave uprising followed by a guerrilla campaign, and when I did, I wanted to burst out laughing. To put it plainly, J.B. was hoping that thousands of slaves would rise up spontaneously, which seemed unlikely, and suppose they did, how in God's name did he hope to feed, clothe, equip, house, doctor, and train the poor buggers, probably the worst raw material on earth, to fight the American army? J.B., of course, had the answer. The Lord would provide. Kaji, being blessed with common sense, could see that the Lord would need considerable help, but being an optimistic disciple of J.B. and no soldier, he probably hoped that all would come right on the night. After all, this brilliant fellow, Comer, was taking the thing seriously, so it must be feasible. I knew it wasn't, not for the Duke himself, let alone these rustic dung-slingers. But it wasn't for me to say so. My task must be to let the impossibles appear, slowly but surely, until Kaji saw the thing was hopeless. It would take time and delicate handling, but from the respect that J.P. showed him, I realized that he was the one to convince. If Kaji cried quits, that would be the end of it. I found myself revising my view of him. Far from being a dangerous nuisance, he should be a godsend who unwittingly would help me to kill J.B.'s plan stone dead. I didn't know then how reckless a canny Swiss can be when he hears the bugles. To my question about stirring up the slaves, he frowned and said we had a man in Harper's Ferry already who was looking into it. I asked him about arms, and he showed me the cases of carbines which the Brown brothers had hidden in a warehouse under a pile of coffins. They were good weapons, but I doubted whether there would ever be men to use them. Junior was in despair because the fellows who'd been ready to march the year before weren't turning up as expected. Left to him, the whole scheme would have been abandoned, but he daren't say so for fear of the old man, and when Kaji reminded him that there were hosts of free niggers up in Canada just waiting to answer the call, he pretended to perk up, saying he'd see to them when he'd collected all the weapons and shipped them down closer to the border. It was the unlikeliest beginning to a desperate venture that I can remember in a lifetime of lost causes. I think of doddering old Elfie Bay before the Kabul retreat, changing his mind by the minute. Custer, twitching and unshaven in his tent on the Rosebud, determined to have his way. Raglan, imperturbable in his refusal to admit that he didn't know what the devil he was doing. Wheeler, grey with fatigue and old age, tying his breeches up with string as he prepared to surrender at Cawnpore. Each going to hell in his own way, torn between hope and despair, but at least they understood warfare and had good advisers about them. J.B. didn't have the understanding or the men, and for all his iron purpose he was no James Brooke or Fred Ward or Charlie Gordon. I have a memory of a room somewhere in Akron or Youngstown, perhaps, with J.B. haranguing us about how well things were going, what with arms to hand, money in the bank, everyone back east cheering us on, and God letting the light of his own countenance shine on our enterprise, and Owen Brown, bearded and massive, hanging on Pa's every word, Junior looking glum and running his hand through his hair, young Oliver Brown, who had joined us, staring before him in his dreamy, soulful way, Cargy twitching with impatience, Jerry Anderson yawning and picking threads from his ragged sleeve, Black Joe watching J.B. with an intent, puzzled scowl that I couldn't read. All told, it was a damned uninspiring sight, and I found myself wondering what Guy Fawkes and the boys must have looked like on November the 4th. When J.B. wasn't lecturing us about troubling Israel and letting the foxes loose in the Philistine corn, he was on the go in the towns around the Ohio-Pennsylvania line, which was strong abolitionist country, assuring the people that the dawn was nigh, and he was girding his loins to invade Virginia. He made no secret of that, although I don't recall that he mentioned the ferry by name, and he certainly glossed over the fact that his great slave insurrection would be, in effect, a rebellion against the USA and its Constitution. If the good folk who cheered and pressed round to shake his hand and sent Jenny scurrying home to fetch the $10 in the cookie jar for the good cause had realized that he was ready to shoot the stars and stripes to ribbons, I reckon they'd have thought twice. All this aimless jaunting about the country was fine by me. It wasn't the grand tour, what with passable food, middling accommodation, and no hope of vicious amusement, but I tolerated it in the knowledge that I'd be homeward bound presently, having earned the gratitude of next President Seward and the approval of Her Majesty. In the meantime, I conferred endlessly with J.B. and Cargy, listening straight-faced to the old idiot's fierce enthusiasms, conscious that Cargy was watching to see how I took them, and I had to be on my guard not to approve anything too half-witted. For example, J.B. had a great bee in his bonnet about building forts in the hills from which his vast army of liberated darkies would sally forth like Boer commandos. I didn't remark that such forts would have taken a battalion of sappers weeks to build. Give me the men and I'll do it, was my line. But when he said the forts must have underground tunnels of communication between them, I had to point out that liberated slaves might not take too kindly to hacking their way through several hundred feet of granite. And anyway, there wouldn't be time to spare from their military training, God forgive me. J.B. glowered like a spoilt child, for Cargy backed me up, and our discussion was pretty strained until he got his way on another ridiculous point, the establishment of a school in the hills for pickaninnies. Then he was happy again. We had 4 or 5 of these staff meetings as we travelled about, and while I took care to hide my disgust, I could see Cargy's frown deepening by the day. J.B. talked interminably and vaguely, as though he didn't know what to do next. There was no sign of more recruits, and I'd made it plain that our operations must depend on numbers, black or white. I acted as though I expected them to roll up in troops at any time, but meanwhile I said privately to Cargy I could only plan in theory and wait for J.B. to give his orders. It was after the last of these talks, at a place called Chambersburg, that Cargy asked me to come for a walk. It was a lovely summer afternoon, and we strolled along the dusty road out of town, with Joe, I noticed to my amusement, dogging us at a distance. Cargy sat down under a finger-post and asked me straight out, "Joshua, can we do this thing?" Time to start sowing the good seed. So I answered right back. Take the ferry? Given the men, certainly. Fight a campaign in the hills, if the blacks rise in sufficient numbers. I shrugged. Sure, if they rise, says he, and started pulling petals off a flower. Oh, truth to tell, there ain't all that many blacks around the ferry, and they ain't like the plantation niggers down south. They're farmhands mostly, and house slaves. Not much cotton thereaway, you see, and pretty much part of their masters' families. I don't know whether they'll want to rise. He pitched the flower away irritably. Maybe after the harvest. That's when they're at their orneriest, and the suicides happen. Suicides, for heaven's sake? Yes, sir. See, when the harvest's in, that's when they're liable to be sold. South, maybe, with cotton-picking time coming on. So families are parted and they get depressed and mean. But that's not till fall. He kicked absently at the dust. I wish J.B. would make up his mind. Hasn't he? Oh, sure, I guess so. I ought to know him by now, I suppose. How he talks and moons around, and then bang, he's raiding Missouri. It'll be the same this time, when the Canadian blacks come in and the other fellows who've promised. He turned his clever, troubled face to me, hoping to be reassured. I just hate waiting. And I wondered what you thought, do you see? It was no time to cheer him up, so I brooded a bit and said the 5 most depressing words in the language. We are in God's hands. But so he'd never be able to say I'd discouraged him, I added sternly, with a hand on his arm, Never forget, John, that 'tis not the beginning, but the continuing until it be thoroughly finished, that yieldeth the true glory. And 6 feet of cemetery as often as not. Arnold had made me write it out 1,000 times for loafing in a pot-house when I should have been chasing cross-country at hare and hounds. Kaji said it was a fine sentiment, and he'd remember it. As we rose to walk back, I chanced to look up at the signpost, and he followed my glance and said it was a pretty place, but quite a piece down the road and much too far to walk. The name stayed in my mind, for no reason, as such things sometimes do. Gettysburg. I should have jumped the train the moment the conductor took Joe's ticket, glowered suspiciously, and asked him to account for himself. Better still, I should never have boarded the train at all, and might not have done if I hadn't mislaid my map. I'd bought it in Boston to keep track of our random jauntings back and forth, and had traced our progress from New England to Ohio most satisfactorily. But after I lost it in Pittsburgh, I think, why, like a careless ass, I was content to roll along in happy ignorance of where we were. At Chambersburg I knew we were in Pennsylvania, which was fine, and when J.B. said we were going to Hagerstown, I never thought twice. I'd never heard of the place, and had no notion where it lay. There were 6 of us on the train, J.B., his sons Owen and Oliver, Jerry Anderson, myself, and Joe. Kaji had gone off north somewhere, and John Jr. had been left brooding in Ohio. It was a baking hot journey, with the sun turning the car into an oven, and even playing cards was too much of a fag. J.B. prowled up and down, accosting strangers to hector them. Owen was snoring like the great ox he was. Jerry was trying to get off with a girl across the aisle, and Oliver was boring me to blazes. He was the baby of the Brown family, a stalwart young Adonis of 20, shy and given to books, but a chance remark had brought him out of his shell to tell me about his wife, Martha, who was up north, and, by his account, was a cross between Portia and Helen of Troy. I was dozing off when the conductor's harsh question roused me. "What's your name, boy?" And I saw he was regarding Joe with a mistrustful eye. Joe told him. "Joe Simmons, eh? And just where are you from, Joe?" J.B. was on the scene at once, beard bristling. "Some trouble, Mr. Conductor?" "You know this nigger?" says the conductor. "I know this free-coloured man," says J.B. sternly. "He is in my employ." In his travelling duds, with their frayed sleeves and air of having been slept in, he didn't look like an employer, and the conductor sniffed. "He is he? And who might you be, mister?" "My name is Isaac Smith," says J.B. "This is my servant, and these," he indicated the rest of us, "are my sons, Owen, Oliver, Joshua, and Jeremiah." Well, if he chose to adopt me, I didn't mind. "Mrs. Smith is not travelling with us," he added, with fine, ponderous sarcasm, "or I'd be kindly proud to present her to you, too." The conductor blinked uncertainly. J.B. tended to have that effect on folk, and the 4 of us were sufficiently large and ugly to daunt the stoutest ticket-walloper. "No offence, Mr. Smith," says he hastily, "only there's been a couple of runaways from Frederick lately, and me seeing your boy here, well, I thought maybe—" "That he might be one of them. Taking the train south?" says J.B., mighty droll. The conductor scratched his head and laughed apologetically, and said, come to think of it, that wasn't likely, was it? Ha ha. J.B. said no, it wasn't, and if the conductor was now satisfied that we weren't slave-stealers going in the wrong direction, perhaps he'd care to go about his business. The fellow cried, "Sure, certainly, no offence, mister," and went off like a scared rabbit, with J.B. glaring after him. I asked Oliver what the row was about, and he looked grim, and said that was Dixie for you, all over. "Dixie?" "Sure. We crossed the line into Maryland a while back, didn't you know? If they're looking for runaway slaves, why, they think they can stop and question any black man they like." That gave me a start. I'd assumed, you see, that my charade with J.B. would be played out in the nice, safe, abolitionist North, and here we were in the slave South, and I'd never known it, Not that there had ever been warrants out for me in Maryland, and we were still a long way from the scene of my exploits of 10 years ago, but it was enough to start me sweating, and I took the first chance that came to ask J.B., casual-like, what there was to interest us in Hagerstown. His reply, in a confidential undertone, but with an alarming glint in his eye, didn't quiet my fears a bit. "You smell the battle afar off, Joshua." He glanced round to make sure he wasn't overheard. "Have patience, my boy. The time is drawing nigh when we'll be done with talk and waiting at the doors of timid men. Yes, sir, we're approaching the scene of the great war from which there'll be no discharge. We're going to spy out the land," says he, with a grin that froze my marrow. "What did Moses say to his Joshua, eh? Get you up this way southward, and get you up into the mountain, and see the land what it is, and the people that dwelleth therein, whether they be strong or weak, few or many." And Joshua and his 11 spies did just that, remember. I didn't, in fact. The only thing I recollected about Joshua and spying was 2 chaps being sent to a harlot's house. But this was appalling news I was hearing. I asked him what he meant. "Why, we'll live up a day or 2 at Hagerstown," says he, "and then it's just a few miles down the river to where we want to be at." "Where's that?" says I, trying not to croak. "Why, Harper's Ferry, to be sure. We'll take a good look at the country along the way, and—" "What's that?" "Restrain your language, sir, and keep your voice down." He was glaring disapproval and darting nervous glances at the nearest passengers. "There's no call for excitement," he whispered angrily, "or that kind of foul navy talk. I won't have it." Then he patted my knee, like a forgiving uncle. "I know you're eager. I've watched you chafing these past weeks, and I promise you won't have to wait much longer. Once we've seen how the land lies, we're going to find ourselves a nice out-of-the-way place between Hagerstown and the ferry, and there we'll make our final plans. And when the men have come in and the arms—" He sat back, nodding his great bearded head, eyes gleaming, while I fought manfully to retain my breakfast. To find myself in Maryland had been bad enough, but the news that we weren't a kick in the arse from Harper's Ferry was shocking. Oh, I'd seen it on the map, often, but it had always seemed a safe distance away. America's such a big place. You get into the habit of thinking you're miles from anywhere, and I hadn't realized in Chambersburg how close we were getting. Now, without warning, we were almost there. When my guts had stopped fluttering, I reflected that it might have been worse. For a horrid moment, when he'd mentioned the name, I'd thought he was contemplating a sudden wild onslaught, but plainly it was just to be a scout before we retired to some hole in the ground for another jolly discussion about Greek phalanxes or forts with connecting tunnels. I could tolerate that. Not that I had any choice, with Joe at my elbow. For now that we were south of the line, he took to sticking close again, possibly because he believed the great day was approaching. I continued to doubt it, for when we reached Hagerstown, J.B. was back in his indecisive mood. He took us trekking about the country for a couple of days, inquiring for properties to buy or rent, and then it was all aboard the train again, and on a bright July day we rolled across the bridge into Harper's Ferry. And I had my first sight of that strange little town, where a parcel of ragamuffins were to change the course of American history. It's an odd place, lying on flat land at the tip of a peninsula, where the Shenandoah and Potomac rivers meet, with heights of some grandeur on either side, so that the town seems to be at the bottom of a gorge. Behind, the peninsula runs up to a third set of heights, the rearmost houses climbing the slope with steps cut into the hillside. In those days there was a covered road and rail bridge over the Potomac from Maryland to the town which lay in Virginia, and a smaller bridge over the Shenandoah. It's changed a good deal, having been battered and burned in the war, but in my time, as you came in over the Maryland bridge, there was a great stretch of armory buildings running for near half a mile along the Potomac bank, quite unexpected in that kind of farming country. I'd imagined a sleepy hamlet, with a store and ferryboat and a few barefoot loafers snoozing and spitting in the sunshine, but here was a bustling little industrial community of 3,000 souls, with neat houses and workshops, and my first thought was that you'd need a regiment to take this place, and a brigade to hold it, for a less defensible position I never did see. Those commanding heights would be a besieged garrison's nightmare, and when the bridges went, why, you'd be like a mouse in a bottle. But it was the sight of J.B. and his boys wandering about like a party of tramps looking for a place to doss down that moved me to silent mirth. They gaped at the great spread of armoury workshops and the arsenal building, gazed up the Shenandoah shore to the rifle works half a mile off, considered the number of workmen moving briskly about the sheds, and the activity about Wager's Station Hotel by the railroad tracks, and you could see in their eyes the question to J.B. How the devil do we take this place? True, there wasn't a soldier to be seen, but there were several score of likely labourers and any number of townsfolk. I could just picture J.B. hammering at the arsenal door and getting a bucket of water over him for his pains before the lads of the village swarmed out to chase us back over the bridge, probably in tar and feathers. As for the notion of carrying off arms and ammunition to the hills while the populace stayed obligingly in bed, well, I'd always thought the projected raid was daft, but only now did I realise it was ridiculous. My spirits were further raised by our conference in Galt's saloon, where we met Johnny Cook, who was J.B.'s man on the spot. He'd been at the ferry for a year, teaching school, among other things, and God help the children's education. A pleasant fellow enough, but garrulous as a Welsh parson, and I'd sooner have trusted a secret to Elsbeth. Like Kaji, he was fretting about whether the slaves would rise, and wanted to take soundings among them. The thought of this babbling ass tooling about asking niggers if they felt like mutiny had J.B. almost biting his teacup. Yes, tea, in a saloon. He and Oliver were strict temperance. He told Cook with some vigour on no account to meddle with the slaves. Cook was crestfallen. "But how they going to know and be ready without we tell 'em? Can't have a nigger uprising if the niggers don't know, can we? How are we going to get them in?" He raised a foolish laugh, and J.B. ground his teeth. "When we strike, they'll know it, and they'll come into us, I tell you, and they shall be legion." He was wearing his mad Isaiah look, as he always did when contradicted. "The Lord will guide them to us, and they will be like the standing corn for number, so don't you fool with them, John Cook, you hear me?" And that, you should know, was the last that was ever heard about stirring up the slaves, a task which could never have been done in secret anyway. George Broadfoot would have turned his face to the wall at the mere thought. The next thing was to find a lonely spot on the Maryland side where we could set up shop, pretending to be farmers while we girded our loins, planned, trained, drilled, accumulated arms and recruits, and generally played out J.B.'s dreams. After putting it about that we were settlers who hoped to bring in cattle from the north, he found the ideal place about 4 miles from the ferry, a ramshackle 3-story farmhouse which he rented from someone named Kennedy. It had pasture and outbuildings and lay away from the road, shielded by shrubbery, in pleasant wooded country at the foot of the hills, just the spot for a few eccentrics to waste time fooling themselves that they were on the brink of great things. And there we stayed, God help me, for 3 solid months. And if you ask me what happened in that interminable time, I can only say that dusty summer drifted endlessly into golden autumn. Our clothes got seedier, and our leader talked and brooded and wrote letters north for money and accomplished absolutely nothing. While in the world outside, which I began to doubt still existed, Pam became Prime Minister again, Blondin walked across Niagara on a tightrope, someone invented the steam road roller, people read A Tale of Two Cities — I know these things because I looked them up in an encyclopedia the other day — and my loving Elsbeth, I have reason to suspect, misbehaved in a potting shed at Windsor Castle with that randy little pig, the Prince of Wales, who at that time was just beginning to notice that girls were different from fellows, somehow. And not far away from the Kennedy farm, a chap called Emmett was composing a catchy little ditty, which was rather ironic when you consider that we were preparing to set the South ablaze. It was called Dixie. You may ask, how did I stand it and why? Easy. I had no choice. So far as I knew, the Ku Klux was still keeping a leery eye on me, and Joe certainly was. Still, I might have tried to slide out, but for one thing. I never believed it could last. Only when you know you're in for a long haul do you grow desperate. I didn't, because each day I could tell myself that tomorrow or next week must see the end, surely. J.B. would realize his folly and give up or go loco entirely, or the plot would leak out altogether, or something would bring the whole farce to a quiet conclusion. One thing I grew increasingly positive about: there would be no raid and no uprising. I became convinced of this in the first 2 weeks at the farm, which I spent at JB's request in writing plans for the great invasion. I did it in best staff college style, covering reams of paper with instructions for the initial taking of the vital points in the town, a simple task in itself, and the development of the rebellion. A glorious exercise in impossibility, since it took for granted a force of at least 100 well-trained men, properly equipped and led, a total which I took care not to state in bald terms, and assumed that hordes of ferocious fugitive niggers would flock to join us. It might encourage them, I suggested, if we sent riders round the country with fiery crosses, and if you think that was stretching credulity, you don't know J.B. He was delighted. This was what he'd needed all along, he said, a clear laying out by an expert. There had been nothing like me since Hannibal. He read it over and over, sighing with satisfaction as he turned the pages by the light of the oil lamps, his great lion head tilted back to scan them through his reading-glass. The fiery crosses brought an explosion of admiration, and a fist thumped on the table, and I reflected that feeding dreams is like flattery. You can't lay it on too thick. If I'd had a spark of decency, I'd have felt sorry for the credulous old clown, humbugging him so. But I didn't. Hang it all, it's my livelihood. Such a masterpiece had to be discussed, of course, ad infinitum, in every minute, futile detail. A copy must be sent to Kaji, who was now at Chambersburg awaiting the shipment of arms from John Jr. in Ohio, and Cook had to be summoned from the ferry so that he, too, could be dumbfounded by my genius. It was all there, he agreed, plain as print. He'd have to take a look up in the hills to select likely spots for the forts, but he could get tar and turpentine right away for the fiery crosses, you bet. One omission in my plan disappointed him, though. No mention of hostages. What hostages? I asked. Did I not tell you, Joshua, says J.B., when we have taken the ferry we must lay hold on the principal slave owners as security for any of our people who may fall into the hands of the enemy. By enemy he meant the USA, if he'd only thought about it. I know a prime case, says Cook. Old Colonel Washington. He's George Washington's great-grand-something or other, has a fine place close to town, and hasn't he got slaves, though? We must take him without fail, says J.B. It will mean much to have that great name, the name of our country's founder, as a hostage. He's a real fine gentleman, a proper aristocrat, says Cook, pleased to be approved for once. Say, you should see his house, though. That's the bang-uppest place. The things he has there. Why, there's a pistol that Lafayette gave to George Washington, and Frederick the Great's sword. Are you sure? You've seen them? J.B. fairly glowed. Oh, to have those when we raise the flag of freedom over Harper's Ferry. Precious symbols in our country's history. Lafayette's pistol in my belt, great Frederick's sword in my hand. It kept him happy for a couple of days. If only Harper's Ferry had also contained Franklin's lightning rod and Jefferson's commode, he'd have been in Wonderland for a week. We were just a party of 6 when we moved into the farm, but soon we were joined by Oliver's wife, Martha, and J.B.'s daughter, Annie, who were to keep house for us, and the recruits, who arrived at intervals thereafter. The 2 girls were bright, cheery lasses in their late teens, and I should put your minds at rest at once by stating that I never had carnal designs on either. They weren't my style, or passable above half, and you don't fool with the womenfolk of John Brown of Osawatomie. Believe me. Martha was a capital cook, and little Annie a sharp sentry. It was J.B.'s great dread that we'd arouse suspicion among the local people, for Americans are the nosiest folk on earth, prying into every newcomer's business, trying to get sight of his furnishings and guess how much money he's got. Being neighbourly, they call it, and the arrival of 6 mysterious stalwarts was enough to set the countryside agog. Later, when more recruits came in, little Annie had to be on the lookout constantly, crying warning and rebuffing visitors, for it would have been fatal if the gossips had learned there were a score of men in the house. I've seen a dozen of us at dinner having to lift the cloth at a moment's notice and carry it off, dishes, scoff, and all, from the big common room off the kitchen up into the sleeping loft, and all because Mrs. Huffmaster, a barefoot slattern with 6 snottering brats at her heels, came a-calling, peeping round Annie on the porch to get a look inside, and remarking slyly, "What a smart lot of shirts your menfolk has." when we'd carelessly put all our washing out at once, and there were clothes for 15 or 20 fluttering on the green. These recruits came by 2s and 3s at intervals during the summer, but I'll list them all together for convenience. At first I worried in case J.B. might assemble a formidable force, but 20 proved to be the full count, far too few for the business he had in mind, and only 1 or 2 first-class experienced men. Mostly they were Jerry Anderson over again, young, eager, sworn abolitionists full of tripe about liberty and black equality, and all under the spell of J.P., for most of them had been with him in Kansas or up north, and had dispersed after last year's postponement. The one formidable customer was Aaron Stevens, a big, black-avised rascal who at 30 was the oldest. He'd served in Mexico, been sentenced to death for mutiny, broken out of Leavenworth, and fought the slavers in Kansas, where he'd been colonel of a militia troop. He and a fellow called Taylor, a Canadian, stuck together, for they were both spiritualists, and would prose away for hours about the beyond. Stevens was sane enough, but Taylor was next door to a padded cell. He believed his dreams, and would tell you cheerfully that he'd be dead by Christmas. He was, too. Watson Brown was another of J.B.'s boys, tall and good-looking, with a dandy beard and a gentle manner. He'd left a wife and baby up north, and was yearning to get back to them. Al Hazlitt and Bill Lehman were wild young blades, forever sneaking out when J.B.'s back was turned to spark the local girls or get up to larks even down in Harper's Ferry. But Lehman was a favourite because he'd shot it out beside the old man when the ruffians drove them from Osawatomie, and Charlie Tidd was an ugly young brute with a temper to match. There were 2 sets of brothers, the Thompsons and the Coppocks, just raw youngsters, but all I remember of them is that Dauphin Thompson was a fair-haired cherub who blushed like a girl. Bill Thompson was a jolly soul with a great fund of stories, and Ed Coppock was a sober youth with nursery manners who called me Sir. And aside from Joe, there were 3 or 4 blacks. But they joined late in the day, and the only one of whom I have any image were Emperor Green, an eye-rolling yes-massa critter, and a middle-aged Scotch mulatto with the astonishing name of Dangerous Newby. Those, then, were John Brown's pet lambs, as I remember them, lively youths without much schooling, but fanatics to a man, and as I note them down, pictures of memory rise before me. Lehman, slim of face and figure, lolling with his feet on the table, cigar at a jaunty angle, talking big. Hazlitt haw-hawing at Bill Thompson's jokes, the 3 Brown brothers playing nap, Oliver's fine profile and curly hair in the lamplight, Watson intent on his cards, Owen like a benign bullock, Jerry Anderson snapping checkers across the board, telling young Ed Coppock he knew nothing about the game. The blacks muttering quietly in a corner, except for Joe, who often as not would be in the kitchen, listening to J.B. prosing away in his chair by the stove. The old man was always there of an evening because, he said, he didn't like to damp the spirits of the young men by his presence in the common room. Martha peeling potatoes for next day's dinner, pushing the hair out of her eyes with a damp hand, Stevens and Taylor on the porch discussing the hereafter, little Annie perched on her stool, keeping an eye on the distant road fading into the dusk. All gone now, every one. And I wonder if the Kennedy farm is still there in peaceful Maryland, or if it has crumbled into a ruin of planks and shingles, overgrown in that lonely field, or perhaps there's a new farm altogether, whose tenants wonder what those strange conspirators were like so long ago. I have another strong memory of J.B. conducting communal prayers night and morning, the great bearded head with its fine mane of greying hair thrown back, eyes closed while he exhorted God fit to shake the roof, or reading aloud some blood-and-thunder passage from the Old Testament. Often he would give us a brief sermon, usually on a text describing the destruction of the Amalekites, or another of those unfortunate tribes who were forever being smitten hip and thigh. If you'd seen him then, in full cry, you'd have believed all the stories about his fanaticism, yet at other times he could be as jolly as Punch. We occasionally played games on the meadow before the house, with Annie keeping watch, baseball or Tom Tiddler, and I taught them football as played at rugby in my time, with a bladder for a ball. They took to it like sailors to rum, charging and hacking in fine style, and J.B. roared and hurrahed and laughed so much he had to sit down. He would sometimes wrestle with his sons, and beat Watson and Owen easily, but Oliver nothing could shift. I wrestled with J.B. once myself at his invitation, thinking I'd best go easy on the old fellow, but it was like being wrapped in wire hawsers with a scrubbing brush buried in your neck, and he grasped me before I knew it. Sometimes he cooked breakfast to give Martha a rest, skilleting out the eggs and ham in his shirt-sleeves. That was the time I noticed his toes sticking out of his old boots, and on that same occasion he lost his temper. He'd brewed tea for all of us. Watson wanted coffee. Words were exchanged. Watson sassed him, and J.B. suddenly blazed up and let drive a fist. Watson skipped away. They glared at each other, and then J.B. fairly bawled him to bits about duty and respect for elders and ungrateful children. Watson was on the verge of tears, but still came back at him, shouting, "The trouble is you want your sons to be brave as tigers, but still afraid of you." J.B. glowered at him a full minute, and then took Watson's head in the crook of his arm and held it against his breast, ruffling his hair and smiling, and damned if Watson didn't start blubbing in earnest. I reckon he'd summed the old man up pretty well. J.B. was a natural tyrant, and his sons treated him as the children of Israel served God, with terrified affection. Watson told me an astonishing story of how he'd punished them in childhood. He'd announce a number of strokes of his belt, say 12, but he'd give them only 6, and then they had to give him the other 6. "'Twas the most awful punishment anyone could give a child," says Watson. "Imagine having to lick your own father. I tell you, Josh, it nearly broke my heart. Say, didn't it keep us good, though?" It wouldn't have kept this infant good. I'd have laced the old bugger till his arse fell off, but then I never had any proper filial regard, and if you'd ever met my governor, you'd understand why. While I remember, J.B. had a great way with animals. He knew horses, and they knew him, and he could quiet a barking hound just by glancing at it. But the strangest thing was when a brace of wrens flew into the common room where he was writing, fluttering about his head. When he went upstairs, they flew away, but later, when he was writing again, back they came to pester him. At last he went outside, and they flew ahead, twittering to their nest in the brush. And there was the ugliest copperhead you ever saw, hissing and buzzing its tail. J.B. blew its head off with one shot, and when next he sat down to write, damned if the wrens didn't bowl in, perching on his table, even hopping onto his sleeve, doing everything but shake his hand. "They know a friend when they see one," says he, and for weeks afterwards, when he was writing, the wrens would look in to pass the time with him. Another critter whose regard for J.B. piqued my interest as the weeks went by was Joe. In all our time at the farm, I doubt if he ever strayed 10 yards from me, but he played it well, and no one suspected he was my watchdog, ready to bite. He was at pains to conceal his intelligence and schooling, too, taking the silent, dignified line, but always showing willing. He was the keenest hand in our football games, scrimmaging with the best of them, and was pretty well liked, especially by J.B. What intrigued me was that Joe seemed equally taken with the old man. I've told you how he'd listen to J.B.'s gassing in the kitchen of an evening, and in the talks where we all sat round debating half-baked philosophy, and how society ought to be put right, or religion and military tactics, and J.B. started laying down the law, I'd catch Joe watching him with a strange, intense look in those awful bloodshot eyes. And when J.B. got on his slavery hobby-horse, as he always did, Joe would sit back, with his lids half-closed, and I would wonder what was going on in that shrewd black mind. The arms arrived in August, 15 cases of Sharp's rifles and the revolvers. Owen Brown had been our teamster in the early weeks, driving the wagon up to Chambersburg to take letters to Kaji, and to pick up supplies discreetly in villages along the route. Now Joe and I went with him to collect the arms, and while Joe and Owen stowed them in the wagon, Kaji drew me aside, looking grave. "This plan of yours," says he, "I'll allow it's sound, but you're counting on 100 men. Joshua, I don't see us raising half that number." I asked what about the free blacks in Canada who were supposed to be in a great sweat to join us, and he grunted, "Junior's up there now. You may guess how many he'll raise. Oh, I should have gone myself instead of wasting my time here being a postmaster. And no sign of funds coming in, either. You'll be out of food shortly, and the boys daren't look for work down yonder." He shrugged angrily, then brightened again. "Still, there's hope yet, for money and men. You know, J.B. is coming up here to meet Frederick Douglass next week." Even I had heard of Douglass, the greatest black man in America, an escaped slave who moved in the highest circles, published his own newspaper, lectured all over, even in Europe, and was the nearest thing to a black messiah since Toussaint Louverture. J.B. hopes to persuade him to join the raid, says Kaji. Oh, if he but could. Why, it would change our fortunes at a stroke. Every black in America and Canada would flock to him. Well, enough, anyway. The trouble is, he's always declared against violence, blast it. We must just see what J.B. can do with him. This was the worst news I'd heard in months. Suppose this infernal nigger did throw in with Brown, and brought even 50 with him. The old buzzard would be into Harper's Ferry like a shot. And where would poor Flashy be then? Skipping for the timber, that was where, with the likes of Joe Simmons looking to put a bullet in my back. But steady on. Douglas most likely wouldn't come to scratch, and all would be well. One thing was sure. When J.B. met him at Chambersburg, I was going to be on hand. Luckily, J.B. was all for it, saying it was right and useful that Douglas should meet our strategian, as he called me, and when Joe inevitably asked to come along, he agreed right off. It would be good for Douglas to see such a fine, upstanding man of colour in the forefront of the cause, he said. The meeting took place in great secrecy, because J.B.'s fears of betrayal were mounting by the day. What with neighbours prying and our young men behaving carelessly, showing themselves about the farm and writing indiscreet letters to wives and sweethearts, making no secret of what was afoot. I remember Lehman reading aloud an effusion to his mother about our secret association of as gallant fellows as ever pulled trigger, and how we were soon going to exterminate slavery. And J.B. overheard him and pitched right in. It isn't enough that folk come spying about us, stopping us on the road, demanding to know our business. You have to write this kind of foolishness, too. Think of the burden of secrecy you put on your mother, and the rest of you writing to girls and special friends, telling of our location and all our matters. We might as well get it published in the New York Herald, and be done with it. Now drop it, do you hear? He scorched him with a look and stumped off, and Lehman rolled his eyes and told Dauphin Thompson that he'd better mind what he wrote to those saucy little snappers of his. The infant blushed like a beetroot. So we stole into Chambersburg by night, J.B. and Joe in the wagon, myself on the mule, and lay up in a deserted quarry. The old man was more nervous than I'd ever seen him, probably because he was in such a sweat to enlist Douglas. And I nearly caught a bullet as a result. It was around dawn that Joe and I heard someone coming, and when Joe shook J.B. awake, damn if he didn't come to with his Colt in his fist, loosing off a shot that blew splinters from the rock beside my head. It shook the old fool as much as it did me, and he was fairly twitching by the time Kaji hove in view, with Douglas and a young nigger in tow. Douglas was one of those mulattoes who are more white than black, but for the wiry hair he might have been Spanish or Italian, and I found myself reflecting yet again on the oddity that the smallest visible touch of the tar-brush in a white man makes him black, but a trace of European in a Negro don't make him white. Douglas was altogether white in speech and style, but I doubt if he knew it or cared. He had a fine sense of his own dignity, which would have irked me whatever colour he was, but while he talked down his fine straight nose, at least he had none of the resentful spite or childish airs that had made George Randolph such a confounded bore. It soon became plain that he was far too level-headed to be swayed by J.B.'s nonsense, or to beat about the bush. He listened soberly while the old man told him that the die was cast. It was Virginia or bust, and what did Douglas think of that? Douglas told him, straight, that it was not only wrong and crazy, but downright wicked. It was an attack on the USA. It would rouse the country against the abolitionists, do untold harm to their cause, and be fatal not only to Brown and his gang, but to every slave who was fool enough to run off and join the rebellion. I wanted to cry, "Hear, hear," and wondered why none of Brown's supporters had had the spirit to say it to him long ago. J.B. said he didn't care 2 cents if the country was roused. It needed rousing. And Douglas couldn't conceive what the taking of Harper's Ferry would mean. Why, it would be a sign to the slaves that deliverance was at hand. They would burst their chains and rally to his banner in thousands, not only in Virginia, but throughout all Israel. Amen. He was in his best raving style, pacing about the quarry, arms flailing and eyes flashing, while Douglas waited, stern-faced, for him to run out of wind. When he did, Douglas asked me to describe the men and means at our disposal. It was my chance, and I took it, telling the simple truth without opinion, while J.B. stood nodding triumphantly as though to say, "There, you see?" Douglas sat back against the rock and looked up at him. "I can't debate the cause with you, John. I'm no match for you in such matters. But from what your comrade tells me of the place and all you've said, I'm convinced you are going into a perfect steel trap. You'll never get out alive. You'll be surrounded with no hope of escape." "If we're surrounded, we'll find means to cut our way out," cries J.B. "But it won't come to that. We'll have the leading men of the district prisoners from the start. With such hostages, we can dictate our terms, don't you see?" Douglas stared in disbelief. "You can't think that. Why, man? Virginia will blow you and your hostages sky high, rather than let you hold Harper's Ferry an hour." He turned to me. "Is that not so, Mr. Comer? You are a soldier, I believe." "He's a sailor," roars J.B. "Oh, can you not see, Douglas, that even if we were destroyed altogether, we should have won the victory? The fire would have been kindled, the flag unfurled, the nation shaken from its slumber," and so on, ranting and pleading by turns, while Douglas exclaimed in anger or shook his head in despair. They argued back and forth for hours, J.B. insisting on a sudden warlike stroke, Douglas trying to persuade him that if he must go south, he should do it gradually, helping slaves to escape to havens in the hills, and so building a resistance that couldn't be ignored. They left off only at dusk, agreeing to meet again next day, and when we parted, Douglas stepped aside to shake my hand. "You are English, are you not? Well, sir, I must tell you that your country is dear to me beyond all others, for it gave me sanctuary from my enemies here. Indeed," says he, looking stuffed, "I owe my name to Scotland, and my liberty to England. Douglas I borrowed from the Lady of the Lake, and English friends purchased my freedom." He sighed with a wry smile. "Ironic, is it not? America cast off a royal tyranny to found a free republic, yet it was the land of royal tyranny that bought my liberty from the free republic which had stolen it." "Ah, well," says I, "always happy to oblige, don't you know?" Sounded a bit lame, so I added, "Cost a bit of brass, did it?" He blinked. $710, says he, rather stiff, and 96 cents. "Bless my soul," says I. "Well, there it is. Easy come, easy go, what?" He gave me an odd look and a brief good night, and steered clear of me when the meeting resumed next day. He and J.B. were still altogether at odds, and when the old man begged him to join the raid, Douglas refused point blank. Much as he loved and respected J.B., his conscience wouldn't let him. "Aye," thinks I, we've heard that tale before. Still, J.B. wouldn't let up, putting his arm round his shoulders and breathing zeal. "Come with me, Douglas," cries he. "I will defend you with my life. I need you, my friend, for when I strike, the bees will start to swarm, and I shall want you to help hive them. Oh, think what it will mean to them if you, of all black men, with the stripes of the lash upon you, are there to greet them sword in hand amidst the smoke of battle." That's the way to drum up recruits, thinks I. Douglas, sensible chap, wouldn't have it, but he told the young darky he might go along if he liked, and to our surprise the fellow, Emperor Green, snuffled and muttered, "I guess I'll go with the old man." He looked as though he'd sooner have gone to China, but I suspect that word of J.B.'s plan had spread among the wealthier free blacks, and they were eager to have as many colours in the business as possible, so poor old Emperor may just have been doing what he was told. It was a fine, cheery trip back to the farm, I don't think, with J.B. deep in the dumps. He'd been so sure he could persuade Douglas, and all he'd got was a complete damper and one run-down nigger. To make matters worse, or rather better, we soon had word from Kaji that John Jr. had made nothing of the Canadian blacks, and that various white men on whom J.B. had been relying weren't coming. Some wanted a definite date, others wanted to get the harvest in, or didn't fancy Virginia, and one had decided to study law instead. But the worst blow of all to J.P. was when two of his sons Salmon and Jason, who were up north, wrote that they weren't joining. Salmon was quite brutal about it, saying that he knew the old man and he would just dally until he was trapped. So there it was. As autumn advanced, no more men, no more money. J.B. in the sullen frets and growling about betrayal, our situation at the farm growing more precarious by the day, and the young men restless and writing ever longer letters home. I couldn't have wished for a better state of affairs, and looked forward to the enterprise being abandoned any day. It was interesting to watch the nerves starting to fray with the uncertainty. It's always the way. Men facing a definite task, however desperate, are manageable, but give them a leader who can't make up his mind and they go all to bits. Quarrels became more frequent. Bill Thompson ran out of jokes, Lehman and Hazlitt no longer got up to larks, and for the first time I heard murmurs that the raid should be given up, that it was madness with no more men coming in, and Harper's Ferry would prove a death trap. The youngsters who'd been so full of ginger a month before were looking uneasy. Watson Brown confided to me that he wanted nothing but to be home with his wife and baby, and even Oliver, the coolest of hands, wore a tired frown on his handsome face. I'd seen dried tears on Martha's cheeks and knew she'd been trying to talk him out of it. To add to the gloom, she and Annie went back north in September, but one who wasn't missed was J.B. himself on the occasions when he went up to Chambersburg to confer with Kaji. He was at his wits' end for funds and bit the heads off Lehman and Tidd just for lighting cigars, crying that if he had half the money that was wasted on smoking, he could have outfitted an army. Lehman threw down his weed in a temper, and Tidd flung out of the house, saying he'd had enough. He came back, though, after 3 days, spent croaking to cook down at the ferry. Meanwhile, J.B. was off to Chambersburg again, and the general feeling was that he could stay there and the rest of us could go home. No such luck. He drove up next day, bringing the famous 1,000 pikes with him, and tried to make it an occasion for rejoicing, saying here was proof that our friends had not forgotten us, but the mere sight of that great heap of lumber and metal lying in the yard sent everyone's spirits into their boots. He drove us to work fitting the pike heads and stowing them in the loft, and then had Stevens call a drill parade. We'd be getting slack in his absence, he said, and must brisk up directly, for the time was coming when we must prove ourselves in earnest. Sure, next summer, maybe, mutters Jerry Anderson, and Bill Thompson cried, No, we mustn't be in such a rush. 1869 would be soon enough, if we weren't all dead of boredom by then. The niggers haw-hawed at this, but Joe rounded on them, telling them to mind what they were about, and fall in like the captain said. Stevens marched them up and down for an hour, while I watched from the veranda. Chiefs of staff don't drill, you see, and a more ill-natured parade I never saw. Now's your time, Flash, says I to myself, and when they'd fallen out and eaten supper in sullen silence, I joined Stevens, who was having a brew to himself in the yard. Aaron, says I, mighty earnest, I'd value your opinion. This plan of mine, I've done it as best I know how. J.B. is all for it, and so, I believe, is Kaji, but you're the only real soldier in this outfit. I looked him in the eye. Straight now. What do you think of it? Well, it's a real fine plan, I guess, says he in his slow way, for a full company of soldiers. For our poor few, he shrugged his big shoulders. I reckon Harper's Ferry could be a right pretty place to die. I nodded solemnly. So think I. Well, my life don't matter. God, the things I've said. And I know you don't count yours. Like me, you feel it's a small price to pay for the cause, but— I paused, a noble soul troubled. What of the younger men? And the blacks? Is it right that they should be sacrificed? You see my plight, old fellow. It's my plan that is dooming them. Their deaths will lie to my account. Ah, that's what burdens my spirit. This kind of soul-lashing was small talk at Kennedy Farm that summer, and meat and drink to mystic idiots like him. I knew I'd hit pay dirt when I saw his jaw tighten. He shook his head sternly. Everyone counted the cost before he came, says he. They'll give their lives gladly. After all, there is a better life beyond, and the door is always open. To pass through is but a small step, continues the great loony. And if in passing it falls to us to do a noble thing, then who shall mind a moment's affliction, knowing that in death lies victory, not only for us, but for the thousands enslaved and oppressed. God bless you, old fellow, cries I, and wrung his hand. Gad, but you put it well. You've lifted a weight from my mind, I can tell you. I hesitated. See here, Aaron, will you do something for me? What's that, Joshua? Talk to the others, the younger men, as you've talked to me. You know, about passing through and victory and so on. They'll heed you because, well, you have such faith, you see, and a gift of words. I mean, if I were to say to 'em, we're all dead men, but it's worth it, well, there you are, you see. I don't put it too well, do I? But you can, old boy. Oh, 'twill raise their hearts. Why, it may make all the difference, and ensure that dear old J.B.'s dream comes true. You see my game. Being a respected senior and a spiritualist, he was just the man to put the wind right up our younger enthusiasts, with his reassuring chat about the life to come. With luck, he'd reduce the low spirits of Kennedy Farm to absolute zero. Well, he did more than that. God knows what he said to them. Privatim et seriatim over the next 2 days, but it damn near caused a mutiny. Suddenly Harper's Ferry was finding no takers at all on change. Owen got wind of the disaffection and reported to J.B., reminding him glumly of what happened to Napoleon when he marched on Moscow against the popular will, and the old boy took his head in his hands and groaned. Then he called us all into the common room and brooded at us like a vulture on a tombstone. "I hear," growls he, "that with the exception of Karji, who I know is staunch, you are all opposed to striking the blow at the ferry. I feel so depressed that I am almost willing to abandon the undertaking for the time being." He threw back his head, waiting, but only Owen contradicted him, saying we had come too far and must go ahead. "Must we?" grunts J.B., and glanced at me. "Joshua!" I drew myself up, all horse guards, and spoke with deep feeling. "You know my sentiments, Captain, but since the plan is mine, I don't feel entitled to a voice. I must beg to be allowed to abstain." Rather neat, I thought, but one who obviously didn't think so was Joe. He was glaring at me fit to kill. My abstention looked to him like a rank betrayal of my engagement to the Ku Klux. He burst out, "Well, I ain't abstaining. I say we go, like Captain says." J.B. stared, frowning in astonishment. It came as a shock to him, I think, to be reminded that Joe knew all about the plan. The other blacks didn't, you see, being mere cannon fodder who hadn't been admitted to our councils. No one else spoke. Even Stevens stood mum, and I could only conclude that in talking to the younger men he had realized their deep reluctance and lost heart himself. Personally, I was offering up a silent thanksgiving, for I was sure that in the presence of those sullen, uneasy faces, J.B. was going to have to call it a day at long last. He gave Joe a weary, wintry smile. "I thank you for your trust and loyalty, Joe," says he. "But I fear that you and I and Owen and Karji and Joshua, too, I believe, can hardly do the thing alone. For myself, I have only one life to live, and to lose, but I am not so strenuous for my plans as to carry them through against the company's wishes." He paused, sighing, and rubbed his forehead. All over, thinks I, and then the cunning old bastard faced his hole card. "Very well. I resign. We will choose another leader, and I will faithfully obey him, reserving only the right to advise when I see fit." There was a gasp of dismay. J.B. bowed his head and walked from the room without another word. And would you credit it? Within 5 minutes that pack of brainless sheep had re-elected him. Unanimously, too, for when I saw where they were going, 2 of the youngest shedding tears of remorse, the others shamed into a renewal of holy zeal, you may be sure I cast my lot with the majority. I could have throttled the old swine. The whole crazy scheme had been within a shaving of collapse, and he'd swung them round simply by passing the decision to them. I still say he wasn't a good leader, but he was one hell of a farmyard politician. You'd have thought, with that moral victory under his belt, that he'd have gone for the ferry then and there, while the boys were still excited in their reaction, and indeed for a couple of days I was in a mortal funk that he would do just that. Karji, who must have got wind of our little mutiny, was writing urgently from Chambersburg, insisting it was now or never. The harvest had been good, so we'd have ample forage in Virginia, the moon was right, and the slaves were restive because the suicides had started. Further, Karji pointed out, we didn't have $5 left even to buy food. We daren't delay any longer. Neither, I decided, Dare I? All of a sudden, thanks to the mutiny producing the opposite effect to what I'd expected, the raid seemed to be on the cards for the first time, and my thoughts turned to the horse stabled beneath the house, and the road to Washington. The fly in the ointment was Joe, whose suspicions of me had become thoroughly roused. His baleful eye was on me every minute, and he had taken to sleeping across the doorway in the loft. I evolved and rejected half a dozen schemes for evading him, and still J.B. gave no sign of making up his mind. If anything, he was more sunk in despond than ever, fearful that at any moment we might be discovered, and on the other hand fretting that we daren't move without what he called a treasury to sustain our campaign. "There's a bank in Harper's Ferry, ain't there?" cries Jerry Anderson, and J.B. exploded. "We are not thieves," cries he. "Oh, for a few $100. I shall write to Karji again. He must find us something." And Karji, damn him, did. It was a dirty October night when the blow fell. J.B. was in the kitchen writing, and the rest of us were yawning and snarling after a day which had seen us mooning indoors, confined by the driving rain, with nothing to do but clean weapons and make do and mend, and croak at each other. Supper had been a meagre affair, and I was noting with satisfaction that the feverish burst of enthusiasm which had followed J.B.'s re-election had dwindled altogether after days of inaction. What had damped everyone's spirits most of all had been an announcement from the old man that he was contemplating a decisive act in 2 or 3 weeks. We'd heard that before, and as Lehman pointed out, in less than a week, never mind 2 or 3, we'd be forced to disperse if only to find some grub. And then there was a clatter of boots on the veranda. Every hand was suddenly reaching for a rifle or revolver. The lamp was doused, and Stevens was challenging. "Who goes there?" "It's Santa Claus, old Kris Kringle, and see how you like it," laughs an exultant voice. And in an instant the bar had been slipped, and the lamp rekindled, and Karji was standing, grinning all over his face, in the doorway, with the rain pouring off his shawl. There was a tall fellow with him, and as Karji ushered him into the light, I saw that he limped heavily, and had one eye missing in his pale, sickly face. "This is Frank Merriam," cries Karji. "Where's the captain?" J.B. emerged from the kitchen. "Captain Karji, what does this mean? Why are you not at Chambersburg?" "Chambersburg, nothing. I've just come from the ferry." Karji was afire with excitement. "Frank just came in by train today. Oh, go ahead, Frank. Show 'em." The tall fellow pulled out a satchel from beneath his coat, undid the strap, and opened it over the table, and out poured a cascade of dollars, glittering and jingling. There were cries of amazement as Karji stirred them on the table, laughing, and J.B. plumped down in a chair, staring in disbelief, while Karji explained that Merriam was a friend from the north who had heard of J.B.'s dire need of funds, and here he was, at the 11th hour, with his personal contribution to the cause. J.B. rose with tears in his eyes and seized Merriam's hand. "God has sent you," cries he. "He has seen his children's need and filled their measure, yea, to overflowing. How much is there?" $600, cries Karji, and J.B. laid his hands on the gelt and raised his shaggy head in prayer, praising the Lord that he had furnished means to take his servants over Jordan and loose the whirlwind in Israel. And it seemed to me to be just the right time, as they all stood with bowed heads, muttering their amens, to slip quietly out of the still-open door, button my coat, vault over the veranda rail, and make a beeline for the stable door at the end of the lower story. For I'd known, when the first coin clattered on the table, that all my hopes of many months had been dashed at the last minute. He would go to Harper's Ferry, and I'd never get a better chance to light out for Washington and safety. I'd done my best. I had my boots on, my tranter in my belt, and a clear road to Frederick, or any station bar Harper's Ferry, where I could board a train south. As I fumbled for a match, lighting the stable lamp, I was telling myself that once I'd ridden 100 yards I'd be free, for there wasn't but the one horse, a sorry screw, but he'd do. I saddled him in feverish haste, soothing him as I slipped the bridle over his head. 10 seconds, and I'd be out and away, and I was leading him to the door, gulping with excitement, when I bore up with a whinny of terror and stood rooted. Black Joe was standing in the doorway, hands loose at his sides, looking like the wild man of Borneo. "You stinking snake," says he. "I always knew you'd run at the last. Get your hand away from your belt." There was no point in pretending I was taking the beast out for exercise. I lifted my hands. "Don't be a fool, Joe," I croaked. "You don't need me. He's going to the ferry, damn it. That's all Atropos wanted. It don't matter whether I'm there or not. Look, if you let me go, "I ought to burn your brains," snarls he, taking a pace forward, "and get away from that horse. Now, Mr. Comer, you come ahead good and slow and get your dirty ass back inside that house." "What for?" "For Christ's sake, man, see sense. He can run his bloody raid without me, or you. Look, we can both slide out. You made a deal, you damn traitor. $5,000, remember? And you going through with it the whole way." I must have moved a hand, for suddenly there was a pistol in his fist, the hammer back. "And you know why you's going through with it, Mr. Comer? 'Cause that good old man up there, he's a-counting on you. He needs you, 'cause they ain't another man in his jackass outfit can plan or plot worth a damn except you." The hideous black face split in an awful grin. "So you gonna be at his side, Joshua, to keep him right in his raid, and when he takes to the hills with the colored folks, and when he rides south to set the people free. All the way, Joshua, you hear me?" I was so flabbergasted I could hardly find words to protest. "You're crazy. He'll never raise a rebellion. He'll come adrift before he's clear of the ferry, you fool. His raid'll be a farce, but it don't matter. The raid itself is all that Atropos wants." "Atropos," cries he. "Him and every other lousy slaver. You think I'm doing his dirty work?" He lunged towards me, waving the pistol in my face. "You think I'm just another yes massa nigger, don't you? You think I'm a chattel of that fat bastard, Monsieur Atropos goddamn LaForce, 'cause he petted me and let me screw his woman, and done me all kind of benefits. Well, maybe I was once, but not no more." His breath hit my face like a furnace blast, and the dreadful yellow-streaked black eyes rolled in frenzy. "You know why? 'Cause I found me a man, a real man, a simple, no-count old farmer that treat me like a man and talk with me like a man. Not like I was dirt or a pet dog, like when I was in the schoolroom with that Atropos LaForce that allers got first pick of the sugar cookies and a ride the rocking horse, while I was the goddamn groom." He stepped back, shaking, and lowered the pistol from beneath my petrified nose. "And he's gonna set my people free. John Brown's gonna do that. And you're gonna see he does, too. Oh, right, sure you are, Mr. Joshua Comer. And I'm gonna be right there to see you do it." His hand flickered, and the pistol was gone. Another flicker, and it was in his hand again. He grinned at me, nodding. "See?" Another bloody madman. My God, was anyone in America sane? In a flash I understood the way he'd watched Brown, and hung on his words and sat in the kitchen listening to his babblings. Why, the old bugger had converted him! I couldn't credit it. Not Black Joe, the shrewdest, wickedest, best-read nigger in Dixie, whose slavery had been a rosebed compared to anything he could hope for as a free man. But it had happened, plainly. One look at those blood-injected eyes told me that, and God knows I'd seen enough of human lunacy not to waste speculation on the whys and wherefores. And I was to be driven to sure destruction, just because this demented darky had seen the light. I hadn't a hope of running now, with this fearsome black gunslick dogging my every move, but I could still try to reason with him. "Joe, in God's name, listen, you're wrong. He doesn't have a hope, I tell you. He's going to his death. So are all the rest of 'em. Nothing I can do will save him. Damnation, man, you've heard the talk. The slaves won't rise, and he'll be—" "Shut your lamb mouth! It's the truth, man! Damn it! You say yourself, I'm the only one who can make a plan and reckon the odds. Do you think I don't know, you bloody fool?" He hit me a backhander that sent me sprawling on the straw, then leaned down to drag me to my feet. "We're going to the ferry, you and me, along of the old man, and then to the hills," says he, his face close to mine. "You play false, you even look for us, and I'll kill you dead." A voice shouted, outside and overhead. It was Stevens. "Joshua! You down there? Josh?" Joe let go and stepped to the door. "Just seeing to the wagon, Miss Aaron. We be there directly." He beckoned to me, stepping aside to let me pass out into the rain. "Dead, remember?" Some wiseacre once said that the prospect of death concentrates the mind wonderfully, but I'm here to tell you that the chance to work for a reprieve concentrates it a whole heap more. I was in the true blue horrors when I came up from that stable, with Joe looming at my heels, and was no way cheered by the celebration taking place in the common room. That pile of cash seemed to have acted like a tonic, heaven knows why, and all around were smiling faces and bustling activity. Kaji was pumping my hand and crying, "At last, at last," and J.B. was like a man transformed, eyes shining fiercely and beard bristling as he stood by the table fingering the dollars, while he dictated to Jerry Anderson, whose pencil was fairly flying across the paper. Tid, I remember, was singing "The Girl I Left Behind Me" in his fine tenor, and the younger men were joining in and larking about, and all because it was now certain that in a few hours they'd likely be getting shot to pieces and dying along the Potomac or Shenandoah. I'd seen it before, the hectic gaiety that can take hold of young fools at the imminent, but not too imminent, prospect of action after they've waited long. I'd never been prone to it myself. I had my work cut out keeping the upper lip in good order, while asking myself fearfully how the devil I was going to keep a whole skin this time. There was only one way that I could see, and I bent my mind to it with everything I knew. If Harper's Ferry could be taken with no heads broken, and I knew it could be, just provided my plan was followed to the letter and nothing went amiss, then there must arise a moment, surely, when I could give Joe the slip. A few seconds was all I'd need, it's all I've ever needed, and I'd be into the undergrowth and going like hell's delight, on foot if need be. He couldn't watch me every second, not with the confusion that must occur in taking the armory gates, the arsenal, and the rifle works. So that same evening, when J.B. was poring over my plans and consulting with Kaji and Stevens, and next day when, after a damned sleepless night, I can tell you, with Joe on a hair-trigger at my side, the final preparations were made. I worked on every last detail of the scheme as though my life depended on it, which it did. Kaji and Stevens, to silence the watchmen on the Potomac Bridge as we approached, they were the best men for the most vital task. The surly Tid, next best, to cut the telegraph wires, with the garrulous cook, who knew the ferry well, to show him the way. Oliver, the best of the Browns, to take and guard the Shenandoah Bridge. His brother, Watson, to guard the Potomac Bridge. The third brother, Owen, I insisted must stay at the farm to hold our base. The truth was that I wanted him as far from J.B. as could be, because he was the kind of ass who'd argue with the old man and set him dithering with indecision. With the bridges in our hands, I'd see to the armory gates myself, with J.B. and Stevens. Then to the arsenal across the street. Leave Hazlitt on guard with anyone but Lehman. They were too harum-scarum to trust together. The rifle works were nearly half a mile off. Kaji could see to them, and that would be Harper's Ferry, receipted and filed, for a few hours at least. Provided the bridge and armory watchmen could be dealt with quietly, there was no reason why we shouldn't remain undetected until daybreak, and long before then I'd have slipped Joe, if I had to kill him to do it, and be on my merry way. I didn't consult or argue about these dispositions, but rapped them out in my sharpest style, with J.B. nodding alongside, and the fellows accepted them without a murmur. They spent that last day cleaning weapons and assembling gear, and Stevens and I inspected them to the last button, while J.B. did the really useful work, writing out our commissions, if you please. Half the men were captains in his army, and the others lieutenants, except for Taylor, the Canadian, who was too cracked for anything, and of course the niggers, who were all privates. I was a major, you'll be charmed to know, and I have the faded paper beside me as I write, with John Brown, Commander-in-Chief, in his spidery hand at the foot. I keep it in my desk alongside my appointment as Sergeant-General in the Malagasy Army, my Union and Confederate commissions. The illuminated scroll designated me a Knight of the San Serafino Order of Purity and Truth, 3rd class, the Order of the Elephant, which I picked up in Strakenz, and all the other foreign stuff. Gad, I've been about, though. Anyway, I left nothing to chance, talking to each man in turn to be sure he knew his duties, and J.B. doled out the commissions, and read his constitution, and administered his oath of allegiance to the late-comer Merriam, and a couple of the blacks who hadn't taken them before. Only once was there a cross word, when J.B. tried to interfere with my arrangements for the town. He said our first task must be to detach a party to take hostages, but I put my foot down hard, insisting that it must wait until we had both bridges and the 3 vital targets, armory, arsenal, and rifle works, all secure. He thrust his beard at me, glittering. "My will must prevail in this, Joshua." "No, Captain Brown, it must not," says I. "The hostages can wait a few minutes until our dispositions are complete. I'll not answer for our safety or our success unless the plan is followed to the letter." It took him aback, but Stevens backed me up and said he'd tend to the hostages himself when the time came. J.B. gave in sulkily, and then in a moment he was off on another tack, telling Stevens that when he took Colonel Washington hostage he must on no account forget to bring away Lafayette's pistol and Frederick the Great's sword, and see to it that Washington in person handed the sword to one of our blacks. "If he doesn't care for that, no matter. It is symbolic and right and fitting that the sword of liberty should be placed in a collared hand." That was J.B. all over. And then, before I knew it, dusk was falling, and we were sitting down to our last supper in the Kennedy farm. It was blowing up a wild night outside, and the rain was leaking in almost as fast as my courage was leaking out, for I was scared as I've seldom been in my misspent life. The last desperate venture of this kind that I'd sweated over had been when the Hyderabadi cavalry had charged the breach at Jahansi, so that I could be deposited, disguised and petrified with funk, inside the fortress wall, there to worm my way into the presence of the delectable Lakshmi-Bai. My God, that had been only last year, on the other side of the world, and here I was again on the lion's lip, forcing my dinner down with Joe's noisy chewing sounding like a death knell at my ear. Then supper was over, and we sat about in silence, waiting. There were no jokes now, and the only smiles were nervous grimaces on the fresh young faces round the table. It struck me harder then than it had ever done before. What babes they were, half of them with barely a growth of beard on their cheeks, torn between fear and the crazy belief that they were doing the Lord's work. And I felt a sudden anger at bloody John Brown, who was leading them to it. And what was a sight worse, leading me. I can see the faces still, Watson Brown poring over a letter from his wife, Oliver's fine features pale in the lamplight, Lehman drumming his fingers and chewing an unlit cheroot, Hazlitt sitting back, brushing the fair hair out of his eyes, Tidd scowling as he traced a finger in a puddle of spilt coffee on the board, Aaron Stevens with his hands clasped behind his head, staring up at the ceiling, Kaji pacing about, tight as a coiled spring, old, black, dangerous newbie whittling at a stick, the youngest men stifling those yawns that are born not of weariness but of fear, Charlie Cook cursing the rain, Bill Thompson whistling softly through his teeth, and Joe seated against the wall, never taking those baleful eyes off me. J.B. came out of the kitchen, putting on his coat and hat. "Get on your arms, men," says he. "We will proceed to the ferry." There were 20 of us, 2 by 2, and J.B. driving the wagon which held the pikes and tools for forcing the armory gates. Every man jack of us, 15 white men and 6 blacks, carried a Sharp's rifle and 40 rounds, and 2 revolvers. Against the blinding rain we had our hats and loose shawls, and before we were out of the lane and onto the road we were sodden through. I cast a glance back as we reached the road. Owen and Miriam and one of the youngsters were still on the veranda, outlined against the light from the open door. Owen with his hand raised, although he couldn't have seen us in the dark, and I remembered something he'd said as he shook hands with Watson and Oliver in the moment of parting. "If you succeed, Old Glory'll fly over this farm some day. If you don't, they'll call it a den of thieves and pirates." And Oliver replying with a laugh, "Why, Owen, you can start shaping up a flagstaff right now." Neither of them believed it. Only 2 men in that company truly wanted to go to the ferry, J.B. and Kaji, and of those 2 only one expected to come out alive, because he was sure God must see him through. One other was determined to come out alive, and you may guess who he was, striding resolutely through the wet night with his guts dissolving, conscious of the looming black genie at his shoulder. 6 of us marched before the wagon, Cook and Tid out in front, then Karji and Stevens, and last Joe and I, and as we sloshed on through the dark, barely able to see the muddy road before us, I found myself harking back to other desperate night forays, with Rudy Starnberg in the silent snow-clad woods of Tarlenheim, on our way to carry out Bismarck's mad design to put me on a European throne, stealing through the pandy lines at Lucknow with Kavanagh, and him figged out as Sinbad the Sailor with his cloak covered in blacking, riding with Mangus Colorado's band of Mimbreno Apaches to descend on a sleeping hamlet of the Rio Grande, hand in hand with Elsbeth through that dark garden at Anton, where we'd lain doggo in the bushes, and a Hoover guardsman had trod on her finger and broken it, and the little heroine had never so much as squeaked. And at the thought of her golden beauty and warm, soft body entwined with mine on the green moss of the Madagascar forest, and now so far away and lost to me perhaps forever, I could have raved aloud at the sheer, blind cruelty of chance that had landed me in this beastly business, while she was snug and safe in dear old London, ay, and like as not rogering her brainless head off with some fortunate swine, the little trot. I thrust the unworthy thought aside, as I'd done 100 times in the past, for I've never been sure, you see. But whether or no, it didn't matter. I could still see that splendid milk-white shape reclining on the bed at Balmoral, the blonde glory of her hair spilling on the pillows, bright blue eyes, wide and teasing, red lips kissing at me over the fan of crimson feathers that was the only thing between me and heart's desire. No, by heaven, I refused to say farewell to all that magnificent meat. I'd win back to her somehow, though hell should bar the way, and give her loving what for until the springs broke, in spite of J.B. and Joe Simmons and J.C. Spring and every other son of a bitch who was trying to do me down. Why hadn't I taken on a black rascal every bit as big and ugly as Joe that night in Antan, and won through, just as I'd won through all those other terrifying scrapes with Rudy and Kavanagh and the rest? A great rage surged up in me as I blundered along, compounded of lust for Elsbeth and hatred against the gods. I was damned if after all I'd suffered it was going to end in a 2-bit pest-hole like Harper's Ferry. A low whistle from the dark ahead banished my fond visions. There, a scant mile away through the murk, lights were twinkling dimly, the lights of the little township, and below them the faint glow of the few lamps that marked the armory buildings along the Potomac shore, and cast a barely seen glimmer on the river surface. Left of the armory and closer to our line of approach, I could just make out the loom of the covered bridge over the Potomac, with a lamp at either end. That was our first target. The whistle had been the signal that Tid and Cook were breaking off to cut the first telegraph lines, and now we were hastening down the slope, the wagon jolting behind us, to the near end of the Potomac Bridge. The timbers boomed beneath our feet in the wooden tunnel through which ran the Baltimore and Ohio railroad tracks as well as the road. We were running now, and a babble of voices was coming from the far end, where Karji and Stevens were dealing with the watchman, who seemed to think it was all a joke. "Say, what are you fellas about? 'Tain't Halloween for a couple of weeks yet. God almighty, man, take care with that piece." I had a glimpse of his scared white face beneath the lamp, and Karji holding a rifle to his breast, as I ran past, Joe at my elbow, and turned to face the covered bridge entrance. The wagon came rumbling out, with the boys running in file either side of it, and as I called my orders they wheeled away like good 'uns, each to his station. "Watson and Taylor, take the watchman. Keep him quiet. Karji and Stevens, close on the wagon. Halt her there, Captain. Oliver, Shenandoah Bridge, smart as you can, and quiet." Oliver ran past me with Dangerous Newby and Bill Thompson at his heels, and vanished under the trees at my back. J.B. reined in, and Karji and the others closed round him. Taylor was covering the terrified watchman at the Potomac Bridge mouth, and Watson waved his rifle to me in acknowledgment. Now, before I go any further, you should look at my map, which is done as best as I can remember, for many of the old landmarks are gone now, so I can't be dead sure where everything was. I've told you how the town lay, and you can see for yourselves, but I must impress on you just how small was the space in which our little drama was to be played out. Coming out of the right fork of the Potomac Bridge, you were looking at the Wager House Hotel, a large gabled building with 2 stories and a basement. It was part of the station, and hard by the railroad, where it branched right from the covered bridge. To your left, beyond the other railroad track and part screened by trees, were the Shenandoah Bridge and Galt's Saloon. Directly ahead of you was the Arsenal building, and to the right the gates and railings of the Armory enclosure. Beyond the Arsenal and Armory were houses and shops and the town proper. All these places lay within an area not much bigger than a football field, perhaps 80 yards by 100, and from the upper floor of the Wager House you could see pretty well all of it, unless there happened to be a tree or a freight car in the way. The space between the hotel and the Armory gates was fairly open, as I remember, and I think part of it was cobbled. There were trees here and there, and I dare say some buildings I've forgotten, but nothing to signify. "Joe, get the crowbar from the wagon. Aaron, take the sledge. Follow me." I was legging it for the Armory gates, and J.B. jumped down from the wagon and kept pace with me, the others following. The rain was lighter now, but it was still pretty dark, save where a pool of light was cast by the lamps on the Armory gate-posts. A figure emerged from the shadows, staring towards us, and J.B. lengthened his stride, whipping out his pistol, calling to him to stand. There was a confused babble of, "Who the hell are you?" and "Give me the key this instant, and I'll be damned if I do," and then we were at the big double gates of iron railing, and Joe was snapping the retaining chain with one mighty heave on the crowbar. The gates were thrust back, and Stevens led the rush of half a dozen of our fellows into the yard. There were shouts ahead as 2 watchmen came running from the nearest buildings, but they stopped short at the sight of the weapons and were surrounded neat as wink. I whistled up the wagon, now driven by one of the blacks, and ordered it into the yard. I looked round for J.B., expecting to see him making for the Arsenal across the street, but he had his piece to the breast of the first watchman and was haranguing him in fine style. "I am Isaac Smith," he was proclaiming himself, "and you are my prisoner. Submit peaceably, and no harm will come to you, but if you resist, your blood will be on your own head." "You're drunk, you old fool, and on a Sunday, too," cries the other, pushing the gun aside. But Jerry Anderson ran up and clapped a pistol to his head, and he just sank down in the mud, squawking. A voice called out of the misty darkness from the direction of the town, asking what all the row was about, and I wheeled on Kaji. "Take 3 men. Round up anyone on the street over there and bring 'em here, quick and quiet. Lehman, run to the Shenandoah Bridge. See if all's well with Oliver. Bring the watchman back here. Dauphin Thompson, fetch the watchman from the Potomac Bridge, and both of you keep 'em quiet. Do you hear?" Jerry was hustling his stricken watchman to the Armory yard, and J.B. was stalking after them, muttering. I called to him, but he didn't seem to hear. Well, someone was going to have to skewer the Arsenal, and quickly. "Hazlitt, and you, youngster, follow me. Bring the crowbar." I ran across to the Arsenal building. Behind me there was a babble of voices at the Armory gate. J.B.'s among them, and Stevens was snapping, "Silence, all of you! Another sound, and we'll put you in eternity." Hazlitt came running with the crowbar, and I snatched the lantern from above the door to give him light. He shoved the bar into the jamb, and with a splintering of timber the lock was burst in. It was pitch dark within, but with the lantern I had a glimpse of rifles racked and ammunition boxes piled high. I shoved the lantern into Hazlitt's hands. "Stay here and keep that glim outside, or you'll blow the town sky high." I ran back to the Armory gates just as Kaji arrived, herding 3 or 4 complaining citizens with their hands in the air. They seemed to think it was some kind of practical joke, until they saw the captured watchman in the yard, surrounded by levelled rifles, and J.B., beard bristling and eyes glittering, laying down the law in his best pulpit voice. "Be silent, all of you! I come from Kansas to this state of slavery. I mean to free every Negro slave, and to that end I have taken your armory. If the citizens interfere with me, I must only burn the town and have blood. Now sit down upon the ground and be quiet all." They sat, too, scared and staring, all except one old codger who faced up to J.P. "You're crazy, mister. What you mean, scaring folks half to death? Now, you put down that gun. Why, you're as old as I am, and ought to know better." "Hold your tongue, friend, and do as you are bid," growls J.P. But I heard no more. for at that moment came whooping and laughter behind me, and it was those noisy idiots, Cook and Tidd, to tell me proudly that the wires were cut, both sides. I shut them up fast enough, and then Dauphin was back with the guard from the Potomac Bridge, pushing him into the yard. A moment later Lehman came striding across from the trees, flourishing his pistol at a terrified watchman and two fellows whom Oliver had picked up on the Shenandoah Bridge. "All's well," cries Lehman. "Say, this is a lark, ain't it?" "Shut up, and put those men in the yard, and send Kagi to me. Jump to it, man!" There was still the rifle works to attend to, 600 yards up the Shenandoah shore, a matter which J.B. seemed to have forgotten. He was still hectoring the captives, now about a dozen strong, who were watching him like so many rabbits before a snake. Kagi came running, and I told him to take 2 blacks to the rifle works, send one of them back with the watchman, and sit tight until he heard from me. He jerked a thumb in J.B.'s direction. "What about the captain? I've been telling him that our first task must be to clear the arsenal and find wagons to carry off the arms, but all he talks about is his damned hostages. You must tell him, Josh. We ought to be loading up right soon, for we have the town about our ears." "I'll talk to him when he's got his bearings. Stevens can collect his precious hostages and wagons together, and I'll get J.B. to go through the arsenal in the meantime." "All right," says he, worried. "But, Josh, don't let him delay, will you? You know what he's like. We must be out of here by daybreak." "We will be, never fear." I knew one who was going to be. "Off with you, John. Good luck." He went, with another doubtful look towards J.B., and I strode across to the arsenal, where Hazlitt was standing in the doorway, rifle in hand, and took a quick survey around. I could just see Watson Brown under the Potomac Bridge lantern. All was quiet towards Galt's saloon, its lights blinking through the trees, and there wasn't a sound from Oliver's station on the Shenandoah Bridge. The curtained windows of the Wager House glowed crimson in the dark, and I could hear faint voices and laughter. J.B. and Stevens were in conference under the Armory Gate lantern, and beyond them the captives were squatting silent, guarded by Lehman and the others. I looked towards the town. Nothing stirred. A few lights shone in the houses only 50 yards away, but there wasn't a soul to be seen. No one was calling out or coming to see what was amiss, or doing anything at all, apparently, except prepare for bed on a Sabbath night. It had stopped raining. We had taken Harper's Ferry. I'm quite proud of that, still. Very well, it wasn't Sebastopol, but my plan had gone like clockwork. Those gormless boys had played up like old soldiers, and we'd sealed the bridges, cut the wires, taken our 3 objectives, the town unsuspecting, and all within the hour. God knows I hadn't been a willing performer, and would have been over the hill but for Joe's presence, but damn it, when you've no choice but to go ahead, your pulses start racing whether you like it or not, and excitement grips you, even though you're scared sick, because you want like hell to accomplish the thing you set your hand to, however reluctantly. As I stood in the chilly dark, my heart hammering, I felt a great unreasoning exultation, just for an instant before sanity returned, and Joe must have felt it too, for he grunted, "You done that pretty good, Comer," which, considering our relations, was not a bad compliment. By this time Stevens, Cook, Tidd, and a couple of blacks were hurrying off to kidnap the owner of the Washington farm, which lay a few miles up the Potomac shore, with J.B.'s insistence that they bring back Frederick's sword ringing in their ears. He was in an odd state, outwardly very calm, but strangely detached, as though his thoughts were far away. When I reported all well, he just nodded offhand, and when I asked if we should clear the arsenal, he said he would see to it presently, when the hostages had come in. I hinted delicately that haste might be advisable, since at any moment some stray citizen might happen by and raise the alarm, but at this he just frowned, stroking his beard, and muttered that we had time enough, and gradually it began to dawn on me that he simply didn't know what to do next, about finding wagons, or collecting arms, or rousing the slaves, or taking to the hills while our luck held. Now, of all times, he was stricken again with indecision, and retreating into his dreams, by the look of him. Well, it was nothing to me. I'd done my part, perforce, and all that mattered now was throwing off the grim black shadow at my side and hitting the high road. I must just wait for my chance. So I leaned against one of the gateposts, smoking a weed and wondering, in an academic sort of way, when J.B. was going to take advantage of the capital start I'd given him. Time's an odd thing. We hit the town about 10:30 and secured the strong points, and then followed that eerie, tranquil interval of J.B.'s irresolution, which no one has ever been able to explain, and which seemed to last forever. In fact, it was a bare 30 minutes until midnight. That was when things began to come adrift, and we had several hours of bloody and farcical confusion until daybreak. Yet to me they seemed to pass in a few moments, one crazy incident on top of another in no time at all. Picture the scene, gentle reader, as midnight approaches. Harper's Ferry drowses placidly neath the pall of night. The last gleams of light in its windows blink out one by one as citizens seek their repose. The town drunk nestles contentedly in his gutter. The liberators of Virginia stand around in picturesque uncertainty, while their venerable leader contemplates the stars like a fart in a trance. The prisoners mutter sullenly in one of the armory sheds, and not one solitary soul, least of all J.B. himself, seems to be aware that the revolution has begun. Flashy smokes and sweats and wishes to heaven that Joe would turn his back just for half a minute, and hark! A shot rings out, and, believe it or not, no one pays the slightest bloody attention. It came from the Potomac Bridge, where, unseen by us, that Canadian half-wit tailor was putting a bullet through the top hair of an inopportune railway guard who had happened along, been challenged, shown fight, and got his skull creased for his pains. We heard him, soon enough, bolting out of the covered bridge, roaring and bleeding and taking refuge in the wager-house, and so, help me, no one emerged to protest or even inquire. The town slept on undisturbed. J.B. left off contemplating to stare towards the hotel, but did nothing. Our fellows confined themselves to intelligent questions like, "Who the hell was that?" and, "Say, did you hear shooting?" And nothing further took place until there came a distant whistle from far down the Baltimore and Ohio track, and presently in steams the eastbound night train for Baltimore, clanking past the armory and coming to a slow halt near the wager house, only 50 yards from where I stood, at which point the wounded railwayman erupted from the hotel, clutching his bleeding scalp and bawling that there were road agents on the loose. The train engineer, silly ass, got down to investigate. Watson Brown and his idiots opened fire for no apparent reason. An unfortunate nigger, not one of ours, came striding down the track, was challenged by Watson, turned to run, and was shot in the back. The engineer leapt back into his cab and reversed 20 yards with great blasts of steam. Some stout parties in the coaches began blazing away at Watson's party. Passengers were screaming and tumbling from the train. Harper's Ferry began to wake up at last. J.B. strode to the train, bellowing for everyone to hold his fire and be calm, and your correspondent began to wonder if this mightn't be a good time to retire, and would have done if Joe hadn't been holding a pistol in each hand and demanding to know what the hell was happening. Either because of J.B.'s thundering, or more probably because neither side could see properly what they were shooting at, the firing died away after a few moments, and there followed a remarkable conversation between our leader and the engineer. It began, predictably, with J.B. announcing that he had come to free the slaves at all hazards and in the name of universal liberty, God helping, and the engineer calling him a liar, a lunatic, and a damned jay-hawking rascal who'd swing for this. And by the eternal, the engineer would be there to see him do it too. J.B. rebuked him for blasphemy, assured him that no harm was intended to the train or its passengers, and that he would let them proceed so that the railroad authorities should understand that the town was closed to traffic henceforth. The engineer damned his eyes and said he'd swim through seas of blood rather than budge before dawn, when he would inspect the bridge to see what mischief you infernal scoundrels have done to it. J.B. agreed and promised to walk over the bridge before the train, which he did, by the way, to show that it was safe. This discussion took some time, with frequent interruptions, for you must imagine it taking place in darkness, illuminated only by the train's headlight and the feeble lamps of the nearest buildings, against a background of babbling passengers being helped into the wager-house, men shouting, females screaming, the shot darky being carried away, a church bell belatedly sounding the alarm, bewildered citizens seeking enlightenment at the tops of their voices, and some of the bolder spirits who emerged from the shadows for a closer look being seized by our fellows at the armory gates and sent to join the prisoners in the shed. But no one from the town showed fight, for several good reasons. It was too dark to tell properly what was taking place. A rumour had spread through the town that we were over 100 strong, and while the arsenal was bursting with weapons, there was hardly a gun in the town except for a few fowling pieces and the like. So while we held our positions, and J.B. continued to do nothing, the people kept their distance, except for one cool hand, a doctor who approached the arsenal, was given the right about by Hazlitt, and then crossed the street bold as brass to demand of J.B. what he thought he was about, and, on being told, denounced him for a murderer. "The only black you've liberated so far is one who was free already, the poor fellow you shot down on the tracks." He was a peppery medico, this, with a jaw like a pike, and the darkie's gore all over his hands. "Look at that! He's dying this minute, with your bullet in his lung, you old blackguard!" J.B. said he was sorry for it, but the man had run when called on to halt, and the doctor must consider himself a prisoner. "Just try it, mister," cries the Sawbones, "or shoot me in the back, why don't you?" And he stamped off to the wager-house, stopping on the way to survey us, and Hazlitt at the arsenal. And if every man was taking stock, he was, sure enough. 2 hours later he was riding hell for leather for the nearest town to turn out the militia. And meanwhile J.B. was waiting and doing nothing, hardly answering when spoken to, and our fellows were fidgeting and muttering, and Joe was growling at me. Why wasn't the captain taking a hold of things, and why didn't I tell him? I said I'd told him, hadn't I? And every moment my gorge was rising higher with panic, as I wondered if I dared make a run for it. There was a clatter of wheels from the dark, and here came a fine 4-horse vehicle, wheeling into the armory gates, with 3 white men and about a dozen darkies aboard, and Stevens jumping down, rifle in hand. He helped down one of the whites, a bluff old cove in a grey coat, who I guessed was Washington, and I heard him sing out, "This is Osawatomie Brown of Kansas," as J.B. strode forward to meet them. One of our darkies jumped down after them, brandishing a sheathed sabre and calling out, "Here 'tis, Captain! Here the old sword, sure enough!" And J.B. seized on it and stood with it in his hand, as he told Washington that he had been taken for the moral effect it would give to our cause, but he would be shown every attention. "And if we get the worst of it, your life will be worth as much as mine," whatever that meant. Washington took it mighty cool, saying nothing, and presently he and the 2 other whites, a man and a youth, were put in the yard, and J.B. supervised the distribution of pikes to the slaves in the captured carriage, telling them they were free men now and must defend their liberties. And the poor black buggers stood in terrified bewilderment, looking at the pikes as though they were rattlesnakes. "A fine rebellion we're going to have," thinks I. Ah, well, they'll shape better, no doubt, when they've built their forts in the hills and dug communicating tunnels. I kept clear of all this, but so did Joe, damn him, and my gorge rose another couple of notches, for the dark was beginning to lift slowly, and I could see clear to the nearest houses of the town, where people were peeping out, and some even gathering on the corners, staring across at us. There were faces at the windows of the wager-house, and hard by it, where the train stood, passengers were climbing aboard, with scared glances in our direction. In the armory yard all was confusion, for the prisoners had been let out of their shed and were mingling with the newcomers in a great babel of voices. The niggers with the pikes looked ready to weep, and our men were watching anxiously as Stevens and Tidd clamoured around J.B., who now had the sword girt round his middle and was exulting over a brace of barkers, presumably the property of the late Marquis de Lafayette. "Why, we got more prisoners here than there is of us," Tidd was explaining, and Stevens was arguing with J.B. about loading up from the arsenal and getting nowhere. J.B.'s notion was to send Washington's carriage, which was larger than our wagon, over into Maryland to collect the Kennedy farm weapons, which Owen would have shifted by now to a schoolhouse closer to the Potomac, and bring them back to supplement the arms in the arsenal. Stevens frowned in dismay. "But, Captain, 'twill be full light in an hour. See here, why don't we load up the carriage and the wagon from the arsenal now, with everything we need, call in Cargy and Oliver, and all of us hightail it out of here. We can pick up Owen and the arms from the schoolhouse and be in the hills for noon." He gestured towards the houses, where more people were assembling, watching us. "Look at them folks yonder. How long are they going to let us alone, you reckon?" J.B. gave him a stern look. "You forget, Captain Stevens, that it is here at the ferry that the slaves will rally to us. Why, if we were to leave now, we should be abandoning them. No more of that, sir." "Well, I don't know that the slaves are coming," says Stevens. "We saw no sign of 'em when we came in just now, I can tell you." "And it'll take 3 hours easy to get to the schoolhouse and load up and come back here again," cries Tidd. "Then we got to clear out the arsenal, Captain, It'll be noon before we can get out of town. Why, the militia'll be here by then. And come dawn, these folks are going to see how few we are. I could see Stevens was keeping his temper with difficulty. They ain't going to stand by. J.B. stilled them with a raised hand, like a patient parent. The hostages are our assurance of safety. The people will dare nothing against us for fear of harming them. And I will not desert the Negroes. He became peremptory. Captain Tidd, you and Captains Lehman and Cook will take the carriage away and receive our pikes and rifles from Owen. But they're 3 of our best men, sir. Stevens was near despair. I beg you, send but one and some of the slaves. But J.B. was deaf to all common sense, and presently the carriage rolled off over the Potomac Bridge with Cook at the reins and Tidd and Lehman marching alongside, with a gaggle of the freed darkies in the back. Stevens pleaded with J.B. at least to start clearing the arsenal. First, I must keep my promise to the engineer, says J.B., and off he went to the train, his rifle cradled in his arm and his sword trailing in the mud, hollowing to the engineer that he might get up steam. The townsfolk across the way set up a murmur at the sight of his commanding figure striding towards the tracks, but he paid them no mind at all, and presently the train was chugging slowly on to the covered bridge, with the old man striding ahead of it and the crowd before the wager-house fallen silent. By gad, he's cool, says Stevens to me, too damn cool. I tell you, Josh, we ain't got but a couple of hours before we'll have to shoot our way out. What ails him? He acts like we was in a town meeting. It was true, and every one who was through Harper's Ferry will tell you the same. The chancier things got, the calmer grew J.B., as though he were in the grip of some soothing drug. Stevens swore through his teeth. We've got to get John Cargy down here. He'll take heed of Cargy. And pat on his words, there was a commotion at the wager-house, and one of our niggers came running from under the trees, brandishing his sharps. The folk scattered to let him through, and he came panting up to tell us he was from the rifle works, and Cargy wanted to know when J.B. planned to retire from the town, because he'd seen a rider galloping along the Charlestown road. Damnation! What did I say? cries Stevens. It's but 8 miles off. 2-3 hours we'll have the militia on us. The crack of a shot interrupted him, sending us scurrying behind the armory railings, and then came 2 more from somewhere in the town. There was a shrilling of women as the people gave back to their houses, except for one fool who made a dart across the street towards the arsenal. One of our men, the younger Thompson, I think, loosed a shot at him, and he threw up his hands and flopped down in the mud, to a chorus of screams and oaths from the wager-house. A couple of men ran out, crouching, and hauled him away. Stevens bawled, "Stand to, men!" and every rifle was trained on the town. But now J.B. was striding towards us from the Potomac Bridge, coat flapping, calling to hold our fire. A man came hurrying from the wager-house, waving his hands as though appealing for calm, and J.B. stopped to talk to him, and presently nodded and came on to us, while the others scampered back to safety. No further shots came, but our fellows stayed at the armory railings, and behind them the prisoners cowered down, all save old Washington, who stood his ground, arms akimbo. "Those were only squirrel rifles," says J.B., unconcerned. "There will be no more of that, but be at the ready, men, and keep up a bold front." "Captain," says Stevens, "this won't do. We're in no case to fight. Just a handful here and the rest spread all over." "There will be no call to fight," says J.B. "The prisoners are our security." "If you count on that, sir, you are in error." It was Washington, loud and steady, not stirring a foot. "Captain Brown, you must give over this madness. Either lay down your arms or avoid the town." Odd word to use, I remember thinking. "Look yonder, sir. You have put the people in fear. You have shot a man down. You hold us captive here, all to no purpose. Give it up, sir, before worse befalls." He was full of spunk and sense, the old soldier, both of which were wasted on our ragged Napoleon. He lifted a commanding hand to Washington. "Be silent, sir! I have my purpose, as you shall learn. You and all others who live by human bondage. Not another word, sir!" He stood a long moment, glaring like the wrath of God, and then looked about him, taking a slow survey of the scene, turning on his heel, his rifle at the port. It was full light now, and all plain to see. Our men kneeling or standing behind the railings, pieces presented. Behind them, Washington, foursquare among the prisoners. Across the street to our right, the houses with people peering out of the alleys in nervous silence. The arsenal, with Hazlitt and his chum in the doorway, rifles ready. The wager-house, with faces at every window, and at least a score of folk on the porch, and others under the trees beyond, where Galt's saloon could be seen with a couple of fellows sitting on the roof, a few more by the railroad tracks. Hidden from our view by the wager-house, Watson and Taylor were on guard at the Potomac Bridge, and not a sound except for the distant wail of the train whistle far away on the Maryland shore. A light rain was falling again, pattering in the muddy puddles. Everyone just stood, waiting on that gnarled, bearded old scarecrow in his soiled coat and ragged hat, his ridiculous sabre trailing at his side. He finished his survey and fixed Washington with a grim, burning stare. "If any are in fear, it is a judgment on the sins of their guilty land. If any die resisting a just cause, then they have brought it upon themselves. As to the purpose of your own captivity, I have told you it was a moral one, and also because, as aid to the governor of Virginia, you would have endeavored to perform your duty, and perhaps you would have been a troublesome customer to me." He thrust a finger like a handspike towards Washington. "I shall do my duty also, and to a higher power than a slave state. I shall be very particular to pay attention to you, sir, on my word." He paused, growling deep in his chest, and turned to Bill Thompson at the railing. "Captain Thompson, how many hostages are under guard? 30, you say? So many? Why, that is twice our own number. Well, now, we must take account of that." He leaned his rifle against the gate and stood glowering at the prisoners with his hands resting on his pistol butts, his lips moving as though in calculation, and I felt the hairs rise on my neck. "Sweet Jesus, what's he about?" gasps Stevens. "Is he crazy?" A rhetorical question, if ever I heard one. With the old Death's head glaring like Dragfoot the hangman, and then he swung towards our group, hitching his sword hilt out of the way and fumbling in his pants pocket. He lugged out a handful of the eagles Miriam had given him, glancing across at the wager-house as he sorted the coins on his palm. "Joe Simmons," says he, "here is $15. I want you to go to the hotel yonder and tell them we require hot breakfasts for 45 persons to be served to us here. Oatmeal and milk, and some of their southern fry of eggs and ham, whatever they have, you understand. Oh, and Joe, they'll send coffee, no doubt, but tell them I desire a pot of tea also." I suppose Cardigan's walk, march, trot at Balaclava is the most memorable battlefield command I've ever heard, but J.B.'s order for breakfast at Harper's Ferry runs it close. For a moment I didn't believe it, and neither did Joe, for he stood gaping at the coins in J.B.'s hand. And then his glance flickered in my direction, and I knew at once what he was thinking, that if he went off to the wager-house, who was going to keep an eye on slippery B.M. Comer? For a second he hesitated, and then the clever beggar saw his way out. "Why, Captain, I can't do that," says he. "They won't pay no heed to a colored man, no, sir. They'll mind what Mass Josh says, though, and I can go along and help carry him, maybe." And some fools say they're not fit to vote. The hope that had leapt in my breast died in a smouldering inward rage as J.B. nodded and handed me the money, only to revive again at the thought that the crowded confusion of the wager-house might give me the opportunity I'd been praying for. All I'd need was a split second to get out of reach and range of Joe, and then either try to flee the town or declare myself to some responsible citizen as a government agent. By God, that would be risky. They'd never believe me. J.B. broke in on my thoughts. "Leave your rifles and revolvers. They will offer you no violence, knowing that we hold their friends hostage." I didn't hesitate. but drew the 2 Colts from my hip holsters and passed them to Stevens, along with my sharps. Joe's eyes rolled and his ugly mouth tightened, but then he too passed over his pistols. J.B. said, "Remember the tea, Joshua," and we set off side by side across the open ground towards the wager house, one of us casting wary sidelong glances, the other with the reassuring pressure of the tranter tucked into the back of his waistband under his coat. It was an interesting walk in its way, under the astonished eyes of the citizens, wondering what the deuce it meant. 2 of the desperadoes who were holding their town to ransom suddenly strolling over to their hotel. For a moment the crowd on the porch stood goggling, and then there was a flurry of skirts and squealing as the women shrank away and some of the men drew back, although most stood pat, hostile but scared. I played up, tipping my hat and calling a cheery "good morning" as we mounted the steps, and one of the men even thrust the door open for us to pass through, crying, "John, someone get John Folks, quick! They're a-coming in!" For a moment it was like upsetting a bee's nest as we strode in, for the lobby was full of anxious citizens, as was the dining area off to one side, and the advent of a stalwart ruffian with whiskers and a massive black, forbidding mien had them almost clambering over each other. I calmed them with an upraised hand and my best speech-days style, assuring them they had no cause for alarm, that Captain Brown presented his compliments and would be withdrawing from their delightful township presently, and that in the meantime they should remain at ease while I spoke to a waiter. There was a moment's stunned silence, and then cries of "He's a foreigner!" and the like, and a red-faced worthy in a tile hat shouted, "What do you mean by it? What do you want of us? And who are you?" And a woman fainted, and another woman screamed, and all was confusion until I raised my voice again, and presently a small, bald trembler in a white apron and an extremity of terror emerged, and I gave him my order for 45 breakfasts. Strangely enough, it seemed to have a calming effect on the assembly, if not on the hash-slinger. His teeth chattered, and he closed his eyes, babbling that he didn't know if Cookie could handle that many at such short notice, and he'd have to see, and oh my God, he'd do his best, and finally, this is unvarnished truth, in a shrill whinny, "Say, mister, how do you want the eggs?" "At your discretion, my boy," says I, and he stared witless before scurrying away, muttering, "Discretion?" And for all I know, they are serving oeufs à la discretion in Harper's Ferry to this day. While I took a quick slant about me, 50 folk, if there was one, pale faces and round eyes, women shrinking, men resolute but doubtful, every head in the dining section turned to stare, whispers and scared murmurs. No other door off the lobby, but one beyond the dining tables, obviously to the kitchen. Straight ahead of me, a big bar counter, with gilt mirrors behind, a staircase leading to a balcony above the lobby, a young negress looking down over the rail, and here I paused in astonishment at the bizarre contrast of bottle-bright red hair tumbling about shining ebony cheeks, a plump black hand clutching a silk peignoir round a form which would have done credit to a Turkish wrestler, and bold, protruding eyes regarding me with, unless I was mistaken, which I seldom am, awakening interest. I stared and received an unexpected dazzling beam of white teeth in return. "How many more of us you aiming to kill, you damned brigand?" It was my red-faced worthy again, waving a fist in my face. "There's a corpse a-layin' in back yonder, and a nigger like to die." That's Brown, the abolitionist out yonder," cries another. "Him and his gang of Kansas murderers, and you skunk, and this black villain got the gall to bust in here asking to be fed." "Shame, shame on you," squawks a female, and then they were surging about us, spitting and cursing. A fist swung at my head. I ducked, and my assailant blundered into Joe, tumbling him over. My hand was on the tranter, and Joe, sprawling, was conjuring a colt from his armpit. A fellow dived on him, grabbing his wrist. A squawking woman was belabouring me with her gamp. Joe was hurling his attacker aside, but by that time I was going through the dining section like Spring-Heeled Jack, sending a table flying as I plunged through the kitchen door. One backward glimpse I had of Joe, rearing gigantic and bellowing as the mob fell back before his pistol, and then I was face to face with a wizened black granny flourishing a skillet, a kitchen in uproar, and my little waiter on his knees crying, "'Twon't be but a moment, mister, honest." There was a door ajar to my right. I leapt through, slamming it behind me, and found myself in a passage with a door to the open air and a flight of stairs running up, and I was just about to choose from the former when there was a tremendous crash and screaming from the kitchen, with Joe bawling, "Where'd he go? You see a white man, woman?" He wasn't 5 seconds behind me. If I broke into the open, he'd nail me for certain. I bounded up the stairs, through a door at the top, and crouched, wheezing with terror, in a deserted passage, while the sound of a raging blackamoor bursting from the hotel in vain pursuit sounded below. Then I tiptoed forward, past closed doors on either side, wondering where the hell I could hide, came to the end of my passage, and dropped prone as I realized it opened slap onto the balcony above the lobby. There was uproar down yonder, and someone was clattering up the main staircase towards me. I had no time to retreat. There was a closed door to my right. I grabbed in panic at the knob, rolled hastily within, thrust it shut, and came to my feet, tranter in hand, and an ear to the panels, my heart pounding as I heard the steps go past. Someone gasped in the room behind me, and I whipped round with a yelp of fear to find myself confronting my dusky Amazon of the balcony. Hennaed hair a-tumble, hands raised in amazement. I gave a frantic croak of, "No, don't call out," and she blinked, eyes popping at the tranter. But she didn't faint or have hysterics, and when I shoved it back beneath my coat, she rolled her eyes and let out an elaborate sigh of relief, followed by a shrill giggle. "Well, here's a go. My, can't you move around, though?" She raised a whimsical eyebrow. "You just passing through, or you kindly planning to stay, I hope?" I had no time to marvel at the presence of a gaudy and eccentric negress en déshabillé in a southern hotel, or the nonchalance with which she greeted an armed intruder. "Madam," cries I, "don't be alarmed, I beg. I mean no harm, I swear, but I'm in a slight pickle, you see. Hold on, do." I sped to the front window and peeped through the curtains. There, not 50 yards off, were the armory gates, with J.B. and Stevens in plain view, and the fellows at the railings. To the left was the arsenal, with the town houses beyond. There were a few citizens by the houses, and one bold spirit was shouting and shaking his fist in J.B.'s direction. "What in creation's happening out there?" demands the Queen of Sheba. "An election? Sounds like Sacramento on 4th July. Who you running from, handsome? The vigilantes?" I hopped to the room's other window, which overlooked the railroad tracks and the Potomac. It was a corner room, as you'll see from my map, and started back as Joe suddenly appeared beneath, by the side of the hotel, coat in hand, staring about him. There was a knot of people by the tracks, scattering away from him as he turned and shouted, and I realized he must be addressing Watson at the bridge entrance behind the hotel. Then he set off for the armory gates, waving and shouting to J.B., no doubt asking him how he'd like his eggs. I crouched, watching, until a husky voice spoke reproachfully behind me. "Well, you sure know how to flatter a fine colored lady. Or is the view out there more pleasing than the one in here?" I turned, still breathless, to find her regarding me with a quizzy amusement that took me even more aback than her extravagant appearance. This was the South, mind, where darkies knew their place, but here was one, young, sassy, and black as your boot, who carried herself like a Dahomey duchess, and looked the white boss in the eye with cheerful insolence. She must have read my thought, for she tossed that astonishing fiery head. "I's free, case you're wondering," says she tartly, "and I'm waiting." When in doubt, grovel. "I beg your pardon, ma'am, believe me, I can explain. Those men yonder are abolitionist raiders." "So I've been told," says she coolly. "You likewise?" No, not at all. Oh, law. The fact is, I'm a government man. I was with them to observe them, you see, find out what they were up to." "You don't say. Well, think of that." Her eyes widened in mock wonder. "Government man, eh? Like a police detective." "It's true, I swear. I had to get away from them, but the people downstairs, they don't know what I am, you see, and they might not believe me, if they found me, I mean." "Uh-huh. So you got to lie low for a spell, right here, is that it?" Her smile broadened, and I could have cried out in relief. Yes, yes, exactly. I gave her my most appealing leer. If I might stay for just a little while, I'd be most grateful, I assure you, ma'am. Call me Hannah, chuckled she, and just try to leave. She swayed majestically forward to lean on the four-poster in what I can only call a worldly attitude, teasing an amber tress between her fingers and pushing out her lower lip. And as I recovered my wind and appraised her at close quarters, inhaling a gust of sweet, heavy scent and noting the ravenous glint in her eye, why, do you know, all of a sudden it was like coming back to life again after months in another drab and dismal world, and my immediate terrors and those of the past few hours were dwindling away. By heaven, though! She was overwhelming. 16 magnificent stone if she was an ounce, but light on her feet as a dancer, pug-faced, pretty in an overblown way, and with a jolly sensuality in the thick purple lips and flaring nostrils spread across the fat, shiny cheeks. Not my vision of Venus exactly, but it seemed as though centuries had passed since Mandeville. My randy imaginings of Elsbeth were still fresh in mind, and as I contemplated those enormous endowments fore and aft and the massive shapely thigh thrust out of her peignoir, I came all over a tremble, pointing like a gun-dog. Her languid smile became a hungry, complacent smirk. "Say, that's better," purred she. "I was beginning to think you was another Popplewell." "Another what?" "Popplewell. My lawful wedded, 2 days back in Pittsburgh. First time for him, third for me, but my first white husband, you understand," she added proudly, dropping a plump hand to display a stone the size of a fives pill on her ring finger. "Rich lil runt, too. How else you think he could bring his nigger wife to a Virginia hotel? Supposed to be taking me honeymooning in Washington. Don't fret, honey, he's long gone. Vamoosed on that train after the shooting. Pale as a ghost, the dirty dog. Left me flat, and this was going to be my wedding night, too." She glanced regretfully at the bed and heaved a sigh which shivered her top gallants, causing me to grunt sharply in sympathy. "And me, tricked up in my prettiest things and all," she continued plaintively. "You'd have thought he'd have stayed, wouldn't you?" And before my enraptured eyes she shrugged off the peignoir, put her hands on her hips, and stood there bursting out of a flimsy corset which would have been tight on Mandeville. She leaned forward, bulging magnificently, and pouted at me, with lips like cushions. "Well," says she, soulful-like, "wouldn't you?" No doubt about it, I've been lucky with women, but then, as the fellow said, the more you practice, and no one has striven harder towards perfection than I. But Mrs. Hannah Popplewell was a double stroke of good fortune. First, because her presence in Harper's Ferry, which afforded me a refuge, was a chance in 1,000, and secondly, because she was one of those insatiable ornaments of her sex who would rather gallop than go to church, and just what I needed after a hard night's rebellion against the Commonwealth of Virginia. If her conduct was forward, well, her connubial expectations had been dashed by the recreant Popplewell, and the arrival of Fleshy, with whiskers rampant, must have seemed like the answer to a randy young matron's prayer. And if you wonder that I succumbed to the brazen bitch's advances, with peril threatening on every side, don't. Fear has never dampened my ardour yet, as Sharif Sahib's harem, into which I blundered accidental during the Battle of Patusan, could tell you, and the contents of that corset, flopping out voluptuously under my very nose, banished all thoughts but one. I buried my face between 'em, nearly crying, and wrenched at the laces with one hand while discarding my breeches with the other, which ain't easy when you're suffocating, but love will find a way. Taken unawares, the coy little flirt squeaked in pretended alarm. "Easy, boy," giggled she. "The door. Gotta shoot the boat." "Leave that to me! Ha-ha!" I seized handfuls of rump, kneading away as she struggled playfully, making feeble noises of protest.
"But, honey, you ain't even told me your name yet."
"Allow me to introduce myself," I chortled, and with one tremendous heave I hoisted her up, all black and glossy, into the firing position. Her eyes bugged out of her chubby face. With a silent scream, she enveloped my mouth with those enormous lips, heaving against me. I reeled back, muscles creaking as she surged up and down. My stars, it was like wrestling an elephant. My legs hit the bed, and I collapsed supine beneath that ponderous mass of ebony flesh, wondering whether I'd be crushed or smothered, but resolved to die game. For a moment it was touch and go, for the selfish slut had no thought but her own lustful gratification. But then she remembered to take the weight on her knees and elbows, as a lady should, and settled into a fine raking action that sent the bed jerking across the floor, and brought the canopy down on us. I could tell she'd done it before, so I settled to the enjoyable task of holding those gigantic black boobies at a safe distance, letting her have her head, and as we plunged ecstatically past the post, I thought, good riddance, Popperwell, she'd have been wasted on you. It had all been so deuced sudden, flight one moment, fornication the next, that I was glad of the chance to lie and take stock afterwards, listening to the bride's contempted lip-smackings and reflecting that J.B. and Joe had more to do than fret over me, and the last place the citizens would think of looking for an absconding raider was the upper floor of their hotel. It wouldn't be safe to play the government agent card yet awhile, though. Better by far to lie snug and safe, rogering this prime piece of dusky blubber until J.B. skip town, as he soon must, or perish, then wait for night and slip away unobserved, or better still, shave off my beard and whiskers, wait until tomorrow if need be, muffle up well, and board a convenient train, perhaps with Mrs. Popperwell on my arm to lend colour, so to speak. With the hotel at sixes and sevens, they'd never look twice, and she was the sporty kind who'd think it a great lark, provided I continued to give satisfaction in the meantime, which I was soon called on to do. It seemed that I had no sooner slipped into a ruined stupor before she was billowing all over me again, slipping her tongue into my ear and whispering, as she teased away with practised fingers, that I was her show-nuff honeymoon baby of all things, and whenever she saw a cucumber after this she'd think of me, and similar endearments. She'd no notion of leisurely love-making either. 30 seconds of gentle dalliance, and she started behaving like the Empress Theodora run amok, with poor old Flashy fighting for his life, belaboured by balloons of black jelly. Capital fun, mind you, but gruelling. And so the morning wore away, and myself with it. Meanwhile there was little disturbance from without. Now and then there would be a few shots, but whenever I looked out the state of play seemed unchanged. J.B. and Co. ensconced around the armoury gates, but taking no harm from the occasional sniping, and now and then some of the townies would even approach the railings to confer with them, without result that I could see. It was a damned rum business, when you think of it, a quiet little town being held up by a gang of fanatics to no apparent purpose, the two sides taking pot-shots and confabbing by turns, and folk going about their business a stone's throw away. I couldn't fathom J.B. at all. If he didn't move, he was done for, but he seemed content to sit and wait, while the precious minutes ticked by. I gave up at last and bedded down, and had the horrors when I woke to find that Mrs. Popperwell was absent and the door ajar, but at that moment I heard her on the landing, saying she'd take the tray in herself, 'cause Mr. Popperwell was still abed, plain tuckered out he was. This with a lewd giggle for the waiter's benefit, and here she came, fat cheeks wreathed in smiles, bearing victuals and news.
"Such a ruckus down there. They don't know who's in the place and who ain't," says she. "So lean to and hit the fry, Mr. Popperwell. Got to keep that fine frame of yours fed, I reckon. Come here, honey, and let me nuzzle you."
She engulfed me lingeringly.
"Say, though, your man Smith, or Brown, what's his name, got hisself treed, but good, they're saying. Militia coming from Charlestown, and soldiers, and everyone scared to pieces that the niggers 'll cut loose and massacre the white folks and raise Cain all round. Hey, try this cornbread, darling. 'Tis succulent. And they're talking real wild, saying they're going to burn this brown feller alive when they catch him."
She shuddered between gargantuan mouthfuls.
I declare he must be crazy, freeing the niggers. Who ever heard the like? Anyway, just so long as they don't burn you up, big boy. More coffee?
She poured, and no Belgravia mamma ever did it more elegantly, tipping in the precise amount of cream without a drip, and as I considered her, noting the delicacy with which those enormous fingers handled cups and spoons, the erect posture on the edge of her chair, the assured tilt of the splendid Zulu figurehead with the flaming red curls spilling over her shoulders, I found myself thinking back to my conversation with Joe on the night flyer. "You don't approve of abolitionists, then?"
Damn right I don't. Running off black trash field hands and low-life niggers to freedom. Think that makes 'em free? They're gonna be slaves a long time yet, whether they got emancipation papers or not. She tossed her head. Yo man Smith or Shaw Brown must be a fool to think he can free 'em. No white man can. Only us niggers. In here. She tapped her brow. Like I did, long time ago.
How was that, Hannah?
Why, you know, she slapped my hand, chuckling. Soon I saw a white man look at me 10 years back, when I was just 16, not as big as I is now, but well-fleshed, you know, and when they saw me shaking and I went by, she stood up and took a few steps, swaying with ponderous grace and rolling her eyes. I says to myself, Hannah, gal, you totin' your fortune round right here, and don't make no matter whether you black or white or sky blue pink. You just shake that meat, and you never go hungry.
More soberly, she added,
Sure, I's a girl, but every nigger, everybody got something to take to market, if they got the spunk and gumption to make the most of theirselves. You is what you think you is, and that's why I'm a lady.
She had determined to catch a wealthy husband.
But I went mad for this colored gambling man in Frisco and was wed and widowed inside a month. Yeah, Billy shot 2 fellows in a faro school. One was a chink, so it didn't signify, but t'other was white and a blacksmith, mighty valuable man, so Billy got hung. Left me nothing but his watch and $22. Then I married Homer, lot older'n me, mulatter gentleman he was, lent money to the colored folks. Nice little business, but he up and died on me in bed.
Happy Homer, thinks I, but no wonder.
He left me a tolerable sum, but little Hannah, see, the only real money is white money, so I set me to cotch some.
She sipped at her cup complacently.
Took time and a heap of patience till I snagged Popplewell. Owns shares in half the canals in Illinois. Bachelor gentleman, gagged me as housekeeper. I see right away he was crazy for black meat, wanted me to be his fancy woman, but no, sir. I says, you want a bed, you gotta wed. I can't marry a nigger, he hollers. Then you can go without, I says.
She whooped with mirth, dealing me a playful slap that almost broke my leg.
My land, how he went on a-pleadin' and an-entreatin', and I just kept a-shaking till he was fit to boil over. You must be mine, cries he, now weepin'. So I says, why, whenever you please, Mr. Popplewell, sir, but you got to bid for my hand afore you gets the rest of me. So we did, last week, and we was wed in Pittsburgh, regular Episcopalian, and he still ain't had the rest of me.
She giggled, admiring her ring with deep content. And the little juggins ran away on the train last night.
Grease lightning off a shovel, says she cheerfully. I can't bide violence, says he all tremblish. We must fly, my own, for worse befalls. I says, you can fly, Popplewell, but I's comfortable right here. And he flew. Meet me in Washington, dear creature, and here's $100. Do not fail me. They was his parting words, so I'll meet him in my own sweet time, meet his canal shares too, but right now.
She rose with a fine billowing of her peignoir, put her arms about my neck, and slid her splendid bulk onto my knee.
I's real comfortable.
The unworthy thought crossed my mind that her present misbehaviour rendered her eminently blackmailable where Popplewell was concerned, but it was a purely Pickwickian reflection, you understand. I'd not have dreamed, I'd not have dared, even given the chance, for I'd taken a liking to this hearty black trollop, a true kindred spirit, pleasuring her rump off at a moment's notice, aye, and drumming up breakfast from a kitchen in Bedlam, gathering the news and preparing the way for my departure, as Mr. Popplewell into the bargain. You don't find many like her, and I told her so.
"Well, now, suppose you just show me,"
says she, squirming on my lap and licking my lips. So I did, for the third and last time. For even as we buckled to, the curtain was rising on the final gruesome act at Harper's Ferry. 12 hours had passed since we'd crossed the Potomac Bridge, and all unknown to us the alarm had been spreading since dawn from village to town to city, clicking along the wire even to the White House. Already militia companies were tramping through the leafy Virginia lanes from Charlestown and mustering in Frederick and Winchester and Martinsburg, and even eventually in Baltimore. That young beau sabreur, Lieutenant J.E.B. Stewart, who was in Washington trying to hawk his patent sword frog to the War Department, found himself ordered to ride for Arlington to summon Colonel Robert E. Lee of the 2nd Cavalry. Didn't old J.B. attract the big guns, eh? And within hours the two of them were bound for the ferry in the wake of the U.S. Marines. The steel trap that Douglas had prophesied was closing, while J.B. mooned away his time, waiting for the slaves to rally to him, waiting for the arms to arrive from Owen, waiting because the poor old peasant didn't know what else to do, and Kaji kept sending frantic messages from the rifle works beseeching him to move, and the citizens of Harper's Ferry lost patience and began to gather in earnest, and well, you know what I was doing, and not a man in Virginia was better employed, and you may tell Mrs. Popplewell I said so. It came as sudden as a thunderclap. A deafening burst of shooting, and I was springing to the window, and all hell was breaking loose between the town houses and the armory railings, with both sides blazing away, and the far bank of the Potomac was alive with armed men in civilian duds, the Charlestown militia, led by a man who knew his business, for he was cutting off J.B.'s line of retreat. From the side window I saw them streaming down towards the Potomac Bridge, which was out of sight from where I was, behind the hotel, so I didn't see them storming over the bridge, shouting and huzzahing, chasing Watson, Brown, and Taylor, who fled to the armory. I saw them run across from the tracks, firing back, and then the militia came into view below the hotel, scores of men who looked like farmers on a rabbit hunt. They spread out along the track beneath my window and on the open ground, pouring fire at the armory gates, and I thought, "You're done, J.B.," for I expected them to rush the railings, but an officer bawled to them to take cover in the wager house, and I heard him ordering parties to Galt's Saloon and the Shenandoah Bridge, where Oliver was stationed. Now it was pandemonium below stairs, and the building shook as about 50 clodhoppers surged in, hollering and crashing among the furniture and firing from the windows. Female shrieks arose, and a stentorian voice ordered all ladies to take refuge on the upper floor. There was a great pattering and squealing on the stairs, and I was in terror that we'd be invaded, but Mrs. P. put pay to that by showing herself in our doorway, bold, black, and bedizened. No respectable southern female was going to share a room with a nigger.
"Why, 'tis a scandal allowing such a creature in civilized lodgings. What is the world coming to?"
Suddenly there was uproar outside, a fusillade of shots, and from the front window I saw young Oliver racing across before the hotel, letting fly with his Colt at pursuing militiamen. He'd been driven from the Shenandoah Bridge and was going like a stag for the armory gates, with Bill Thompson at his heels, and hard behind them came the old, black, dangerous newbie. Oliver and Thompson won clear, with shots kicking up the puddles round them, but newbie suddenly staggered, his head thrown back, and I saw that a shot had torn his neck horribly open. He stumbled sideways and sprawled on his back in the mud, and that was the first of John Brown's pet lambs gone. And as I stared down at the twitching body and the blood welling across the ground, I suddenly remembered him sobbing in a corner at Kennedy Farm over a letter from his wife, who was still in slavery, hoping that he'd be able to buy her and their children soon, and J.B. setting a hand on his shoulder, saying, "They shall be free, newbie, depend upon it," and old Dangerous saying, "I know it, Captain, I know it." They didn't let him be. Now that the militia were on hand, and the raiders' number was patently up, All sorts of ragged town heroes came to join in the fun, and in no time they were at the liquor in the wager-house and Galt's place. There was a fine drunken commotion beneath our feet, singing and cheering and guffawing, and great rage being voiced against J.B. and his gang. They were full of bile because Oliver and Thompson had escaped, and soon, when J.B. sent out a hostage with a white flag to hold some parley or other with the militia, half a dozen of the town vermin emerged from the hotel to take out their spite on Newby's corpse, kicking it and dragging it about with cries of, "There, you damn nigger! Rot in hell and serve you right!" One barefoot rascal dragged off the dead man's boots, and then Mrs. Popplewell, who was with me at the window, cried, "Oh, sweet Jesus!" and turned away. For the rest of them were hurrahing round the corpse, egging on one who knelt and sawed at its head, and presently came running to the hotel, bellowing who wanted a couple of abolitionist souvenirs, hey, and I saw he was flourishing Newby's bloody ears aloft. His mates cheered and clapped him on the back. That was when the nightmare began. Shooting had broken out again, heavier than ever from the houses and the heights behind the town, and J.B.'s beleaguered party had to abandon the railings and take cover among the armory sheds. They had no way out now. More militia were arriving, over both bridges, and soon the ground about the hotel and tracks was thick with them, clamouring to get at them damn nigger lovers, but 'twas all shouts and no action. Either their leaders were concerned for the hostages, or more likely had a healthy respect for J.B.'s marksmen, who were holding their fire now, except when their tormentors came too close. One idiot on horseback waving a shotgun was picked off like a squirrel from a branch, and another, venturing too far down the railroad tracks, was dropped with a single shot. As I learned later, he was the mayor of Harper's Ferry, and when the news of his death spread among the people, their rage knew no bounds. What with that and militiamen inflamed with drink, I could see J.B. and co. being torn limb from limb when the mob finally worked up the nerve to storm the armory. But in the meantime they were content to plaster the sheds with shot and roar blood-curdling threats. And then J.B. sent out another white flag. There was a great howl of fury when it appeared in the armory gateway, but a militia officer bawled to them to hold their fire, for it was borne by one of the hostages, who came marching towards the hotel with young Bill Thompson by his side. The crowd surged out and surrounded them, drowning the hostage's plea to be heard. The flag was torn from him, and Bill Thompson was dragged into the wager-house, battered and kicked, with yells of, "Lynch the bastard! No, no, hanging's too good for him! Burn the son of a bitch!" The drunken din from beneath was now so deafening that there wasn't a word to be made out, but since they didn't haul Thompson out for execution, I guessed he was still alive for the time being. You'd have thought J.B. would have learned from that incident, but not he. Not long after, another white rag was seen waving in the armory. The order to cease fire was shouted again, and this time it was Aaron Stevens and Watson Brown who came out side by side. "You bloody fools," thinks I, "you're done for." But on they came towards the hotel, Watson stiff as a ramrod, with his head carried high, and big Aaron ploughing along with one hand raised like an Indian in greeting. For a moment it was so still I could hear their boots squelching through the puddles, and then a rifle cracked, and Watson stumbled forward and fell on his hands and knees. A great cheer went up. A volley of shots followed. Stevens seemed to hesitate, and then he came for the wager-house like a bull at a gate, hurling the flag away, and was cut down within 20 paces of the hotel. I absolutely saw his body jerk as the slugs hit him, and then the hostage who had been with Bill Thompson came running out, arms spread wide, turning to put himself between the two shot men and the mob. Another hostage, who must have been following Stevens and Watson from the armory, ran forward to join him, and together they dragged Stevens to the wager-house, one of them yelling, "You cowardly scum! Stop it, damn you! Can't you see the flag?" For a moment the firing stopped, and then it was seen that Watson was crawling on all fours back to the armory, and the mob set up a great yell and let fly again. He scrambled up and ran, clutching his stomach, with the bullets churning the dirt around his feet, and went down again, but he still kept crawling and managed to roll to cover behind one of the gateposts. That sent them wild, and they poured in fire harder than ever. But what, you ask, was Flashy doing while the tide of battle rolled o'er Harper's Ferry? Crouched, shivering, at the curtains. That's what. sweating pints at the thought of what those booze-sodden villains would do if they chanced to seek sport above stairs, and discovered that the trembling occupant of the Popplewell chamber was none other than the raider who'd come demanding breakfast. I only had to look out at the bloody shreds that had once been Newby and listen to the hell's chorus from below to be almost physically sick. The same thought must have occurred to Mrs. Popplewell, for after an age in which we'd barely exchanged a word, I felt her hand on my shoulder, and the jolly black face was grim and said, "Best get your clothes on, dearie," says she, and I saw that while I'd been glued to the window and the horrors outside, she'd been attiring herself in a vast gown of dazzling green silk with yellow bows, an enormous hat with a yellow plume, and matching ribbons in her hennaed hair. You can't imagine what she looked like, luckily for you. She even had a rolled umbrella. "Something's up down yonder," says she. "I's gonna lend an ear," and she tiptoed with elephantine delicacy to the door, a finger raised and an ear to the panels. "Don't open it," I yelped. "Christ, if those brutes see you, God knows what they'll do. If they find me here—" "Get them pants on and hold your noise. They ain't gonna see nobody." She opened the door a crack, and suddenly above the clamour from below we could hear voices, and they didn't soothe me one little bit, for the first words I heard were, "So string the bastards up, I say! Damn it to hell! There's Mayor Beckham laying dead, and you want we should be tender of these damn Kansas butchers? You an abolitionist yourself, or what?" "I'm a soldier," snaps another, one of your cold steel voices, "and these men are prisoners, to be treated as such." "Oh, sure, you're a soldier, goddamn Frederick militia, ain't you, coming in at the tail end? Well, Captain, we took these your prisoners, as you call 'em, and I reckon it's for us to say how they're treated. Ain't that so, boys?" There was a roar of agreement, and the hairs rose on my neck as I heard Thompson's voice crying out, but not in appeal. He was shouting something about dying gladly in liberty's cause, but it was drowned in yells of execration. "Why, you vile white nigger, you! Have him out, boys! I can't stand to listen to him. Why, give me that pistol, Jim. I'll finish him myself. Now, you see this gun, you Kansas hog? You feel it against your head? Put that down." To my amazement, it was a woman, shrill with anger. "You won't sully this house with murder while I'm here. Put it down, I say. The law will take its course." "Lord, by thunder! And who asked you to stick in your pert nose, missy? This here's men's work, I reckon, hey, boys? You pull that trigger, my son, and I'll give you men's work," shouts the captain. "Good for you, Miss Folks. They'll commit no outrage under this roof, I promise you." "Won't we, though? Oh, well, now, we won't want to offend a good lady's feelings, would we, man? No, sir, I reckon not. So, with your kind permission, ma'am, we'll just take the lousy abolitionist outside and tend to him there. Heave him up, boys, and that other wounded son of a bitch, too." "No, let him be. He's dying nice and slow, as 'tis with good old Georgie Chambers' slugs in his guts. Let him suffer, I say." "Why, you drunken cur," cries the captain, "if that man could stand up with a gun in his hand, you'd all jump out the window." A storm of yells and curses greeted this, and then I heard Thompson again, wild and high. "God bless you, Aaron Stevens. They may take our lives, but 80 million will rise up to avenge us." And then Mrs. Popplewell closed the door and leaned her back against it, looking solemn. "You was right, honey," says she. "There ain't no mood to believe you's a government man. Oh, my God! Maybe they won't come up, though. Don't bet on it. There's 3 or 4 settin' on the stairs this minute, drinking themselves wicked and casting eyes at the rooms where them other she-males is." She swayed across to the window. "It'll be dark in an hour or 2. You best slide out then, get yourself to one of their officers, or someone'll listen to you." "Slide out? Through what? Christ, woman, every militiaman in America's out there. They'd tear me to pieces. No, I must hide under the bed or somewhere in the cupboard. The closet, you stupid slut. Oh, God, it's too small. Look, could you throw some of your clothes over me if I lay down? They'd never think— Why not, confound you? Damn it, you could hide half Harper's Ferry under that bloody tent you're wearing. Help me, you brainless sow." "Is that so?
You was glad enough to get under it, snorts she. My, ain't you the bedtime hero, though? You some kind of Popperwells, I reckon? And these infernal Yankee pothouses don't have chimneys even. They got attics, snaps she, pointing aloft, and there, praise be, was a trap in the ceiling. If you're so downright timid. But I was already on the table, throwing back the trap, and sure enough it opened into a great musty loft, which must have extended over the whole building. Dim and cluttered with rubbish, just the bolt-hole for a deserving poltroon. God bless you! Back in a jiff, cries I, and I'll swear I heard her giggle as I heaved up, lowered the trap, and took stock, treading softly. From the small windows in either gable and the low skylights in the sloping roof, I had a capital view all round. North to the Armory, south to Galt's Saloon and the Shenandoah Bridge, and west to the Bolivar Heights overlooking the town, with the orange ball of the sun sinking in a dirty autumn sky. Those distant buildings towards the Shenandoah shore must be the rifle works. Was Kaji still there? Closer at hand, the Arsenal building seemed to be deserted, no sign of Hazlitt. The front of the town was crawling with men keeping up a desultory fire on the Armory, and weighing up I could see only one line of retreat for J.B. Through the Armory proper and along the railroad between Bolivar Heights and the Potomac. But even as I looked, I saw movement in that direction, the figures of militia, a good 100 of them, skirmishing in to close on the Armory from the rear. So now he was ringed in on all sides. His revolution was dead, and he and his juvenile fanatics with it. They went piecemeal, did J.B.'s pet lambs, and I saw most of 'em go. Already there'd been Newby, Watson, and Stevens, and now, even as I prepared to tiptoe back to the trap, Bill Thompson. There was a commotion behind the hotel, and hastening to the skylight on that side, I saw a noisy crowd milling at the mouth of the Potomac bridge tunnel. They were hustling Thompson on to the trestle, and then they stood off from him, levelling their pistols. For a second he was stock still, hands by his sides, and then they were blasting at him point blank, and he toppled over out of sight. The whole mob surged forward, shouting curses, and his body must have landed on the bank below, for they kept emptying their pieces downwards, and I found I was jerking with the shots, for it might have been me. I watched, sick and shuddering, until a fresh burst of firing came from the Shenandoah side, and from the other skylight, which was broken, I saw distant figures surging round the rifle works, and heard guns popping like toys in the distance. With the setting sun in my eyes, I couldn't make out much, but a few moments later there was a great haw-hawing and laughter as a group of roughnecks and some militia came hurrying down towards Galt's Saloon, shouting that there was another couple of the bastards settled, one white, one nigger, and 'twould have been 3, for there had been another nigger they'd been going to lynch, but that cussed Sawbones wouldn't allow it, damn him. Spoiling sport that-a-way. Say, but if you boys wanting some target practice, that abolitionist skunk's still a-laying there. Sure got him in the shallows, trying to swim for it. Too much hot lead in him for swimming, though. Haw, haw. So that was Kaji gone, J.B.'s right arm, who'd sat under that signpost by Chambersburg, twiddling a flower between his fingers. He was the best of 'em, the Switzer. Consoling, ain't it, that it's always the good 'uns who stop the shot, while fellows like me slip out from under, which reminded me that I'd some fair slipping to do yet, if I was to come out intact. It was beginning to grow dark. Lights were twinkling in the town, and down below the crowds around the Wager House and Galt's were kindling torches. By the sound of it, they were drunker than ever, and bursting with mischief. Rain was pattering on the roof, and I debated whether to wait in that gloomy loft until full dark, and then try to scramble down from one of the windows. No, if I didn't break my neck, there'd still be those boozy ruffians between me and safety. Better to return to the room where Mrs. Popperwell was probably still undisturbed, and lie up in comfort until morning, or even longer if need be. If danger threatened, I could always take refuge in the loft again. I tiptoed to the trap and stopped short when I saw a chink of light showing. Of course, with dusk coming, she'd lit the lamp. I stooped to raise the trap and almost fell over in terror, for someone was talking in the room below, and it wasn't Black Beauty, unless her voice had broken in my absence. I crouched, quivering like an aspen, as a harsh bass growl came to my ears. "Ne'er seen a nigger yet that didn't lie truth out of Dixie. You had him in here, you black bitch. Hit him up, didn't you? Yeah, your abolitionist friend. Where'd he go, hey?" Don't you call me liar. It was Mrs. Popplewell. No docile darky she. I's a 'spectable woman, and no white trash going to bust in on me and gimme his lip. You get out of here, all of you, leave me be. I don't know nothing about no abolitionist. White trash? Strike me dumb, you hear that? I've a mind to haul you out and lash you good. You hold your noise. It was the captain who'd interceded for Thompson. See here, my girl, there was a man here, we know it. You told the waiter here it was your husband, what's his name, Popplewell, that right? That's it, Popplewell, the waiter babbling. But he got on the train, went out at dawn, and she brung up breakfast for 2 this morning, like he was still here. Least, I think that's what she said. There now, you hear him, girl? He's mistook. Mrs. Popplewell was standing firm. Said no such thing. And no man's been in here. What kind of female do you think I am? A lying negro whore, that's what, bawls the ruffian voice. If you was alone, what you need 2 breakfasts for? I is a large lady, retorts she with dignity, and I eats hearty. Leave that. 'Tis by the way, says the captain impatiently. Now see here, girl, how do you explain this? And there followed a breathless pause. What the devil could this be? Something damning, obviously. But you'd think a man in my plight could have restrained his curiosity, wouldn't you? After all, it didn't matter to me whether he was presenting his card or baring his buttocks. So before you could have said, "Don't, you damn fool," I had my eye to the gap at the edge of the trap, goggling down into the room. I could see only a portion of it, filled mostly by Mrs. Popplewell in the height of fashion, holding her brolly like a club, and 2 ugly scoundrels with beer bellies and beards crowding her either side. Of the captain I could see only an outstretched hand, and on it lay my Tranter pistol, which I'd forgotten in my haste. "Well," says he, "what of this?" "My husband left it for my protection," cries she gamely. "Did he now? Favours an English firearm, does he? You waiter, didn't you say the abolitionist who bespoke 45 breakfasts spoke with a foreign accent, British, perhaps?" I didn't stay for the answer. If I'd been a man of iron nerve, no doubt, I'd have raised the trap, bade them a cheery good evening, and descended nonchalantly to explain myself to the captain, who was plainly a man of intelligence and sound judgment, and he might have believed me. Again, his raffish companions might have shot me on sight. We cannot tell, for what I absolutely did was to start to my feet in sudden alarm, hit my head a shattering crash on a sloping joist, lose my balance, and step heavily on the trap, which must have been rotten at the hinges, for it gave way with a rending of timber, and down I went into the room like Lucifer descending, the table bursting beneath my weight, Mrs. Popplewell screaming, and her interrogators exclaiming in shocked surprise. The only one who spoke to the point was the waiter, who cried, "By cracky, that's him!" and call me hasty, if you will. It seemed prudent to remove rather than offer explanations. I was afoot, and would have been through the open door in an instant if one of the ruffians hadn't barred the way. I sank my knee in his essentials, blundered into Mrs. Popplewell, saw the other thug start towards me and the captain beside him levelling the Tranter, and knew in a split second that there was only one thing for it. Casting gallantry aside, I seized her amidships, swung her off her feet with a Herculean effort, and hurled her at them. And I'm here to tell you that 1/10 of a ton of well-nourished negress, point-blank and well-driven, is a damned effective missile. They went down, all 3, with a shock that rattled the hotel, and I was out and bounding down the passage to the back stairs, missing my footing and going arse over tip to land with a sickening jar beside the kitchen door. The outer door stood open. I heaved myself up and went through it, bullet agate, into a torch-lit twilight, which seemed to be full of drunken, shouting rascals who stared in astonishment as I raced through them, heedless of direction. Behind me a voice cried, "Stop him! Halt, or I fire!" It was the captain, no slouch in pursuit he, and then came the crack as he let fly with the Tranter. I plunged on, dodging between trees, cannoning into bodies, knocking over a stand of piled rifles with angry yells and pounding feet behind me, and no notion of where my terrified flight was taking me. Well, it wouldn't have made much odds if I had taken care. All ways led to disaster and death, and mine took me into the open ground between the wager-house and the armoury gates, where I slipped in a puddle and went headlong in the mud.
At least in scrambling up I was able to take my bearings, and damn discouraging they were, for every gun in Harper's Ferry seemed to be slinging lead at me, from the railroad tracks to my right, from the town to my left, and from the wager house at my back. Shots were slapping into the mud around me. Militiamen were rushing towards me from the hotel, and the only place that wasn't stiff with ill-wishers and seemed to offer the ghost of a chance was the armory itself. I floundered out of the mire and went bald-headed for the gates. It was just my confounded luck that my flight took place at the precise moment when those militia, whom I'd seen skirmishing towards the rear of the armory a few minutes earlier, launched their attack through the sheds at the remnants of J.B.'s little force. Even as I was leaving the hotel at speed, they were storming up among the workshops, and J.B. and his boys, assailed from behind, were downing 8 of them before being forced to retire into the engine-house just inside the armory gateway. What with my panic and the uproar around me, I knew nothing of this until I sped screaming through the gates and met the militia coming the other way. Ahead of me, the avenue between the sheds was alive with roaring ruffians charging towards me in the failing light, orange flames leaping from their muzzles. Even as I slithered to a terrified halt, shots were whipping past, and as I turned to fly, something like a whiplash seared across my neck, and I knew I'd been hit. Oh, Jesus! This was death! And I pitched forward in agony, sobbing, "God damn you, Spring, damn you to hell!" clutching at my wound, the warm blood running between my fingers, my ears deafened by the hellish din of rifle fire and battle cry, torchlight blinding me, and I knew this was the end. "Joshua!" a harsh voice was shouting close by. "Joshua!" I struggled up on one elbow, and not 10 yards before me were the great twin doors of the engine-house, with J.B. himself standing between them, his sharps smoking in his hands, his scarecrow coat flapping round his lean shanks, his battered hat jammed down on his brows. The door in the left-hand arch was shut, but that on the right was wide, and there was Joe, his face contorted with rage, a Colt in either fist, pumping shots at the advancing militia, and Taylor the Canadian kneeling, his sharps at his shoulder, and Oliver was waving his rifle. "Come on, Josh! We'll cover you!" "By God, Flashy, you ain't dead yet," I thought, and then I was on my feet, bellowing with fear, staggering towards them. All 4 were firing now, and from the tail of my eye I saw the militia's advance waver. But they were shooting back, damn them. Slugs were buzzing about me. Something plucked at the skirt of my coat. "Missed, you duffer!" But the next one didn't. A hammer blow struck my thigh, numbing my leg, and I went down like a shot rabbit, sprawling in the mud, within a few feet of cover, and roaring, if I remember rightly, for Jesus to save me, which was optimism run mad, I admit, but I was dying, remember? God knows how I crawled the few yards to the engine-house doorway, heaving along on 2 hands and 1 knee, plastered with filth, my precious blood leaking in 2 places, howling my head off, and Taylor was darting forward, hoisting me up and dragging me on. Then everything seemed to be happening terribly slowly, but crystal clear, as is often the case when you're helpless in deadly danger. Taylor's grip loosed, and something warm and wet struck me in the face, and as I fell back he was standing over me. But where his head should have been was a hideous crimson mess, and I cried out in horror, pouring at his blood and brains that had been spattered over me. Someone heaved me to my feet. It was J.B., and I remember the earthly cattle smell of his coat as my face pressed against it, Joe's pistol exploding almost in my ear, his shout of "God-damn slaving bastards!" Oliver firing round the doorpost while rifle balls smacked into the timber and brickwork, and the choking reek of powder smoke in my mouth and eyes. As I clung weeping to J.B., I heard Oliver sing out, "I see him, Paul!" and I can still see the eager grin on the pale, handsome face under the wide-awake hat, but as he whipped the sharps to his shoulder, he suddenly staggered with an odd, barking little cough, looking down at the bloody stain spreading on his shirt. He dropped the sharps and sat down heavily against the door, raising his head in surprise and exclaiming, "Oh, Paul, look!" And that is the last thing I remember before... Well, I could say something poetic about blackness enfolding me like a shroud, or a dark mist engulfing my senses, but the plain fact is that I fainted from pure funk. Wounds, believe it or not, can be quite handy if you know how to make use of them. I speak with authority, having taken over 20 in my time,
From my broken thigh at Piper's Fort to the self-inflicted graze which enabled me to collapse artistically during the Boxer Rising, I was 78 at the time, an age at which you can get away with a lot. In between, I've been shot in the back, the breast, the arm, the leg, and the arse. Been blown up now and then, flogged, scalped by my own son, if you please, racked and roasted, had my shoulder opened by a chink hatchet, my cheek by a German Schlager, and my abdomen by a Turkish knitting needle, at least I believe she was Turkish, and still carry a scorch mark on my elbow from the hot metal of the cannon from which I was damn near blown at Gwalior. Not bad going for a thoroughbred coward and decamper, and those are only the ones I remember. There's a small caliber hole in my left palm, and blessed if I know how I came by that. Senility creeping on, I suppose. The point is that I've made capital out of my dishonourable scars by adhering to one golden rule. Flash's sufferance, I call it. Always convey, but never say, that your injury is a sight worse than it really is. It's elementary, really. In convalescence, this ensures sympathy, if you play it properly. The barely perceptible wince, the sharp little intake of breath, the faint smile followed by the quick shake of the head, and never a word of complaint from the dear, brave boy. But far more importantly, in the heat of battle it enables you to feign mortal hurt and shirk any further part in the action. Not that I was faking when I keeled over maiden-like in the engine-house. I was convinced that the great peeler had his hand on my collar at last, and only when I came to and recalled that the pandemonium around me was not hell after all, did I discover that my wounds, while painful, were not fatal or even serious. My shirt and coat were sticky with blood, but frenzied inspection assured me that this came not from my jugular, but from a nasty nick near the shoulder, and my other hurt was quite a curiosity. The slug must have been almost spent, for it was only half embedded in my leg, some way above the knee, like a currant on a cake. I poured at it, weeping tears of gratitude that it hadn't struck home a few inches northeast, and the beastly thing fell out, leaving an ugly hole oozing gore. I subsided, whimpering with anguish and relief, clutching the affected parts and lying petrified as I took in the appalling scene. For the interior of that engine-house looked and sounded like the inferno gone wild. The building reverberated to the incessant din of rifle fire. Glass was shattering, timber splintering, men were screaming and cursing, and all in half-darkness, for there wasn't a light in the place, bar the flashes from the guns, and only torch glare outside. As I cowered down by the wall, half-choked by smoke and panic, I could just make out the shapes of bodies on the straw at my feet, and beyond them shadowy figures which crouched in the half-open doorway, shooting out, while answering shots crashed into the walls and the long, low fire carts which seemed to fill most of the great brick-built shed. One slug hit a fire bell with an ear-splitting clang, setting it swinging and pealing. All I could do was lie there, trying to staunch my neck wound with my sleeve, praying that I'd not be hit again. God of all the cruel strokes of fate, after all my scheming and evasion, and taking cover. At the 11th hour, I had leapt from the fire back into the frying-pan, and now there was nowhere to run, even if I'd been able to. Only a yard away, Jerry Anderson was hacking at the bricks to make a loophole. Fragments rained down on me, and when I sang out, he dropped down beside me, eyes wild in a blood-streaked face. "My God, Josh," cries he, "are you done for?" "Brandy," croaks I, and he thrust his flask at me. I clutched it, and as he jumped back to his loophole, I set my teeth and spilled half the contents on my neck, squalling to wake the dead at the burning agony of it. I clapped the mouth of the flask to my leg wound, writhing and whimpering, and had just enough strength to pour the rest down my throat. I was half fainting with pain, and I must have swooned again, for the next thing I knew there was a blinding glare before my eyes. The shooting had ceased altogether, and there were voices talking close by. I raised my head and saw that the glare came from a storm lantern in the doorway, where J.B. seemed to be holding a parley with a couple of civilians, while Joe covered them with his 6-guns. The light fell on the faces of the bodies near my feet, and I shrank back horrified, as I saw that they were Watson and Oliver, both apparently dead, and beyond them the shattered corpse of Taylor sprawled on the blood-sodden straw. To my right, on the back wall, behind the engines, young Ed Coppock and Emperor Green. The black had their rifles at the ready through loopholes in the brick, and Jerry Anderson was at his post on the side wall, straddling Oliver's body. Dauphin Thompson, the pretty youth who looked like a girl, stood by the nearer engine, a rifle in his hands. My God, was this all that was left? 6 sound men, 3 corpses, and Flashy playing possum. Now one of your civilians was speaking. A tall, brisk chap with a trim moustache and goatee. My captain from the wager-house. By George, he got about, though, didn't he? "You can only make it worse," cries he, pointing to the bodies. "Sakes alive, man, isn't that enough? You're surrounded by hundreds of militia, and Colonel Lee's Marines. They're under orders from the President of the United States to demand your unconditional surrender, nothing less." He gestured about him. "Look at this. The end is certain, and resistance can mean only more bloodshed." "They know my terms," rasps J.B. His face was dreadful in the lamp glare, haggard with hunger and lack of sleep, but his voice was strong. "When all my men, living and dead, have been delivered to me here with their arms and ammunition and our horse and harness—" "Your horse?" cries the other in disbelief. "God help us! Then and only then I shall retire into Maryland, taking the prisoners with me," continues J.B. calmly. "There I shall release them at a safe distance and enter into negotiations with the government." "You'll not take us into Maryland." It was old Washington, coming round the back of the engines, and I saw there were 6 of the hostages lurking at the far side of the shed. He strode past where I was lying, up to the group in the doorway. "No threat shall compel me from this spot, I tell you that." They stood eye to eye, the old soldier planted like a rock, J.B. with his head thrown back, rifle in hand, Frederick's sword trailing at his hip. The goateed captain stepped between them, hands raised, forcing himself to speak quiet but firm. "It won't do, Captain Brown. Can't you see, sir? Colonel Lee cannot yield to those terms. The United States cannot." He took a deep breath. "Your position, come, sir, in the name of sense. What do you hope for?" J.B. turned on him, eyes flashing. "For honorable dealing according to the usages of war. Would you have me surrender to the creatures who shot down my men like dogs under a white flag? My own son, sir, dying there of wounds inflicted by those drunken cowards." "That was the militia. Colonel Lee is a gallant gentleman and stone-cold sober," retorts the captain. "Oh, I am sorry for your son, but, my God, when men take up arms in treason against their country, they can expect to be shot like dogs. What of the poor souls you've killed this day?" He broke off with a helpless shrug. "Oh, where's the sense of it? I beg of you, sir, see reason, and give up while you can. Colonel Lee will show you every consideration, and in the meantime," he gestured at the bodies, "at least let Dr. Taylor see to your wounded." J.B. considered a moment and then nodded to the other civilian, a stout little greybeard with a black bag, who signed to Jerry to bring the lantern, and knelt down by Watson, fumbling for his pulse. Even through half-closed eyes in that light I could tell it was the stars and stripes for Watson, no error. His face was like wax, and he didn't seem to be breathing. The little sawbones evidently agreed, for he pursed his lips and moved on to Oliver, whose eyes blinked open in the light. He stirred and gave a little whispered sob. "Pa, shoot me. Oh, Pa, please. It's awful sore. Let me die, please, Pa." J.B.'s voice croaked out of the shadows in an awful parody of reassurance. "Oh, you'll get over it, no," interrupted by a stifled scream from Oliver, as the belly butcher probed at his chest. You mayn't credit it, but I believe I heard the loving paterfamilias mutter something about "dying like a man." Say that to me, you old sod, thinks I, and I'll spit in your eye. I was reviving, you see, under the spur of self-preservation, and while I was weak as a rat with fear and shock and hurting like sin, I was by no means hors de combat. The feeling had returned to my leg, and the gash in my neck seemed to have stopped bleeding, but the outlook was uncertain, you'll agree. If this parley, one of many in that extraordinary day in which one side tended the other's wounded between the hostilities, ended with J.B.'s throwing in his hand, all would be well. Once he'd been disarmed, I could show my true colours and refer them to Miss Irving. If he wouldn't surrender, I could only keep mum. Declaring myself a U.S. agent in the hope that the captain could protect me would be madness. Why, the crazy old bastard would probably shoot me on the spot. Then there was the vexed question of where the devil I'd been all day, and Joe was lurking in the background. On the whole, The closer I appeared to be to death's door and unable to answer embarrassing questions, the better. So when the poultice walloper shook his head over Oliver and glanced towards me, lying there all blood-spattered and pathetic, I was ready with a feeble gesture to keep him at a distance. The last thing I wanted was the little bugger poking at me and exclaiming, "Why, this fellow's barely scratched. A spoonful of jalap and he'll be fitter than I am." I needn't have fretted. Possibly he was fed up peering at abolitionists, for having glanced he shrugged and said he'd call again in the morning. Those were his very words, as though we were in Tooting with the mumps. You may find them in the history books. Meanwhile, the goat-head captain had been moving heaven and earth to make J.B. see reason, with as much success as you'd expect. "I knew what we might be called on to undergo when I set my hand to this work," says the stubborn old ragamuffin. "I have weighed the responsibility and shall not shrink from it." "And your prisoners?" cries the captain. "If this madness continues and they pay for it with their lives, you'll take responsibility for that too, will you?" "I shall take every care of them," replies J.B. "They are in God's hands, so are we all." The captain could have burst at the sanctimonious smugness of it, but he mastered himself and stood up tall. "You are a vain and selfish man," says he. "God forgive you." Then anger got the better of him. "You'll die! To no purpose, you know that." "Oh, to some purpose, I believe," says J.B., and laid a hand on his shoulder as though talking to a child. "Be of good cheer, Captain Sin. We shall this day light such a candle by God's grace in Virginia as shall never be put out." This was too much for old Washington, who went purple. You dare to use those words?" he spluttered. Why, it's a blasphemy. You're a pagan, sir, a brazen forehead." "Go behind the engines, Colonel," says J.B. "There is no more to be said." The old soldier stood fuming for a moment, then turned on his heel and strode off to the far side, where the other hostages were peeping over the engines, looking scared. "Come along, doctor," says the captain. "We have done what we could." He hesitated in the doorway and turned to J.B. "For the last time, Mr. Brown, will you not reconsider?" J.B. stood silent, staring at the ground, and Sin and the doctor went out into the darkness. I'd listened in growing consternation, for there was no doubt what was coming. Thanks to the blind, stubborn folly, and vanity of that pig-headed yokel, the besiegers would storm the engine-house. Their first ranks would be cut down by the defenders' fire, and when the drunken rabble finally burst in by sheer weight of numbers, they'd butcher every last one of us in a fury of spite and vengeance. I'd not have a dog's chance of surrender or to proclaim myself. To them I'd be just another Kansas murderer to go the way of Thompson and Stevens and Watson, unless in the meantime I could make myself known to old Washington and take shelter among the hostages when the final charge came home. The Marines would have orders to look out for them and see them safe. But how to put Washington wise without betraying myself to J.B.? And even as the thought formed, here came our gallant commander, brushing aside something that Jerry Anderson was saying, ordering him back to his post and moving purposefully in my direction. He passed his sons' bodies without a glance and loomed above me, and my innards turned over at the sight of that ravaged headstone of a face, with its burning eyes. The tangled hair sprouting from under the old hat was dirty white, like his scrub of beard, and when he spoke, it was like gravel under a door. "Can you hear me, Joshua? Are you badly hurt? What became of you?" I had my answer ready. A red herring that should distract him, if anything could, delivered with a weary flicker of the eyelids and a tremulous whisper to let him see I was at my last gasp. "Kaji," I muttered. "Kaji." "What of Kaji?" cries he, stooping over me. "He's dead, Captain," says I, very faint. "Shot at the river." "And the others? Leary, Copeland?" Those were the two blacks. "Dead, I think." I gave a muted gasp of agony by way of business. "And they killed Thompson, too. Murdered. Used his body. Target practice." He made a dreadful noise. It was his teeth grating. "So they did with Lehman. The fool ran for the river and was taken.
They put a pistol to his head, and he knelt down by me, and there were tears on the leathery cheeks. "Did you speak with Kaji?" I ventured a weak shake of the head. "No, I tried to. No use. Too many of them. Ah, my leg!" I gave just a touch of feeble thrash, eyes tight shut in anguish. "Joshua!" The callous ruffian actually gripped me by the shoulder. "What happened? Why'd you run from the hotel?" That was the question, of course, and I'd been cudgelling my wits for an answer, and in a heaven-sent flash it came to me, the perfect excuse that might also be my salvation, if only I played it properly, the one thing that might turn this selfish lunatic from his fatal resolve. "Kaji," I whispered, "went to bring Kaji. Too late." "What's that you say?" He was frowning in bewilderment. "You wanted to fetch Kaji? To me, you mean? But why?" Playing for time while I chose my words, I gave a shivering moan and bit my lip, fighting the agony, you know, and could have cheered when he went on in a puzzled tone. "Joe told me you had deserted. I would not believe it. Why then, Joshua, do you hear me? Speak, man." I decided it was time to rally a little, so I forced a brave, wry smile, and when he asked if I was in great pain, I half raised a palsied hand and let him grip it in his horny fist. "Not too bad, thank ye," says I. "Loss of blood and my leg, but I'll be at my post presently. Never fear." Gad, I was game. "Got a gun, have you?" I'd no least intention of joining the defence, but it showed the right spirit, and whatever happened, I wanted a piece handy. He drew a Colt from his belt and laid it by me, asking again about Kaji, but I was taking my time. Thank you, Skipper. That's fine. Want to go out fighting, you know." Talk about the last act of Hamlet. "If I must." I opened my eyes wide in gallant appeal. "Must we, Captain?" "What do you mean, Joshua?" says he, frowning, and I clenched my teeth as in sudden pain, breathed a silent prayer, and let him have it. "Why I went for Kaji," I began, gasped, and went on. "I knew you'd fight to a finish. You're like me," I explained with a ghastly grin. "No surrender, what? Aye, but the last thing Kaji said to me at the farm, he said, 'At all costs, Josh, you must see the captain safe. He must live, even if we die. He has the voice, and it must not be silenced.'" I paused, almost at the end of my tether, but determined. "Well, when I saw this morning that if we waited for the slaves, you know, we'd be cut off, killed most likely, I knew I must bring Kaji to talk to you, make you see what your life was. Well, too precious to lose." Another pathetic smile. "I knew you wouldn't listen to me. I knew you'd heed Kaji, though. You always did. Made me quite jealous sometimes. No mind." I stopped for another useful wince, and any fool could have seen I was gathering my strength for one last noble effort. I gripped his hand. "Listen to Kaji now, won't you? Surrender, for his sake." Inspired, I dribbled on. "And for the sake of all those poor black souls crying for deliverance, don't fail them now. Live, that the voice may not be silenced. Oh, surrender now. Call back that captain, and Kaji won't have died in vain." I sank back, eyes closing, in an exhaustion that wasn't entirely bogus, for I'd given it all I knew. Fine, fevered stuff, in my best heroic style, a deathbed variation on the theme I'd used when I talked Wheeler into running up the white flag at Cawnpore 2 years earlier. Aye, but Wheeler was a level-headed soldier, not an ignorant fanatic, and when I opened my eyes again my heart sank, for the bright eyes were as hard as ever, and his mouth was turned down in a stubborn scowl. He withdrew his hand from mine. "You too, Joshua?" says he. "First Anderson, now you." He hears Captain Sin talk of treason, so his conscience smites him now. He'll not fire again on his country's flag, he says. Good for you, Jerry. Sanity at last. And Kaji, you tell me, and now you? He gave a deep sigh and went on in a weary voice. Cannot you see we are all dead men? If we surrender, we hang, and where is my voice then? And if we surrender, we shall have betrayed our cause, and that I'll not do. God, he was dense. Captain, I croaked, and in my desperation I forgot I was dying and came up on one elbow to whine at him in earnest. Don't you see, if we surrender, there's bound to be a trial. You'll be able to speak out then, to tell America, tell the whole world, what we came here for. The cause, damn it, and the darkies and everything. For God's sake, I yammered. Everyone will hear you, and be inspired to carry on, but if you die here, why, they'll never know. Don't you understand? Do you know, I doubt if he did. For before I'd done bleating, he had turned his glance aside in that brooding, distant way I knew so well. He hadn't even noticed how suddenly I'd come to life. I could have wept, for I wanted to shout in his face, Listen, you pudding-headed dotard! I'm showing you the finest soapbox your bloody cause could have. You'll speak your piece, and then you'll swing, and good riddance, but they'll have heard you from hell to Honolulu. And they did. That's the irony of it. And I'll be out of here, alive and safe, you selfish hound. But it would have done no good. I knew that, from the grim, dull set of the lined Puritan face. He'd fixed what he called his mind, and that was that. He stood up, moving stiffly, and brushed the straw from his ragged breeches. I have stated my terms, says he, and I believe them to be honourable. If they will not accept them for the sake of the prisoners— He paused, frowning, and I wondered, did he still have some wild hope that he could bluff his way out, or even that the slaves would rise to his rescue? He was daft enough. He stood there a moment, a gaunt, tattered figure, silhouetted by the lamp that still burned near the doorway, the outline of his stark profile like that of some great bird of prey, and looked slowly around the engine-house, half in shadow, the light glinting on the metal of the long fire-carts. Maybe he was reviewing what was left of his pet lambs, Joe on guard at the half-open door, Ed Coppock at the side loophole, the cherubic Dauphin Thompson at the rear wall, Emperor Green stretched half asleep on the straw, his lips moving in an inaudible mutter. Jerry Anderson dozing with his back to an engine, mouth open and fair hair tousled. Beyond the engines I could hear the hostages stirring on the straw. That, and the occasional uneasy gasp and groan from Oliver, were the only sounds in the big gloomy shed. From the dark outside came the distant sound of singing and laughter from the wager-house, and Galt's, and the dull incessant murmur of the surrounding troops. No, I'll not go back on my word. It was J.B., calm and quiet now, as though he was talking to himself. I came to this place of a purpose to set free the slaves, and till that is done, I'll not lay down my arms. I came in no vindictive spirit, seeking no man's blood, but only to liberate those held cruelly in bondage. To that end we have fought, a handful of us against a great multitude. To surrender now would be to deny our cause and to abandon those we fought for. We have kept the faith with him and with our fallen comrades, and I'll not break it at the last. He raised his head and looked about him again, eyes bright and far away, and just the glimmer of a smile on the old face. It doesn't end here, says he. It begins. They left us alone all night, and you may well wonder why. There were more than 1,000 men ringed about that dingy building by the armory gates, besieging half a dozen. Very well, most of them were green militia and drunken louts, but there were near 100 of America's crack regiment, too. The vaunted leathernecks from the halls of Montezuma. Why the devil didn't they walk in on our pathetic rabble then and there? I've heard it asked since, at a safe distance, by the usual valiant Knowles, and the answer is because my old chief, Robert Lee, knew his business, that's why, and wasn't about to waste lives and risk the hostages by brawling in the dark when he could wait until daylight, and until the spirits of those in the engine-house were that much lower, and possibly open to reason. So he waited, canny, imperturbable Lee, and if that long cold night did nothing to weaken the resolve of the idiot-in-chief of our ridiculous garrison, it played havoc with the yellow belly of the chief of staff, cowering in his corner in despair. I'm not at my best, wounded and in the dark, with corpses at my feet, and not even a ray of hope visible, for I'd quite given up the notion of making myself known to old Washington. I doubted if he'd believe me. He never came within whispering distance anyway, and I didn't dare try to attract his attention. What with J.B. prowling about armed to the teeth, and Joe turning every now and then to view my recumbent form with scowling suspicion. I'd half expected him to be at my throat over my desertion at the wager-house, but of course he wasn't. There was nothing he could say or do. However much he mistrusted me, we were both sailing under false colours with J.B., and he couldn't expose me without exposing himself. But I can't pretend to know what was passing in that strange black mind. I knew that from having been a loyal agent of the Ku Klux and devoted to Atropos, he'd apparently found his road to Damascus in the months at Kennedy Farm, and become a worshipper of J.B., and a fervent enemy of slavery, or at least so he said, and the glimpse I'd had of him during the retreat to the engine-house bore him out, for he'd been fighting like a Ghazi, blasting away and damning the militia. Well, I've known stranger changes of heart, and I'd seen enough of J.B. to know the kind of spell he could cast. Joe might be educated, but he had all the blacks' deep-seated hatred of the white race, and I guess J.B. had given him a different slant on his slave condition. Again, he may simply have been as mad as a hatter. Many people are, you know. He was certainly in the grip of some kind of brainstorm on that last night in the engine-house. Violent action does that to some folk, faced with death. They lose all sense of habit and ingrained conduct, and their primitive nature, hidden under years of custom and training, comes raging out. Why, even I, in extremity, have been moved to belligerence against chaps bigger than I am, and run risks that I go weak to think of afterwards. Mind you, in my case, the madness don't last above a split second. Not with Joe. His derangement was permanent, and it took the oddest form. A growing anger against J.B. If that astonishes you, and it did me, I can only illustrate it by telling you what I heard passing between them in the long watches of that awful night. I never slept, you see, what with distress of mind and body, and there was nothing to do but lie and quake in the dark, for the lamp burned out after an hour, leaving us in pitch black, so no one moved about much. Old Washington came round to talk with J.P. at one time, but I couldn't hear what they were saying. It wasn't a quarrel, though, for their voices never rose. I heard Jerry Anderson and Emperor Green croaking that they'd never understood that what they were doing was treason. A fine time to realize the error of their ways, you may think. Jerry shut up after a while, but the nigger crawled under one of the engines and sobbed his soul out, calling himself a poor blind fool, and railing against J.B. and Douglas, who had brought him to this miserable end, and he hadn't wanted to do hurt to nobody, or free any niggers, because he was just a plain poor nigger hisself, and oh Lord ha' mussy on an unhappy sinner. His cries made a doleful chorus, with the groans and pleas of young Oliver, who was delirious most of the time, but would wake now and then with a scream, and his agony was terrible to hear. When he fell silent, J.B. called his name a couple of times, and then I heard him say, "I guess he's dead." It was after this that Joe pitched in his 2 penn'orth. I may have dozed, for I was suddenly aware that he was nearby, whispering angrily, and J.B. was snapping back at him. Indeed, the first words I heard were J.B. growling to him to keep his place, and mind who he was talking to. "Mind my place? And what place is that, hey?" That was when I realized we had a new Joe on our hands. He'd never have dreamed of taking that tone with J.B. at the farm. "I'll tell you, John Brown, it's right here, waiting to get killed, when I should have been in the hills this minute. That's where my place should have been." "You forget yourself, Joseph." J.B. sounded more shocked than angry. "Get to your post, my boy, and no more of this." "I ain't forgetting nothing. You the one that's forgetting. How we was gonna free the niggers and make an army in the hills. Where is they? All them slaves you was going to free, and was going to come into us. You never looked near 'em. You didn't try to rouse 'em. All your rows was hostages, and that damn toy sword you're wearing. All this a rebellion, getting ourselves caged in here like damn runaways in a bottom, getting shot down. Hold your tongue, barks J.B. You dare raise your voice to me? Are you mad? Or in fear of your life? Ain't feared of nothing. 'Tis a lie, and not the only one you told, neither. You say we was going clear out the arsenal and hightail. Well, you didn't. Just sit here, doing nothing. Stevens telling you to get out, and cause you send him messages and you didn't pay no heed. And they gets themselves killed 'cause of you fooling and playing with your damn sword and pistols. J.B. was making outraged noises, but Joe swept on. Why don't you get while we could? Even that rat Coma had told you we doesn't stay here. Why, you goddamn old fool, you destroyed us. And worse, you betrayed us, and the colored folks and all, with your fine talk and promises and getting us trapped and all get killed, 'cause high-and-mighty John Brown ain't got the brains of a buzzard, and don't need to. Could have been in the hills right now rousing the niggers to tear up you white slaving bastards if you just listened. The oily double click of a coat hammer stopped him dead, and I knew J.B. was covering him. Get to your post, Joe. His voice was firm, but almost gentle. I might shoot you for mutiny, but you are not in your right mind, so I have not heard you. Now go. There was a long moment in which I held my breath in sudden excitement, for J.B. didn't know what he was dealing with. The blinding speed with which Joe could unlimber and fire. Suppose he blew the old man to blazes. We might win clear yet, arrange a surrender. No, Joe himself would never allow that. He'd likely try to shoot his way clear. Go, says J.B. again, while I strained my eyes uselessly against the darkness. And then there was the shuffle of the straw as Joe turned away and went to the open doorway. I saw his outline for a moment against the night sky, glowing faintly with the torches of the besiegers. Then he crouched down in the shadow. I could picture the black face contorted with anger glaring out into the night. Who'd have thought it, eh? Joe, of all people, to tell J.B. the truth to his face. Much good it would do now. Oh, Lord, why hadn't I lain doggo in the hotel loft instead of barging about like a headless fowl? I might have been snug and warm and lapping Mrs. Popperwell this minute. Why hadn't I bolted from the farm or jumped out of the train to Haggerston or dived down an alley in New York? Why, for that matter, had I let myself be lured into that Washington hotel by the designing dwarf Mandeville and gone like a lustful lamb to the slaughter with Spring's diabolical daughter? Or slavered after that dough-faced heifer in Calcutta? That had been less than a year ago, and here I was like a rat in a pit awaiting the terriers, and around me the blackness was fading to grey, figures and objects were coming into view in the dim interior of the engine-house, and in the distance a cock was crowing. There was a stirring in the surrounding host, a whistle blowing, shouts of command, and the clatter of equipment. The militia were standing too. A kettle drum began to beat in a sharp staccato roll, followed by the tramp of marching feet. Washington stood up beyond the engines, listening with his grey head to one side, signing to the other hostages to be still. J.B. was already on his feet. He put down his sharps, carefully examined the cylinder of his pistol, and finally drew Frederick's sword, with a slow, grating noise that had every head turning towards him. "Stand to your arms, men," says he. "Be ready for a sudden rush." I picked up the pistol he'd given me and checked the loads with trembling fingers. God alone knew what I was going to do with it, but I wanted it ready. God knew what I was going to do about anything if it came to that. Wait, and fight back my fear, and hope for some miracle. I eased myself up against the wall, moving my wounded leg. I'd flexed and tested it in the darkness, and knew it would bear my weight. The flesh around the bloody pock caused by the slug was one great black bruise, and it ached abominably, but that mattered less than the stiffness in my joints. Could I run, if need be? I hauled myself up by the wall, leaned on the limb, and almost came a cropper. Jesus, I'd be lucky if I could manage a hobble. I clung to the rough brick for support. the sweat running off me, for all that it was bitter cold. J.B. glanced round and saw me. For a second he seemed puzzled. Then he gave me a grim, approving nod. Faithful to the last, he'd be thinking. "Someone coming, Captain." Jerry Anderson was at a loophole, shrill with excitement. "2 officers, and they ain't armed. Oh, Captain, don't shoot 'em. We don't want to fight no more." I was lurching along the wall before the words were well out of his mouth, clinging to the brickwork like a stricken lizard and praying that my leg wouldn't betray me, for the news he'd shouted could mean only one thing: another parley before the storm, and I was going to be in on it if I had to crawl every inch of the way. Pain stabbed through my knee, and I'd have fallen if I hadn't wrenched Jerry's carbine from his hand and thrust it into the ground as a crutch. It was too short by half, and I tottered there like Long John Silver in Drink, roaring for assistance, until Emperor, who'd emerged from under the engine where he'd been weeping, gave me a shoulder. J.B. was already at the doorway, cocking his rifle, motioning Joe to stand aside, when I arrived at a stumbling run, grabbing at the closed side of the door. J.B. shot me a startled look, so I gave him a glaring grin, a hand on the Colt in my waistband, to let him see I was at his side, ready to sell my life dearly. He said nothing, and we both turned our eyes to the crack of the door. 2 men were walking towards us, a tall, black-aviced fellow striding like a guardsman, and a smaller chap in the dark and light blue of the U.S. Marines. But what took my eye was the dense throng of people watching. Hardly more than a stone's throw away. There were hundreds of them among the armory sheds and outside the gates on the open ground towards the railway tracks. Militia mostly, but many townsmen and women and children too, all spellbound in a strained silence broken only by the steady tread of the 2 approaching officers. They stopped about 20 yards off, conferring. Then the Marine turned and marched back, and the big fellow came on alone, more slowly. He wore what looked like a cavalry cloak and uniform cap, an erect, soldierly figure, and I was wondering where I'd seen him before when it dawned. He was devilish like me. Not a double, perhaps, and lacking a couple of inches of my height, but like enough, what with his handsome head, broad shoulders, and damn me, my lad, carriage. He walked up to the door, and J.B. shoved out his carbine and demanded his business. "James Stewart, Lieutenant, 1st Cavalry," says he, in a pleasant southern voice. "Am I addressing Mr. Smith?" J.B. pushed the door wider, and Stewart surveyed him a moment with keen blue eyes, mine are brown, by the way, before glancing briefly at me, propped panting against the timber and looking like the last survivor of Fort Despair, I don't doubt. He pulled a paper from his breast and offered it to J.B. "I have a communication from my superiors, Colonel Lee, commanding the troops, and Mr. Messervy of the Treasury Department," he added, his eyes averted from me. And as I caught his slight emphasis on the second name and realized what it meant, I almost cried out. He knew who I was, and was letting me know it. Of course, he must have had my description from Messervy himself, and had recognized me under all the blood and filth, the alert, resourceful subaltern. I was to form a good opinion of Jeb Stuart in later years, but I never held him in higher esteem than at that moment. For whatever happened now, even if J.B. refused to chuck in the towel and it came to a final storming party, the attackers would be looking out for me, and I'd be immune and safe at last. Even as Stuart, at J.B.'s request, began to read the letter aloud, I was warily scanning the distant spectators, the militia, the Marines, a group of officers apart, a regimental-looking buffer in civilian duds astride a horse by the trees, Lee himself, as it turned out, and sure enough, a tall, graceful figure pacing leisurely to and fro by his stirrup. Messervy, all careless elegance at 6 in the morning. People were crowding behind us to hear the message. Washington, a couple of other hostages, Jerry and Joe, absolutely breathing down my neck. It was a plain demand for surrender, promising that we'd be held pending orders from President Buchanan, but that if we resisted, Lee couldn't answer for our safety. J.B. listened in grim silence, and if you'd been there and seen that huge crowd hemming us in and the militia standing to their arms, out before them the navy frocks and sky-blue pants and white belts of the Marines drawn up at attention, well, you'd have known he must give in at last. But damn, if he didn't come straight back at Stuart with his own impudent demand that we be allowed to march out unmolested and given time to get clear away. Stuart said politely that there could be no terms but Lee's, and still the stubborn jackass went at him, sounding ever so calm and reasonable, never raising his voice, but keeping his carbine trained on Stuart's midriff and refusing to budge. Let us go, or we'd fight to the end. How long these futile exchanges lasted, I don't know. Jeb said later that it was a long parley, but they became quite heated, with Washington and his friends joining in, begging Stuart to bring Lee in person, Stuart shaking his head, Jerry protesting that he hadn't known it was treason, Joe grunting most alarmingly in my ear, and J.B. prosing away blandly as though he were passing the time of day with a fellow idler on a street corner. At one point he asked if he and the lieutenant hadn't met before, and Jeb smiled and said yes, when his cavalry had dispersed J.B.'s riders after some scrimmage on the Santa Fe Trail 3 years before. "You were Osawatomie Brown in those days," says he, and J.B. said solemnly that he was glad to see that Jeb was well and prospering in the service. "You behaved with great good sense on that occasion," says Stuart. "Will you not do the same now, and spare many lives?" "My life is a small thing," says J.B. "I'm not afraid to lose it." "I dare say not," says Stuart. "It may be a forfeit sooner than you think." "That is all one to me," says J.B. "Well, I'm sorry," says Stuart, "but if you are determined, and there is no more to be said." There he paused, and all of a sudden there was that electric feeling in the air that comes in moments of crisis. J.B. sensed it. His hand tightened on his carbine stock, and imperceptibly Stuart shifted his weight from his heels to his toes. He hadn't looked at me since that first glance, but now he did, without any expression at all, and then his eyes travelled to the Colt at my waist and back to my face again before returning to J.B., all in a couple of seconds, while J.B. waited for him to finish his sentence, and Stuart waited for me. I could hear Mesavie's voice in that Washington office clear as a bell. John Brown must die somewhere along the road, for the sake of this country and tens of thousands of American lives. He must not survive for martyrdom. Stuart glanced at me again, and I've no wish to impute anything to a chivalrous Southern gentleman, but if his look wasn't saying, "Mr. Mesavie's compliments, and if you'll be good enough to shoot the old bastard on the spot and roll out of harm's way, he'll be much obliged to you," then I've never seen an unspoken invitation in my life. He didn't have a hope, not my style at all, especially not in the immediate presence of a highly unpredictable coloured gentleman who was one of the fastest guns I'd ever seen, and had been itching to give me lead poisoning for months. I've often wondered how Joe, in his excited condition, would have reacted to the assassination of his erstwhile hero, but I'd no intention of finding out. I let my right hand fall loose at my side, and what happened next is history. Stuart's version is a masterpiece of nonchalance. "So soon as I could tear myself away, I left the door and waved my cap." I'd say he tore himself away at the speed of light, sideways like a leaping salmon, but I didn't see him wave because even as he sprang, the Marines were charging forward from 50 yards away, bayonets fixed, with a little officer brandishing his sword, and J.B. was letting fly a shot and slamming the door to, all in one movement. Unfortunately, he closed it on my injured leg, and for several seconds I took no further interest, being blind with agony and rolling on the floor, in which time he and Joe had jammed the bar into place. Coppock and young Thompson were blazing away through gaps in the door timbers at the advancing Marines, and Emperor Green burst into tears and tried to hide behind an engine. It had happened in split seconds. One moment peaceful parley, the next carbines and revolvers booming in the confined space, the hostages diving for cover, Jerry yelling, "No! No! We surrender!" The doors shuddering to the blows of sledgehammers wielded by the leading Marines, a great roaring and cheering without, and shouts of defiance within, mingling with the crash of shots and splintering of timbers, black powder smoke filling the engine-house in a stifling cloud, and Flashy scrambling away as fast as his game leg would take him, intent on rounding the engines to take cover among the hostages. I didn't get even halfway.
There was a rending crash behind me, and as I clung to the nearer engine for support, I saw that a bottom section of the battered door was caving in. The planks were starting asunder, and through the narrow gaps could be seen glimpses of the attackers. J.B. had stepped away to reload his carbine. Joe had his back to the door, stretching sideways to shoot through a ragged hole in the wood, and suddenly he screamed like a wounded horse and staggered away from the door, clutching his left arm. Behind him, a bloody bayonet point was jutting through the planks. "Stand firm, men!" bawls J.B. "Sell your lives dearly!" He ran to the shattered section of the door, stooping to shove his sharps through the opening, and firing. Either side of him, the two boys, Coppock and Thompson, were shooting through the gaps point-blank at the Marines, heaving at the outside of the door. Joe had fallen a couple of yards behind J.B. He came up on one knee, his black face demonically contorted with rage and pain, mouthing curses that were lost in the uproar. J.B. turned and shouted, gesturing him to come on. "Courage, Joe! Don't give in now!" I can't explain what followed, though I've had more than half a century to think about it. I can only tell you that Joe let out a terrible anguished cry and levelled his pistol at J.B. The old man was turned away, revolver in one hand and carbine in t'other, shooting through the half-wrecked door when Joe squeezed the trigger. And his piece misfired. He screamed wordlessly, and I can only think that all the fury he felt at J.B.'s failure, betrayal I'd heard him call it, had welled up at the last when death was staring him in the face, and he was venting it on the old fellow in a fit of blind anger, as a passionate child will strike out at a parent. That I can accept. What I cannot explain is what happened in the next second, when Joe thumbed back the hammer for a second shot, and I put 2 bullets in his back. I can't pretend I was consciously trying to save J.B. Why should I, when I'd no thought for any life but my own, and God knows I owed him nothing. I drew and fired as instinctively as you throw up a hand to ward an unexpected blow. Dick Burton, who fancies himself a psychologist, says I gave way to a primitive impulse of race survival, and killed Joe because he was black and J.B. was white. Would I have shot Kaji or Stevens if they'd been in Joe's place? Grins clever Dick. Likely not, but snooks to you, Burton. I'd not have shot Mrs. Popperwell or Ketchaweo either, because I quite liked them, you see, and Kaji and Stevens, while I detested Joe. So perhaps it comes to this, that deep down, for all the harm and horror he did me, I must have quite liked old J.B., well enough at any rate, not to have him shot by that black son of a bitch if I could help it. Anyway, I settled Joe, and he went down like a riven oak, his pistol exploding into the floor as he fell, and at that moment the bottom of the door gave way with a tremendous rending of timber, and through it like a ferret from its hole came the little Marine officer, flourishing his sword. He plunged straight past J.B. I threw myself aside, and he darted round the engines, yelling to the hostages to stand clear. Washington sang out, "There's old Osawatomie!" pointing over the engine to J.B., who was standing erect before the doorway, throwing lead for all he was worth as the Marines came bursting and yelling through the shattered wreckage of the door, their bayonets at the present. I believe he downed 2 of them, for I saw one reel away, clutching his face, with blood running through his fingers, and another pitched headlong at his feet, and then the little officer was on him like a wildcat, thrusting at his body. J.B. tumbled forward, and as the officer hacked at his head, I saw that the blade was bent at right angles. He hammered away at the old fellow's skull, and all around was screaming, struggling confusion as the leathernecks came surging in, bayoneting everything in sight. Jerry Anderson was skewered to the floor, shrieking horribly as he tried to dive beneath an engine. Young Thompson was flung bodily against the black wall and pinned, kicking like a beetle, by several blades. Someone was bellowing, "Quarter, quarter, we surrender." Everywhere were snarling faces, glittering steel, swirling smoke, but never a shot now, for the last of our people was down or overpowered, and the Marines had been ordered not to fire. One of them, a red-faced corporal, glaring like a madman and roaring inarticulately, came lunging out of the press of struggling men, his bayonet driving at me, and as I threw myself back, the little officer thrust him aside, shouting, "Not him! Prisoner!" And I echoed him, bellowing, "Not me! I'm a hostage!" The corporal fairly howled with disappointment, but kept his point to my breast as I struggled into the corner, my hands raised.
and as I sat there trembling, there was a long bubbling scream from above, and Thompson's body, streaming blood, slid down the wall beside me and collapsed across my legs. He was still alive, for I felt him give a convulsive shudder. Then he was still, and as he died, so did the shouting and confusion. The Harper's Ferry raid was over. I reckon about 2 minutes had passed since Stuart jumped aside at the doorway, and in that brief, terrible scrimmage 4 men had died, which was fewer than I'd have guessed as I gazed in horror at the shambles. There was blood everywhere, spattering the walls and soaking the straw, and more bodies strewn on the floor than there were men standing up, or so it seemed. A marine was slumped against the post of the now open door ahead of me, clasping a hand to his wounded face. Another lay still across the threshold. J.B. was lying face down, his white head horribly dabbled, and beside him Joe was on his back, his pistol in his hand. The bodies of Oliver, Watson, and Taylor lay close by. Jerry Anderson was twitching in death beneath the engine, and Thompson, his girl's face slack and ugly under the blonde curls, lay lifeless on my legs until the Marine corporal rolled him clear. The only unwounded raiders seemed to be Emperor Green, who was crouched wailing against the wall. He was the one who told Douglas he'd go with the old man, more fool he, and young Ed Coppock, who was looking pretty cool considering that 4 leathernecks were standing over him with bayonets poised. The officer was shepherding the hostages out through the other door, which had been unbarred, and an almighty cheer went up from the crowds outside as they passed into the open air. There was a time when I'd have lain shivering from shock after such an ordeal. I might even have wept, from reaction, not grief, you understand, at the carnage around me. But as I sprawl exhausted in that engine-house, watching the Marines making short work of heaving the bodies and wounded away, I felt nothing but a huge, blissful weariness and a growing exultation. The nightmare that had begun at the Cape, when I heard Spring's tread on the deck overhead, was surely past and done with now. The frantic days and nights when Crixus and Atropos and the damned Yankee bogies had plunged me into this mad business, the long months of weariness while J.B. mismanaged his preparations, the terror of the raid and this final horror in the engine-house, I was here, safe and whole, with nothing but 2 paltry scratches that did no more than ache, coated with blood and filth to be sure, but who minds that, when you see before your eyes what might have been? Young, handsome Oliver of the Merry Laugh, brash, eager Jerry Anderson, poor daft Taylor gone to explore his spirit world, Dauphin Thompson, who had blushed like a maiden if you so much as asked him the time, all being dragged out by the heels to lie in the mud under blankets. Bad luck, lads, but sooner you than me. J.B. and Watson were still alive, so they carried them away on stretchers. The old man's hair was stiff with dried blood, and one hand dangled from the stretcher like a skinny brown claw. Then they marched out the 2 prisoners, which left me and the corporal and the late Joe Simmons. I made shift to rise, but the leatherneck growled to me to stay put. Those were his orders. I didn't mind lying there, holding my private little Thanksgiving service and listening to the distant murmur of the mob outside, and after a while Marines came at the double, placing lanterns on the engines, shrouding the broken windows and loopholes, heaving the wrecked door into place, and closing it behind the little officer and a tall civilian in a tile hat and frock. Messervy, surveying the ruin impassively, prodding at Joe's corpse with his walking-stick, and then picking his way carefully through the bloody straw to where I lay. He looked down at me, stroking his moustache with a gloved finger, the long-jawed Yankee Corinthian as ever was, and just the sight of him looking so cool and civilized cheered me up even further. "Well, well," says he, "how are you?" I couldn't be bothered to think of a smart answer, so I said pretty fair. He asked if I was wounded, and when I told him, he sighed, removed his hat and gloves, looked for a place to put them, declined the corporal's offer to hold them, and finally set them down on the engine. Then he stooped to examine my neck and knee. "Nothing that soap and water won't cure," says he. "Mr. Green, would you be good enough to bring them yourself, with bandages, a towel, some spirits, and a marine cloak and cap?" He rose, smoothing his coat, and resumed his hat and gloves. "Now, I want a marine guard round this building. No one to be allowed closer than 20 yards. That," he indicated Joe's body, is to be removed after dark and buried away from the town, and the burial party are then to forget all about it. This gentleman," he turned to me, "never existed. Y'all not mention him, and if questions are asked by anyone, you never heard of him. Is that clear?" Green nodded, looking keen. "Corporal, you understand?" "What gentleman are you referring to, sir?" asks the Leatherneck, staring to his front. Messervy gave a faint smile. "I beg your pardon. I should have said sergeant, shouldn't I, Mr. Green?" "Yes, sir," beams Green. "I'll see to it." "Capital. Now, I'll be leaving here presently with someone in a marine coat and cap. We are to be ignored, and I trust by that time you will have dispersed any gaping sightseers. The soap and water now, if you please." They were all I needed to complete my restoration, and when Green had brought them and left us alone, I sluiced away the filth with a will. I felt as though I was cleansing myself of Harper's Ferry and John Brown and the whole disgusting business. The wounds looked clean enough, and when I clapped on the dressings, Messervy helped me with the bandages, talking to the point as usual. Brown is not only alive, but surprisingly well, and damned talkative, which, as you know, is the last thing we wanted. The old brute must be made of leather. Run through the kidneys, the doctor tells me, and has lost any amount of blood, though you'd not know it to hear him, conversing like a politician, which I suspect he is. He knotted my neck bandage and stepped back. Pity I didn't shoot him. 'Twould have saved a few lives today, and who knows how many hereafter. "Well, mine wouldn't have been one of 'em," says I, "not with Joe crowding me in that doorway." "Ah, yes, Joe." He glanced at the body. "Your work, I take it. The Marines had orders not to shoot. Settling a score, were you?" "Accident. He got in the way when I was sighting on Brown." Why shouldn't I get credit by pretending I'd tried to do Messervy's dirty work for him? "Since you were so all-fired eager to have Brown dead, why didn't you get the Marines to do it when they stormed this place? Or have someone shoot him yesterday, hang it? He was walking around town large as life. Why don't you slip something in his dinner now, and don't tell me it ain't your style? Unofficial death warrants have a habit of recoiling," says he coolly. "My countrymen have one great failing. They talk too much. Aye. So you Shanghai some poor bloody foreigner to do the job. Well, I didn't have the ghost of a chance until today, and I'll tell you, Messervy, I ain't apologizing. I served your turn because that damned little squirt Seward put a pistol to my head. But why the hell should I murder for you? Tell me that." He shrugged, leaning against the engine and stirring the straw with his cane. "It would have been convenient. Now the law must take its course, and God only knows where that will lead. Still, that's not your affair. I guess you did what you could to keep Brown out of Virginia. You're damned right. Pity your own people didn't do as much. I still can't fathom it. You knew what he intended, where he was, who his backers were, what men and money he had. Confound it, you knew the very bloody place, here. Why in God's name didn't you stop him?" "You and I tried," says he, "but we ain't politicians. What did you call us? Government ruffians?" He wrinkled his fine nose and became businesslike. "That's neither here nor there. The sooner you're out of this, the better. Hurrah for that. Lord Lyons, he don't want to see you. Yes, there's been a word in his ear from the very highest quarter, and warm in your praise it has been too, but he agrees with us that there's no useful purpose to be served by prolonging your presence in this country a moment longer than need be. Sensible chap. When do I leave?" "You catch the Baltimore train tonight, from the station over the way." "It's a train you're probably familiar with," says he dryly. "Since your friend Brown held it up 2 nights ago, it is now running normally. At Baltimore, there's a berth already reserved for you on a packet sailing for Liverpool tomorrow. It's paid for, and this," he handed me an envelope, "is $300 to cover expenses en route, for which I'd like a signed receipt in the name of Comer, I suggest." I'll say this for the Americans, they waste no time. Why, by tomorrow night I'd be at sea, with all this horror behind me. A couple of weeks, and I'd be in England, home with Ellsworth, and my Indian honours thick upon me, and warm praise conveyed by diplomatic channels. It was too good to be true, and standing there in that beastly blood-stained shed with the reek of powder smoke and the stench of death, I felt the tears start to my eyes and absolutely had to turn away. Meservey brought me back to earth. I've arranged quarters here, where you can wait unobserved until the train comes in tonight. Go straight aboard, keep to your cabin until you reach Baltimore. Then take a cab directly to the dock and the ship. All your tickets and directions are in the envelope with the money. In the meantime, you can shave off your beard, and I'll furnish you with some decent clothes. Keep your collar up and your hat down. No sense in taking risks. That's a word that always makes me raise an eyebrow. What risk? I asked, and received one of his ironic looks. Well, now, I don't suppose you'd want to run into anyone from the Underground Railroad or the Ku Klux on the street, would you? Not that you haven't served their turn admirably. John Brown has run his raid, which is what they both wanted, and while Crixus will go into deep mourning when he learns the result, I'd say Atropos will be drinking your health with 3 times 3. Still, better not to renew their acquaintance, don't you think? At the mention of their names, I'd started like the deer gazelle. I hadn't given them a thought since the raid began, but now I'll telegraph to have someone keep an eye open in Baltimore anyway, he reassured me. Those Ku Klux operators are still in the tombs, by the way, and if Atropos set other men to watch you, what of it? He shrugged. He certainly has no reason to wish you harm after this splendid debacle. He doesn't know about that, he pointed his cane at Joe's body, and he never will. No, right now he'll be congratulating himself on $5,000 well spent. He can keep it for me, says I, and meant it. You're right, though. Why, he'll think I've done him proud. Which you have, says he dryly. Prouder than you did Crixus or the U.S. government. Not that your efforts aren't appreciated. He was peering through a crack in the makeshift door. I think we might venture out now. The citizens seem to have lost interest in the sight of Marines guarding a dilapidated firehouse, though I dare say the souvenir-seekers will be stripping it bare shortly. What? You don't care to take a brick as a memento? There was still a number of folk idling beyond the armory gates, staring hopefully through the railings, but our way led into the armory proper, where Meservey had commandeered an office, guarded by 2 beefy civilians in hard hats. One of them brought me an enormous fry from the wager-house with a jug of coffee, and I smiled to think what the little waiter would have said if he'd known who the customer was. From that I turned inevitably to fond memories of the generous Mrs. Popplewell. Gad, she'd been an unexpected windfall, splendidly equipped, if you like abundance, which I must say I do after a long abstinence. Resourceful lass, too, finding me a bolt-hole, and loyal, the way she'd answered back those ruffians who'd been threatening her. Aye, she'd served her turn in more ways than one, bless her black bounties. There was a cot in the office, but I was too excited to sleep, so I followed Meservey's advice and removed my face furniture, all but the moustache and whiskers, of course. It's a great delight to see your chin again after a hard slog in the field. Reminds you that there are finer things in life, like England and home and sleeping sound and strolling down Piccadilly with your hat on 3 hairs, and women, and drink, and Elsbeth. I was grinning at myself in the mirror when Meservey bowled in and told me to put on my cap and coat double quick and to muffle up well. He had something to show me. I followed him, wandering along an alley between the armory buildings. He stopped at a door and told me to pull my cap well down over my brows. "Stay close behind me," says he softly, and led the way. There was an open inner door ahead, with men's backs turned to us. Meservey went right up behind them, and I followed, peering over his shoulder. The little room was crowded with people, standing and sitting, all intent on a man lying propped up on a pallet against the far wall, and I bit back a gasp. It was J.B. He'd never been a happy sight, but now he looked like the proceeds of a grave robbery. They'd washed the blood out of his hair and beard and given him a clean shirt, but his face was gaunt and pallid, tight over the bones, and there were dark stains under the sunken eyes. But they were burning still with that same grim fire, and his voice was harsh and strong as ever, for he was croaking away on the old line about how he'd come to free the slaves, and for no other purpose. No one had sent him here but God and J.B., or the devil, if that was how they chose to view it, and he could have got clear away, but had been concerned for his hostages, and the fears of their wives and daughters in tears, if you please, and had wanted to reassure anyone who thought he was only there to burn and kill. Someone cried out that he had killed people going quietly about the streets. J.B. replied that he didn't know about that, and had done his best to save lives. He'd been fired on repeatedly without shooting back. "That's not so," cries another. "Why, you killed an unarmed man by the tracks, yes, and another one." J.B. turned his head with an effort and pointed a talon at the speaker. "See here, my friend, it's useless to contradict your own people who were my prisoners. They will tell you otherwise." There was a babble of protests and questions, and I saw that two fellows sitting close to him had pencils and notebooks. Newspaper reporters, if you'll credit it. The rest of them were sober citizens. Lee was there, and a dignified cove, who I believe was the governor, and Jeb Stuart with a face like thunder, and all crying out and badgering away at the old beggar, and him with a hole clear through to his kidneys and his head cut to bits. My first thought was, why, you bloody vandals! I don't shock easy, and have no more of the milk of human kindness than you put in a cup of tea. I'll taunt and gloat over a fallen foe any day, and put a boot in his ribs if he sasses back, but I'm a brute and a bully. These were your upstanding pillars of society, bursting with Christian piety and love thy neighbour, and here they were, shaking their sanctimonious heads as they harassed and goaded a seemingly dying man, aye, and feasted their eyes on him as though he were a beast in a circus, when you'd have thought that decency, on which I'm an authority, as you know, demanded that he be let alone. They even had the effrontery to argue and hector him, now that he was beat and helpless. I'd have liked to see him argue with him 8 hours back, when he was standing up with his guns on. Why, Flashy, you ask? This ain't pity or sentiment, surely. Not a bit of it. Don't mistake disgust and contempt for the tormentor with compassion for the victim. I didn't pity J.B. one jot, but I was enraged at first sight by those worthy ghouls enjoying the sensation. Say, don't talk to me about John Brown. Why, I sat as close to him as I am to you this minute, spoke to him too, and told him, yes, sir. And as I watched him, old and stricken and frail, answering so calm and courteous, well, I couldn't help thinking, good for you, J.B., that's your sort. And then it dawned on me that the old bugger was fairly revelling in it. He'd got his audience at last, hadn't he just? The first of that world-wide congregation who would revere his name and sing his song and enshrine him in history forever. I'll swear he knew it. Lee had asked him if he'd like the mob excluded, but J.B. wouldn't hear of it. Come one, come all was his style, so that he could preach to as many as possible. That they were enemies who'd come to vent their abomination of him and his notions, or to gloat, or just to indulge their curiosity, made it all the better for him. He could answer their harrying and abuse with urbanity and resolution, and that's where the legend was born, believe me, in that shabby little paymaster's office, for in whatever spirit they came, they left in something like awe and admiration. "The gamest man I ever saw," the governor said, and Jeb Stuart, who was bloody rude to him at the time, I may say, remarked to me years later that without men like J.B. there wouldn't be an America. You see, like so many legends, it was true. He deserved their respect, and didn't he know how to make the most of it, the vain old show-off? Here were his enemies, the ungodly oppressors of the enslaved, against whom he'd struggled for years, who'd cursed him for a border cutthroat, and nothing more, and now they were hanging on his words, recognizing him in dead earnest, with wonder and no little fear. Ironic, ain't it? He'd failed, and found his triumph. Wounded and doomed, he was a man uplifted, and he laid it off to them with his matchless mixture of deep sincerity and sheer damned humbug. You can read all 3 hours of it in the New York papers of the time, and it's an education. I heard only some of the words, but they should be enough to give you the tune, which was truly extraordinary. There he was, wounded in 6 places, too weak to stand, fagged out and facing certain death, and talking as easily and pleasantly as though he were in a drawing-room, answering their questions like a kindly old professor dealing with backward students. when a young militia greenhorn scoffed that he couldn't have hoped to achieve anything with just a handful of men, J.B. looked him over, smiled, and said patiently, "Well, perhaps your ideas and mine on military matters would differ materially." And when another demanded that he justify his acts, he sighed, as though explaining something to a dunce for the umpteenth time. "I don't wish to be offensive, but I think, my friend, that you of the South are guilty of a great wrong against God and humanity. I believe it is perfectly right for anyone to, interfere with you, so far as to free those you wickedly and wilfully hold in bondage. Please understand, I don't say this insultingly." He went on to lecture them on the golden rule of doing unto others as they would have others do unto them, which for some reason put Jeb Stuart in a bait, for he accused J.B. of not believing in the Bible and got a pained look and a gentle "Certainly I do" in reproof. Jeb, the ass, came back at him. When someone asked how much he'd paid his followers, and J.B. said no wages whatever, Jeb cried out piously, "The wages of sin is death," to which J.B. replied gently, "I would not have made such a remark to you if you had been a prisoner and wounded in my hands." He rubbed salt in it by observing that he could have killed Jeb just as easy as a mosquito. They tried to make him tell who his northern backers were and got nowhere. "Any questions that I can honorably answer, I will," says he. And when they quoted a letter in the papers from a prominent Yankee abolitionist predicting a slave uprising, he even raised a laugh by saying dryly that he hadn't had the opportunity of reading the New York Herald for the past day or two. More soberly he went on, "I wish to say that all you people of the South should prepare yourselves for a settlement of the slave question, and the sooner you are prepared, the better. You may dispose of me very easily. I am almost disposed of now, but the question is still to be settled." Once or twice, I regret to say, he lied. He claimed that he'd been wounded after I had consented to surrender for the benefit of others, not for my own. He didn't surrender, ever, not that I heard. He also claimed that he had not impressed any slave against his will, and, to my astonishment, someone called out, "I know of one Negro who wanted to go back," and who should it be but Aaron Stevens, lying on a pallet further along the wall. I had to crane my neck to see him, mighty pale, with a bloody bandage on his chest. Who that Negro was, I don't know, but J.B.'s biggest stretcher was that he'd done his damnedest not to kill anyone. I dare say he meant it, but you read my account and can judge for yourselves. When someone called him a fanatic, he bristled up and said they were the fanatics, not he, at which the governor weighed into him, telling him his silver head was red with crime, and he'd do well to start thinking of eternity. J.B. put him down in his best style. "Governor," says he cheerfully, "judging by appearances, I have about 15 or 20 years' start on you in the journey to that eternity of which you so kindly warn me. 15 years or 15 hours, I'm ready to go. The difference between your tenure of life and mine is only a trifle, and I tell you to be prepared. All you who hold slaves have more need to be prepared than I." "It's going to be worse than I feared," says Messervy, when we were back in my quarters. "Far worse. If only he didn't sound so almighty reasonable and saintly, damn it." He was more upset than I'd seen him, absolutely tweaked his moustache instead of stroking it. "What did you think of him? From an English point of view, I mean." What I was thinking was that I was damn glad I'd shot Joe when I did. I'm as sentimental as the next man, you see. From an English point of view, well, they'd not take him in whites. Not sure about the reform, though. Oh, very well, seriously, then. They mayn't put him up in Trafalgar Square in place of Nelson, but it'll be a close-run thing. If you hang him, that is. Put him in a madhouse and nobody'll notice. "He's not mad," says Messervy. "I'm not sure he wasn't the sanest man in that room. No, He'll hang. Before the next election, fortunately, or he'd be liable to beat Seward for the Republican nomination. Join me in a drink? My sorrows are in need of submersion. He poured them out. I ask myself, if he talks like that when he's shot full of holes, what will he be like when he's better and standing up in court with every paper in the country reporting him? We'll be lucky, says he thoughtfully, if this doesn't lead to war. Well, we must just hope for the best. I thought he was talking through his hat. One crazy farmer being topped for murder and treason didn't strike me as a reasonable casus belli, which shows how much I knew. But it didn't matter to me anyway, so I devoted myself to the brandy and contemplation of home while he sat meditating. Finally he gave a little rueful smile and said reflectively, "Do you know, Flashman, sometimes I wish I had presidential power, and the whole U.S. Treasury to draw on secretly." I said I fancied rather above half myself, and what had he in mind? "At this moment, I'll tell you. I consider very seriously paying you and Pinkerton a fortune to rescue John Brown from the clutches of the law and spirit him to Canada. 'Twould be an international scandal, I dare say, and a great rattling of sabres, but I've no doubt Buchanan and Palmerston could settle it without too much fuss, possibly with the assistance of Prince Albert and our northern liberals. Interesting idea, don't you think? Highly diverting. What good would that do? Apart from sparing us a martyr, it would unite North and South as nothing else could. Perfidious Albion meddling in our most sacred private quarrel. Even the die-hard abolitionists would be up in arms against you. You could have him shot trying to escape, says cynical Flashy. Too late now, says he, and closed his eyes. If only he could have stopped a bullet in that engine-house. If only that ass Green had been carrying a saber instead of his toy sword. What we might have been spared. Well, we can only leave it to the lawyers and politicians and the great American public now. We've come to the parting of the trails, J.B.'s and mine, and high time too, if you ask me. He was to take the high road to the gallows and immortal fame, and I the low road to, well, I'll come to that in a moment. First I should tell you briefly, and at second hand, what happened to him in the little time that was left to him, and the momentous effect it had on America, and I dare say on the world. My last memory of him, as in that paymaster's office, propped up on his mattress, battered but bright-eyed, not 2 pounds of his stringy old carcass hanging straight, but laying down the law in his best accustomed style, God help him, and I suppose I must say God bless him, too, for form's sake. Of all the men of wrath who have disturbed my checkered course, he's about the only one towards whom I feel no ill will, old pest and all that he was. He was decent enough to me, and if he led me through hell and high water, well, you might as well blame the lightning or the whirlwind. I wasn't there to see his departure from the ferry next day, but he came near to being lynched. There was a great crowd full of drink and fury when they put him on the train to Charlestown. He and Stevens had to be carried through the throng, baying for their blood in panic as well as rage. For the wildest rumours were flying, that the raid had been only the prelude to a general invasion, that the slaves were on the brink of rebellion, that a great conspiracy was brewing in the north. It was even reported that a family in a village just a few miles from the ferry had been massacred. But when Lee went galloping to the scene, he found everyone safe in bed and the slaves tranquil. The fact was that not a single slave had joined in the raid, other than those taken by Stevens from Washington's farm and places nearby, and most of them had slipped off home as soon as they could, or been passive altogether. But the mischief was done. A great thrill of fear ran through the South. Virginia was preparing for war. Some places were under martial law. Dixie suspected, quite mistakenly, that it was sitting on a black powder keg ready to explode, and the storm that broke in the newspapers only added to the hysteria. One of Lee's first acts had been to send Jeb Stuart to the Kennedy farm, where he found all J.B.'s papers and correspondence, with the names of his northern supporters, which the brilliant old conspirator had left behind in a carpet-bag. And once the Democrats and pro-slavery journals got hold of the names, the fat was in the fire. The Black Republicans, the Secret Six, and even moderate abolitionists became the villains of the day, plotting to wreak havoc in the South. And among those who came in for special vilification, and serve him right, was William H. Seward, the cigar-chewing blighter who'd blackmailed me into the business in New York. He was the arch-agitator who is responsible for this insurrection, and for all I know, this may have cost him the presidency. It did no good for him and other Northerners, including Lincoln, to condemn the raid. All the South could hear was the growing peal of admiration for Brown, the champion of liberty, which came even from those who deplored what Brown the raider had done. You can see the South's point of view. He was a murderous old brigand who was out to overthrow them. And you can see the North's. He was a fearless crusader who wanted only to set black men free. Both views were true, and one can't blame the Southerners for believing that he represented the North in its true colours, or the North for believing, as one speaker put it, that whether his acts had been right or wrong, J.B. himself was right. The truth was that he'd fuelled the passions of the wildest elements on both sides, and convinced even sensible and moderate people that the only answer was disunion or war. His trial, which began only a week after the raid, fulfilled Messervy's glummest fears. Here was the poor old hero, so weak and wounded that he had to be toted into court on a cot, submitting to his fate with Christian patience. In fact, he wasn't as poorly as he looked, and could walk when he had to. And he put on the performance of his life, telling them he'd never asked for quarter, and if they wanted his blood they could have it there and then, without the mockery of a trial. As to his defence, he was utterly unable to attend to it. My memory don't serve me. My health is insufficient, although improving. I am ready for my fate. I'll bet there wasn't a dry eye from Cape Cod to Cincinnati. The trial was a formality, or a farce, if you like. Much was made of the speed with which it took place, but if they'd given him until 1870 it would have made no difference, for there could be no question of his guilt or the penalty. His lawyers would have had him plead insanity. Half his ancestors were balmy, you know, but the old fox wouldn't hear of it. And, you know, if I'd been called to testify on the point, I'd have had to back him up. I know that in these pages I've frequently called him mad and lunatic and suggested his rightful place was in a padded cell, but that's just flashy talking. We all say such things without meaning that the object of our censure is seriously deranged. No, he wasn't mad. Read his letters, his speeches, the things he said to reporters, and take the word of one who knew him well. A fanatic, yes, a man driven by one burning idea, certainly, a fool in some things, perhaps, but never a madman. It wasn't a long trial, but seems to have had some interesting features. One of the prosecutors was too drunk to plead, they say, and t'other was the father of one of the men who'd murdered Bill Thompson on the bridge, which I'd have thought made for a nice conflict of interest, but I'm no lawyer. None of that. All the legal wrangling about jurisdiction and delays was of the least importance. Only one thing mattered, and that was the bearing of the accused. That's what the world remembers. The brave old border soldier, calm, dignified, and unflinching, rising gamely to speak with a chap sporting him either side, lying patiently on his cot as sentence of death was passed, closing his eyes in unconcern and pulling the blankets up beneath his chin. Even the most hard-bitten pro-slavers couldn't but admire the conscientiousness, the honour, and the supreme bravery of the man. You may imagine what the good ladies of Concord and Boston thought, and the fervour with which they wept and prayed for him. They made the mistake of giving him a month's grace before he was topped, which meant that all America could picture the gallant, lonely old martyr in his cell, worn with struggle, but wonderfully cheerful, waiting with quiet courage for the end. It gave the wiser heads time for second thoughts. Some suggested that he should be jailed or put in an asylum, for they knew the revulsion with which his execution would be greeted, not only in America but the world. They knew that his martyrdom would only harden the resolve of the North to carry on his campaign, and the determination of the South to resist. On the other hand, there were those who hoped that his death would hasten the rupture between North and South, which they regarded as inevitable. Messervy's notion of a rescue occurred to others, by the way, and there was a plot, but when J.B. heard of it, he wanted no part of it. He wanted to die, I'm sure of that, because, like the wiser heads, he could see clearly what it would lead to. The last note he wrote on the morning of his execution put it plain. I, John Brown, am now quite certain that the crimes of this guilty land will never be purged away, but with blood. I had, as I now think, vainly flattered myself that without very much bloodshed it might be done. They hanged him outside Charlestown, Virginia, on December the 2nd before a great host of troops, among whom were John Wilkes Booth, who murdered Lincoln 6 years later, and Stonewall Jackson. He didn't kiss a little black child on his way to the gallows, as the sentimentalists like to believe, but as he rode on his coffin across the meadow, he looked around and said, "This is a beautiful country. I never had the pleasure of seeing it before." When they asked if he wanted a signal before they dropped him, he said it didn't matter, but he didn't want to be kept waiting. His admirers, of course, treasure such details, but what struck me peculiar when I read about it and made me think, yes, that's my old J.B., was that he was hanged in his carpet slippers. They rang the bells for him in the North, and there were talk of statues and memorials, and such an outpouring of eulogy and grief and noble sentiment as would have done credit to Joan of Arc and Lord Nelson together. I doubt if any man in the history of the United States was more deeply or sincerely mourned, and I ain't forgetting friend Abraham either. He was even more detested in Dixie than J.B., and he was just a politician, while J.B. was a fighting man and a rebel, a combination which no American can resist. Even in the South they respected him for his courage. I remember the verdict, delivered to me during the Civil War, of a grizzled Alabama veteran, crimson with booze and chewing on his wheeling Toby. Old Osawatomie. Well, now, sir, I reckon he lived like a skunk and died like a lion. I'm not arguing. You know my views on bravery, and by now you should know 'em on J.B. He was a bit of a crook and a lot of humbug, and he put me through the mangle. And there's a case to be made for saying he was the most evil influence ever let loose in North America. 750,000 is a powerful lot of dead men, to say nothing of wounded and crippled and bereaved. You may say their great war would have happened anyway, but he's bound to bear some of the blame. Maybe he would have thought it a price worth paying for the destruction of slavery, but I say slavery would have ended anyway, without the war and without him. But that's no business of mine. I came through Harper's Ferry and the war that followed, so he did me no lasting damage, though he scared the innards out of me, and took a year out of my life. I can tolerate him at my time of life, and when I hear the Grandlings singing the old song, I can look back, if not with pride, at least with a curious satisfaction, as the young faces pass by in memory. Kaji, Stevens, Oliver, Watson, Lehman, Cook, Taylor, Ed Coppock, the Thompsons, dear old dangerous Newby, and all the other ghosts, white and black, whose features have faded. And last of all, the grizzled old Ironside, with his eagle face and burning eyes. No doubt my satisfaction is because I am still here, and they're all long gone, one way or another. Watson died of his wounds. Coppock and Green, who'd survived the engine-house fight, were hanged 2 weeks after J.B., as was Cook, who got himself captured in Maryland, the duffer. Stevens survived the 4 bullets they took out of him, but was hanged in the spring of '60, with Hazlitt, who'd escaped from the ferry, but was caught later. The black who was with him in the arsenal got clear away, and so did the fellows whom J.B. sent back with the wagon to collect arms, and the men who'd been left behind at the farm. Merriam, who'd brought the $600, and Tidd, and another of the young men, and Owen Brown. All those who escaped served in the Civil War. 2 of them died in it, except Owen, who lived to a ripe old age. Like your humble obedient. As I say, I take no pride in my part in Harper's Ferry, and was a damned unwilling actor, but, well, I was one of John Brown's pet lambs, after all, and dine out on it regular, and am redeemed, very slightly, in the eyes of such as Miss Prentice and others of the elect, who figure that an old man, however deplorable, must have some good in him if he stood at Armageddon and battled for the poor downtrodden darkies. They don't know about Joe, of course. Which brings me back at last to the point where the trails parted, and I went my separate way from Harper's Ferry, rejoicing, en route to Baltimore and home. I spent the day resting in the office, which Messervy had made my quarters. He was out and prowling about most of the time, like a good little civil servant, and when we dined together in the evening he told me what he'd seen and heard. I could see he was depressed and agitated, for he frowned at least twice and stroked his moustache, both sides. What was disturbing him was that Stuart, as I told you a moment ago, had found all J.B.'s letters at the Kennedy farm, and the wager house was agog with rage and alarm at the proof they appeared to contain of diabolical Yankee designs. "That stupid oaf Wise," this was the Virginia governor, "has been reading them aloud to the drunken rabble over yonder, and you may guess the effect. By this time tomorrow half the South will have heard of them, and be convinced that a Northern army is on the march, with the Republican party in the van, intent on rousing the slaves to butcher their masters and burn every plantation between here and Texas. What immutable law," he went on, "decrees that the obtuser the politician, the higher he will rise. I suppose it takes a peculiar combination of the imbecile, the toady, and the braggart to run for office in the first place. Can't Wise see the harm he's doing? Or can he, I wonder?" I looked intelligent, and he explained that Wise was a former secessionist who might be out to make mischief. "He's put them in a rare frenzy, I can tell you. Packs of drunken ruffians are out nigger hunting this minute, and at least 2 fools have been arrested who claim to be John Brown raiders. Harper's Ferry will be lucky if it's still standing in the morning. I'll put you on an earlier train, by the way. No sense lingering in this madhouse." So it was about midnight that I wrapped a scarf round my chin, pulled my hat down, and made the short walk to the station with Miss Servey at my arm, and the beefy bird striding ahead. As we passed the engine-house, shuttered and silent, with the marine sentries on guard, I wondered about Joe, and Miss Servey must have read my thought, for he remarked, "They buried him down on the river a couple of hours ago. Lord love me, is that ass Wise still at his folly? I believe he won't rest until he has the whole state in an uproar." It was like Mafeking night between the armory gates and the station. The wager-house was blazing light at every window and shaking to the uproar within. There were groups of staggering merrymakers everywhere, militiamen and roughnecks, some discharging their pieces in the air, others forming raucous glee clubs, and in 2 places thronging round tub-thumpers on makeshift platforms who were working themselves and their listeners into a riotous frenzy. Their themes seemed to be the necessity of lynching John Brown, closing ranks against the murderous Yankees, and putting every black in the state under lock and key, or lynching them too if they felt like it. Our escort shouldered away through the torch-lit confusion of milling figures and flushed, yelling faces to the comparative quiet of the station where the train stood. It had been there half an hour, and Miss Servey had timed our walk to arrive just as the bell was beginning to clang and the whistle was adding its plaintive wail to the general din. He didn't shake hands, simply murmured, "Goodbye," with a tap on the arm, and I climbed aboard into the quiet, dim-lit corridor with only a brief glance at the tall figure raising his cane to his hat-brim in nonchalant salute before he turned away. The darky porter showed me into my cabin, and all of a sudden I was dizzy with tiredness and an overwhelming sense of relief as I sank onto the cot. The train jolted and clanked into motion, and a moment later was booming and rumbling over the trestles of the Potomac Bridge, across which I'd come running, rifle in hand and heart in mouth, only 48 hours before. Now it was behind me, the nightmare which I could hardly believe had ever happened, the rush of action in the dark, the shouted commands, the bearded faces hurrying by, the crack of shots and the inferno of the engine-house, and here I was, safe and sound, bar the 2 smarting wounds in my neck and knee, rattling over the ties out of that awful world and back to life again. I couldn't be bothered to undress. I'd no nightshirt or a blessed stitch except what I was wearing anyway. Have to do something about that. No time to shop in Baltimore, even if I'd been fool enough to venture into the town. Borrow some duds when I got aboard the packet, perhaps. The devil with it. Sufficient unto the day. I was content to lie exhausted, wondering idly if the porter could forage me a bottle of something sensible. Pat on the thought, there was a soft knock on the door, and his beaming black face appeared. "Yo pardon, so," says he. "The party in the next cabin axes if you'd kindly like to partake of some refreshment for you settles to rest." He chuckled with a knowing look. "Says if you're sociably inclined, be honored to make your acquaintance over a little glass or 2. I'd seen that look before, in French hotels, and while it was unexpected here, it was by no means unwelcome. I wasn't as exhausted as all that. Of course, I might be misreading his expression and find myself closeted with some boring old buffer who couldn't sleep, and Messervy had told me to stay close, but what the blazes, it was only next door, and the darky was positively leering. "That's most civil of thee, gentleman," says I, and he tittered behind his hand in a way that settled my doubts, and brought me off the cot, smoothing my hair and glancing in the glass. He effaced himself, and I slipped out and knuckled the timber adjoining. No reply, so I turned the handle and found myself in an empty but well-lit cabin. Ah, it was one with an alcove bunk, with the curtains drawn. Eureka, thinks I, twitching the curtains aside, and, "Well, hello yourself, handsome," says Mrs. Popplewell. I stood rooted in astonishment, partly from the shock of seeing her, of all people, when I'd expected some railroad rattler, partly because she was reclining languidly on one elbow like that continental tart in the painting, you know, the one bare buff except for a ribbon round her neck and a nigger maid in the background. Mrs. Popplewell wasn't wearing even a ribbon. She lay there, all black and glossy in the lamplight, smiling a welcome and extending a plump hand, and if I hadn't been so dumbfounded, I dare say I'd have pressed it to my lips on the spot, if you know what I mean. "Seen you coming to the train," says she, in answer to my incoherent inquiry. "Couldn't hardly believe my eyes. Why, I made sure you was gone, in that awful fighting last night and this morning. Never see such doings, shooting and killing." She seized my nerveless hand and dragged me into a sitting position beside her. "Well, don't just gape like a fish out of water. Tell me what happened, and where you been, and how you come to be here, unless—" She grinned hugely and transferred her hand from my wrist to my breeches. "Unless you can think of something better to do first." "Oh, my, I should think you can." She was right, you know. The babble of questions that rose to my lips became a muted howl as she fondled with one hand and hauled me down with the other. I seized hold, marvelling at my luck, and fairly wallowed, partaking of refreshment as the porter had advised, and I must say the party in the next cabin was sociably inclined to the point of delirium. It was a wonder the train didn't jump the tracks, and only when she had subsided, moaning, and I had got my breath back, did we resume the conversation, with mutual expressions of bewilderment before all was explained. Explained on my side, that is, for she brushed aside my demands to know how she had fared with Sin and the ruffians who had been interrogating her. I'd have thought that my sudden descent from the skylight and my precipitate departure thereafter would have compromised her altogether, but apparently not. She had been able to satisfy Sin of her innocence, she said, and $10 apiece from her purse had been enough for the others. "They ain't used to black ladies with money. Took the starch right out of them," she chuckled. "But that don't matter. I's here, ain't I? But how'd you get out that scrape? Why, honey, I never thought to see you live again. Now, you just tell Hannah, 'cause she's dying to hear. Say, but let me kiss you first, you dear, big, loving machine. There now, you just play gentle while you tell me, but don't talk too long, will you? 'Cause we got a deal of pleasuring to do 'fore we gets to Baltimore." So I spun her at greater length the yarn I'd told her on first acquaintance, that I was in the employ of the U.S. government and had enlisted in J.B.'s band as a spy, even to the length of taking part in their raid, all of which was true enough, as was my explanation of why I'd taken refuge with her until such time as it was safe for me to reveal myself to someone in authority. You saw what I was like, all the confusion and shooting, with those drunk madmen who'd have killed me on sight. It was only after I got away from your room, and I say I'm awfully sorry I had to mishandle you so roughly." "You mishandle me any old way you like, darling," she purred, toying lazily in a most distracting fashion. "Go on, honey, tell me more, but keep right on mishandling." Well, I managed to get away, and by great good luck the Marines had arrived, and I was able to make myself known to Colonel Lee. "That the fine soldier with the mustache I saw this afternoon came to the hotel with Governor Wise and the other people? Say, there was one real fine man there, big and handsome, kind of like you, but not near as lovesome. Made me all shivery, though, just to look at him. My, but I just love men with black beards and whiskers. Like you best with just your whiskers, though. Gives me something to bite at," and she nibbled my chin. Yes. Well, when I'd spoken to Lee, of course, everything was all right. You know what happened after that. The Marines caught Brown and the others, and that was the end of it. And now I'm on my way to Baltimore, as you see, to report to my superiors. You sure are one lucky man, says she, stroking my whiskers, and I'm one lucky gal. Why, when I saw you coming to the train with that tall gentleman, say, he's a right pretty fellow, too. He a friend of yours?
What? Who? Oh, that fellow. No, don't know who he is. One of the governor's people, I think. Why, I don't know. I felt the less I said about Messervy, the better. The handsome man you saw with Colonel Lee, by the way, was probably Lieutenant Stewart. Fancied him, did you? Do you know what, Hannah? I've a notion you fancy all men, don't you?
You bet, darling, says she, pushing her tongue into my mouth. That's my weakness. But I just fancy 'em one at a time. Now, hold on there. You must be dry after all that talking.
She slipped from my grasp and got out to fill 2 glasses at the buffet. I put mine down at a gulp while she sipped hers standing. Then she put down her glass and vibrated her gleaming bulk in the lamplight, looking down at me and hefting her huge poons in her hands, smiling wickedly at my reaction.
I reckon you're about ready now, says she, and once again she was right, absolutely. Well, now, she says afterwards, that was what I calls pleasure.
She shivered, sitting astride, and stretched luxuriously, her arms above her head. Then she sighed regretfully and removed her massive weight from my creaking thighs, climbing out and donning her peignoir.
I'm real sorry 'tis over. Shouldn't have done it, not once, let alone twice. But I got to tell you, darling, you are the screwingest man I ever did see. That's my excuse. She sighed again. Anyway, that was pleasure, and now business. She sat down carefully on the chair across the cabin and asked mildly, What happened to Joe Simmons?
I gave a start that almost brought the cot loose from its moorings, but I couldn't speak for shock, and she went on.
You know Joe now? He was with you when you came to the hotel first time I saw you, Mr. LaForce's man who brought you up to New York and then to Concord and so on after.
She fluttered her fingers, and even in my stunned bewilderment, I realized that the broad Dixie Negro voice had modulated into soft southern tones.
We know he was in that engine house, but he never came out with the others. What happened to him?
We? It was all I could say.
Sure, the Ku Klux.
The plump pug face beamed in a smile.
Didn't Atropos tell you we'd be watching you and Joe all the way? Sure he did. Oh, we lost you in New York for a spell when the police took those 3 fellows who were shadowing you and Miss Mandeville. Mr. LaForce was real grieved about her. Thought she was true to him, never suspected she was operating for the government. Till you and she showed up in company with Messervy. You see, we have a man watching him permanent. Those 3 men of Hermes's in New York, they weren't the only ones we got up there.
I found I was shaking in every limb as I lay there stark on the cot. Instinctively I jerked the sheets over myself, and her big lips twitched in a smile.
Don't do that, sweetheart. I just love looking at you. My, but you are the finest. Now then, tell me about Joe.
I don't know what you mean. If he was in the engine house, well, he must have been killed or captured.
If he was in there? You know he was. You were in there your own self. We saw you come out this morning with Messervy. You saw? Not me. One of my boys. I have 2 of them. They're at the ferry right now, watching the engine house, waiting to see what happened to Joe.
She was regarding me almost amiably, shaking her head.
But you're all confused, so I better tell you. I'm Medusa. You know Mr. LaForce likes to give us those old names. I've been in these parts all summer, having you watched at the farm and so forth. Oh, Joe didn't know about that. Didn't know about me, even, being a lot lower down in the Ku Klux than I am. All he had to do was watch you. See you did as Mr. LaForce desired. You know, the raid.
She smiled approvingly.
You did that right well, too, didn't you? Leastways, it happened
which was what we wanted. Mr. LaForce will be right pleased with you, maybe give you the $10,000 you asked for, if you feel like collecting. Do you?" She was watching me closely now as I sat palpitating, too shaken to think, let alone speak. I felt as though I'd been struck by a thunderbolt. It was incredible, too much to take in. "We didn't mind you working for the government, or pretending to work for them, whichever it was. As things were, you didn't have a choice, did you? What did they want you to do anyway? Stop Brown making the raid, or help him to make it?" Mr. LaForce couldn't make up his mind about that. "My belief is—" "Oh, well, it don't matter what I believe. The raid went in. That's what matters." She rose from the chair, took my glass, and refilled it. "You look like you need this, darling. Go on, drink it down, and don't look like you saw a ghost. All's well, except for Joe. We have to know what happened to him in that engine house. He was quite a pet of Mr. LaForce's, you know. He'll be real grieved if anything bad happened to Joe." She swayed ponderously back to her seat. "So there's two questions to answer. What happened to Joe, and why didn't he cut loose and run at the hotel when you did? When I watched the two of you from my window come into the hotel yesterday morning, I thought, clever fellas. They've done their work, and now the raid's happened. They're getting away from Brown. You did. And you know what?" She chuckled, the great body shaking with mirth. "When you came in my door, I thought, how does he know to run to me? He can't know who I am, that I'm Medusa. He can't know I'm Ku-Klux. And then pretty soon I saw that you didn't. It was just chance brought you to me. And, darling," she broke into laughter, "I never miss such a chance. Oh, that was some morning sport we had together. I was so melted I thought to tell you who I was, but then I'd seen Joe go back to Brown. I couldn't understand that. I suspicioned something was wrong somewhere, so I kept quiet. Showed you the way out to the loft, though, didn't I, when it looked like— It don't usually take me long to act when I'm cornered, but I've been so shaken that only in the last minute had I summoned my wits sufficiently to move. One ghastly fact had imprinted itself on my mind. She had men watching the engine-house. They'd have seen the Marines bring out Joe's body under cover of darkness and bury it by the river. They'd dig it up for certain and find 2 bullets in his back. And who'd put them there then? From all that I'd seen of the Ku-Klux, especially in the last 10 minutes, they were experts. They'd know, or soon find out, that the attackers hadn't fired a single shot. They'd report to Atropos that his pet nigger had been shot and buried clandestine by the government, for whom I might or might not have been acting. By God! He'd want to get to the bottom of it. And he'd not ask as gently as this damned Medusa Popplewell. All this in a flash through my mind, to one lightning conclusion. Instant flight. And she was only one woman. I came off the bed in a bound, and stopped dead before the derringer in her great black hand. "Oh, darling," says she, "that was foolish. What you got to be fractious for, She shook her head, no longer smiling. "Now then, I've asked, and I'm waiting. Why did Joe go back to Brown, and what happened to him afterwards?" Well, I could answer the first question at least. He went back to Brown because he was betraying you. It's the truth. He went over to Brown's side. I don't know why, but Brown convinced him at the farm that the raid would lead to a slave rebellion, and that it would succeed, and they'd all win their freedom. Joe believed him, I tell you. He changed sides. He told me so. I swear to God it's true. She didn't move a muscle. The plump, black features were without expression. The derringer stayed trained on my midriff. And what happened in the engine-house? I don't know. I never saw him after the attack. I don't know, I tell you. Maybe he was killed or captured. You didn't like him, did you? Fact is, you couldn't bide him. So Mr. LaForce figured. He thought it was real amusing. Figured you and Joe were rivals for the favors of Miss Mandeville. Were you? When I didn't reply, she shrugged. It don't matter. She ain't around any more. Mr. LaForce can't abide traitors. Well, Joe was a traitor. I swear he was. I don't disbelieve you, darling. I wouldn't trust a nigger an inch myself. She sat there, black and placid, as she said it. Did you kill Joe?
No, for God's sakes, why should I?
Maybe 'cause you hated him. Maybe for the U.S. government. Maybe even 'cause you tell him true when you say Joe went over to Brown and you killed him out of loyalty to Mr. LaForce and that $5,000 he promised you. Honey, I don't mind.
She leaned forward, smiling almost wistfully, but the Derringer was steady as a rock.
What's one black buck more or less? If you killed him, fine. It don't matter to Hannah.
I didn't. I swear to God.
Dearest, you don't need to, not to me. It's what you swear to Mr. LaForce that signifies, and whether he believes you, and I truly do doubt whether he'll believe Joe betrayed him. You know, Joe and he were boys together, playmates. Why, he loved that Joe like a brother, about the only thing he ever loved, I guess. And if Joe's dead and my boys'll find it out, if he is, I don't know what Mr. LaForce'll do.
She shook her head sadly.
But if he suspicions that you killed him, and I do, so I guess he might, well, I just hope you can prove you didn't.
I sat like a rabbit before a snake, while she regarded me with pity and concern. Then she smiled again and reached out to stroke my cheek with her free hand.
Oh, darling, don't look so down. I tell you, it don't matter to me. You can kill every nigger in creation if you've a mind to, far as I'm concerned. You know why?
Her eyes narrowed and her voice was trembling.
'Cause you pleasured me like I never been pleasured before. I didn't know there was pleasuring like that, and believe me, boy, I made a study. I come over faint just thinking about you.
She shivered and grimaced.
And now I got to go back to Popplewell. Oh, sure, there is a Popplewell, randy little runt. All I told you about him and my other husbands is true, 'cept I married him 2 years ago, not 2 days, and 'twasn't him, but one of my white boys left me at the wager house.
She gave one of her gross chuckles.
Think they'd take a nigger woman there? Be her husband never so rich? No, but they'd take the devil himself if the Ku Klux is paying the bill.
She stood up and, to my amazement, slipped the Derringer into the bosom of her robe. Then she stooped over me, took my face in her hands, looking soulful, and kissed me with sudden passion, her tongue and lips working feverishly at my mouth and cheeks and eyes and back to my mouth again, before she broke moistly away, breathing hard. Oh, I got such a kindness for you, Mr. Beecham Comer, or Mr. Tom Arnold, or whatever your name is. I don't know, and I don't care, and I got such a misery when I think what Mr. LaForce'll do. She shuddered enormously, with a little whimpering sigh, and I thought, now's your time, lad, and thrust my whiskers between her boobies, going brrr. She let out an ecstatic wail. The Derringer clattered to the floor, and I sank clutching fingers into her buttocks and munched away for dear life, for I could see only one way out of this fearful dilemma, to play on her feminine frailty in the only way I know how. But even as I grappled, roaring lustful endearments, she heaved away from me, eyes rolling, and thrust out a mighty hand to hold me at arm's length.
"Oh, darling! Oh, God of mercy!" she gasped, and in her agitation it came out in broad Dixie. "Oh, honey, don't think I ain't craving you, 'cause I is something cruel, but we ain't got time, damn it."
She stamped, rattling the cabin, and her eyes were wild.
"There's only one stop between here and Baltimore, and it coming up real soon. Oh, Lordy, there's the whistle. Don't stand there," she panted, seizing my wrist. "You gotta get off, 'cause my boys at the ferry'll telegraph ahead when they find out whatever has happened to Joe, and the Ku Klux'll be waiting at Baltimore. And I can't let 'em take you. I just can't. 'Cause, oh, my dearie, if anything was to happen to you, I believe I'd die."
She surged to the door and wrenched it open, and damned if she wasn't snivelling great tears over her shiny black cheeks.
"So get out of here, now, will you? Oh, give me one last kiss, do. Now get your ass off of this train, and take care. You hear?"
Here the 10th packet of the Flashman papers ends, at what one must assume is the conclusion of the author's memoir of John Brown and the Harper's Ferry episode. What followed will no doubt appear in a later instalment of Sir Harry's recollections. All that can be said with certainty is that he did not catch the Baltimore packet to Liverpool, since we know from evidence in the 8th packet of the papers already published that 6 months after his emotional parting from Mrs. Popplewell, he was in Hong Kong, without having visited England in the meantime. That was Flashman and the Angel of the Lord by George MacDonald Fraser, read by Colin Mace. This program was produced by ID Audio for Harper Audio. Text copyright George MacDonald Fraser, 1994. Production copyright 2015 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. George MacDonald Fraser asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.